From its inception until the reign of Emperor Constantine, Christianity found itself on the fringes of Roman legal and societal acceptance. During its first 200 years, Christians were viewed with suspicion and disdain, not only by Roman authorities, but also by the general populace. They were seen as members of a clandestine group, using secret codes for communication, and preferring to remain outside the public gaze. The initial persecutions were not so much the result of imperial decrees, but rather the outcome of public outrage and mob action. Hello everyone and welcome. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's good to have you here. And if you're returning, it's good to have you back. If you'd like to support the channel, take a look at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Or help me out in the algorithm with a like, comment, and subscribe. Well, let's get on with today's video, specifically the Diocletian persecution of Christians, all the way back in the ancient Roman Empire. Christians occupied a peculiar position in Roman society. They were neither fully Roman in their customs, nor entirely foreign. The refusal to participate in public festivals, the imperial cult, or to hold public office, coupled with their critique of ancient traditions, positioned them at odds with the fabric of Roman life, which was deeply intertwined with its religious practices. This divergence led to familial rifts, as illustrated by stories of pagan spouses denouncing their Christian partners, and children being disowned for their new faith. Despite the widespread distaste and occasional violence directed towards Christians, the Roman emperors of the first 2 centuries did not enact comprehensive laws targeting the religion. Local officials were typically the ones executing persecutions, which were sporadic and, at this point, very much localized, hence posing limited threat to Christianity's survival. However, Christians lived with a constant fear of state reprisal, which significantly shaped their collective identity. The 3rd century, however, marked a shift. Emperors began to take a more active role in persecuting Christians, moving beyond merely reacting to public sentiment. Christianity itself was evolving, with adherents now coming from wealthier and more influential segments of society. The official stance hardened, with emperors like Septimius Severus forbidding conversions and others like Decius requiring public acts of allegiance to pagan gods. This all, of course, culminated in a widespread persecution and even martyrdom among many Christians in the empire. Decius's efforts to undermine Christianity through forced apostasy had a significant impact, leading to mass renunciation of faith in some areas. However, his death in battle left his campaign unfinished, allowing the Christian Church to somewhat recover. This pattern of persecution was briefly revised under Emperor Valerian, who escalated the penalties to exile, forced labor in the mines, or even death. Yet this too was halted when Valerian was captured in battle, and his son Gallienus called an end to the persecutions, granting the Church a period of relative peace and stability, at least from the government. The accession of Diocletian to the imperial throne on November 20th, 284, marks a significant turn towards the revival of traditional Roman religious practices. Unlike his predecessor, Aurelian, who sought to introduce a new deity into the Roman pantheon, Diocletian cast his gaze backward, favoring the veneration of the original ancient Olympian gods. His reign was characterized by a deliberate effort to breathe new life into the age-old traditions of Roman worship. The panegyrist of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor, lauded their efforts, noting how they adorned the empire with altars, statues, temples, and offerings dedicated to these deities, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and power of the gods through their own devout example. Diocletian's religious policies were inclusive, yet selective, striving for a unity in worship across the empire without demanding exclusive allegiance to any single deity, such as Jupiter or Hercules. His construction of temples to various gods, including Serapis and Sol, illustrated his broad approach to revival. Nonetheless, his favor leaned towards deities believed to safeguard the empire as a whole, rather than provincial gods, signaling a shift towards a more centralized form of religious observance. Embracing the title of Restorer, Diocletian positioned himself and his tetrarchic government as harbingers of a new golden age, echoing the stability and values of Rome's illustrious past. His administration embarked on wide-ranging reforms, affecting coinage, taxation, architecture, and society, all underpinned by a staunchly traditionalist, albeit authoritarian, ideology. This era of reform also sought to weave the empire's moral and religious fabric even more tightly, aiming for a uniformity that left little room for religious minorities. Despite these sweeping changes, the empire's long-standing religious communities, such as the Jews, maintained a degree of toleration, thanks in part to the ancient origins of their faith. Christians, however, found themselves in a more precarious position, their faith being relatively new and rather distinct from Judaism, lacked the same foundation for tolerance. The evolving Christian identity, increasingly detached from its Jewish roots, underscored this distinction, and it placed Christians at odds with Diocletian's vision of religious and moral conformity. The Tetrarchy's zeal for moral reform extended beyond religious persecution. An edict issued in 295 sought to regulate personal conduct, emphasizing the supremacy of Roman law and the imperative of leading a pious, peaceful, and chaste life under imperial rule. This legal and moral crusade underscored the emperor's belief in the divine favor resting upon those who upheld the sanctity of Roman law and tradition. In this context, the enforcement of religious conformity was seen not just as a legal duty, but as a divine mandate, reflecting the intertwined nature of religion, law, and imperial authority in Diocletian's Rome. In the decades that followed, the peace established by Emperor Gallienus in 260, the Christian communities within the Roman Empire experienced a remarkable period of growth and expansion, particularly in the eastern regions. The transformation of Christianity from a faith practiced by a relatively small group to one boasting a membership of around 6 million by the year 300, a tenth of the empire's population, signifies a profound shift in the religious landscape of ancient Rome. Now, this growth was not just confined to urban centers. Christianity began to spread into rural areas where it had previously been sparse. The construction of larger and more conspicuous churches, such as the one in Nicomedia, prominently located near the imperial palace, by the way, attests to both the numerical growth and the increasing prosperity of Christian communities. This expansion and the visible affluence of Christian communities likely contributed to a decline in the popularity of traditional deities, particularly in regions like North Africa and Egypt. Of course, the post-Gallienus era saw Christians attaining high ranks within the Roman government, a testament to the faith's growing integration into the fabric of Roman society. Even Diocletian, known for his later persecution of Christians, appointed followers to the faith of significant positions, and there are suggestions that his family may have been sympathetic to Christianity. This period of relative peace and increasing acceptance contrasted sharply with the earlier centuries of suspicion and persecution, indicating a significant shift in societal attitudes. However, not all were pleased with Christianity's burgeoning influence. Intellectuals and members of the establishment, like Porphyry of Tyre and Socianus Heracles, expressed strong opposition to the faith, critiquing its principles and comparing its figurehead, namely Jesus Christ, unfavorably with figures like Apollonius of Tyana. Porphyry, in particular, evolved from offering restrained criticism to penning extensive work directly attacking Christian doctrines and practices. These criticisms reflect a broader cultural and intellectual resistance to Christianity, which was grounded in a defense of traditional Roman values and cultural practices. The pagan priesthood also viewed the rise of Christianity as a threat to the traditional cults, believing that the Christian presence impeded their religious ceremonies and even diminished the efficacy of oracles and sacrifices. This sentiment was mirrored in the financial concerns expressed by individuals involved in providing pagan religious services, who lamented the decline in traditional practice and the dwindling financial support for pagan rituals. The tension between growing Christian communities and the proponents of traditional Roman religion underscores a period of significant cultural transformation. This era of expansion for Christianity, juxtaposed with the resistance from traditionalist elements, set the stage for the complex dynamics of faith, power, and identity that would continue to evolve in the years leading up to and following the reign of Diocletian. In the aftermath of their victories in the Persian Wars, co-emperors Diocletian and Galerius made their way to Syrian Antioch in 299, embarking on a series of religious rituals aimed at divining the future. Their efforts, however, were stymied by an unexpected interference. The haruspices, or diviners, tasked with interpreting omens from animal sacrifices, encountered an unexplained inability to read the signs, despite multiple attempts. The chief haruspics eventually concluded that the presence of certain Christians within the imperial retinue, who made the sign of the cross during the rituals, disrupted the divinatory process. Well, this led to a swift and stern reaction from Diocletian, who demanded that all members of the court partake in a sacrifice to rectify this situation. Furthermore, a directive was sent throughout the military, presenting soldiers with a stark choice: perform the sacrifice or face the consequences. Which consequences? Well, they included discharge from service, loss of rank, and the forfeiture of pensions and savings. Interestingly, these measures, while severe in their impact on careers and livelihoods, did not result in bloodshed among the Christian members of the imperial household, suggesting a level of restraint or perhaps an adherence to a policy of intolerance rather than outright violence. I suppose one would have to remember that those eastern regions had quite a lot of Christians in them, and when you have a large group of people, well, you don't really want to annoy them. Rebellions can break out pretty easily in the borders of the empire. The historical accounts of these events by Christian writers like Lactantius or Eusebius offer varying perspectives. Lactantius portrays the incident as a pivotal moment of confrontation with the imperial court, while Eusebius presents it as a part of a broader military purge, with implications for the careers and lives of Christian soldiers. Now, central to the narratives is the figure of Galerius, who emerges as a fervent advocate for the persecution of Christians, driven by both personal conviction and political ambition. His desire to elevate his status within the imperial hierarchy, combined with the influence on his devoutly pagan mother, Romula, painted him as a key proponent of anti-Christian measures. This portrayal is also supported by Christian sources, which highlight his role in initiating and benefiting from the purge. In contrast to Diocletian's more complex stance, characterized by a blend of religious conservatism and a tendency towards tolerance. The dynamic between Diocletian and Galerius, influenced by their individual beliefs, personal histories, and political aspirations, underscores a nuanced take in this, setting the stage for a period of increased persecution which would shape the imperial attitudes towards the Christians. Following the initial wave of persecutions, the political and religious climate within the Roman Empire seemed to somewhat stabilize for a time. Diocletian, having settled in Antioch for 3 years, undertook measures to maintain the empire's stability, including instituting a grain dole in Alexandria during a brief visit to Egypt. It was during this relatively calm period that a new target of imperial ire emerged: the followers of the prophet Mani. The Manichaeans, accused of introducing foreign and destructive doctrines into the Roman realm, caught Diocletian's attention. His response, articulated in the Edict de Maleficus et Manichaeus on March 31st, 302, was severe and unequivocal. This edict condemned the Manichaeans for their recent and alien sect, portraying them as a threat not only to traditional religious orders, but also to the societal and political stability of the empire. Diocletian's directive was merciless, ordering the execution of the sect's leaders and the burning of their texts, with harsh penalties extended to any followers who resisted. The tension between Diocletian's conservative religious policies and the growing Christian community escalated in Antioch in the autumn of 302. An incident involving a Christian deacon named Romanus, who publicly challenged the legitimacy of pagan sacrifices, prompted a harsh response. Although initially sentenced to be burned alive, Romanus was ultimately executed by having his tongue removed, a punishment that Diocletian believed to fit the crime of disrupting sacred rites. This event further highlights the emperor's resolve to counter any challenges to traditional religious practices. As Diocletian and Galerius debated the empire's stance towards Christians, their discussions revealed a deepening rift over how to best address the perceived threat posed by this religious minority. While Diocletian advocated for barring Christians from public service as a sufficient measure, Galerius posed for a more extreme solution: their complete eradication. The consultation of the oracle of Apollo at Didyma, intended to resolve this dispute, well, it only deepened the crisis. The oracle's inability to speak, attributed to the presence of the just interpreted of Christians, ultimately persuaded Diocletian to embark on a path of universal persecution. This period marked a significant escalation in the empire's efforts to maintain religious uniformity and imperial authority. The move towards universal persecution, prompted by divinatory practices and influenced by the anti-Christian sentiment of Diocletian's closest advisors, was about to begin. In a pivotal moment that marked the escalation of Christian persecution under Diocletian, the Christian church at Nicomedia faced destruction on February 23rd, 303, a day symbolically chosen to coincide with the Feast of Terminalia, dedicated to Terminus, the god of boundaries. This act was not merely symbolic, but a declaration of intent to terminate Christianity within the empire. The following day saw the promulgation of Diocletian's edict against the Christians, a legislative move aimed squarely at the senior echelons of the Christian clergy and the material foundations of the Christian faith. The edict commanded the cessation of Christian gatherings, the obliteration of Christian scriptures and liturgical texts, and the demolition of Christian places of worship throughout the entire empire. While despite the severe restrictions, efforts to retain Christian scriptures persisted, with believers trying to save what they could of the sacred texts. The distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts began to blur as Christians faced the agonizing decision of whether to surrender the scriptures or surrender their lives. The edict also stripped Christians of all legal rights, effectively excluding them from civil redress and exposing them to judicial torture. It demoted Christian members of the senatorial and equestrian classes, decurions, veterans, and soldiers, while Christian imperial freedmen faced re-enslavement. Diocletian's intent for the edict to be executed without bloodshed stood in contrast to Galerius's more draconian vision of enforcing compliance through the threat of burning alive. Despite Diocletian's wishes, the nature of the persecution varied locally, with some judges resorting to capital punishment. The method of burning alive, as recommended by Galerius, became disturbingly common in the East. The first martyr under this edict was Eutychus, who protested the persecution by tearing down and destroying the edict's proclamation in Nicomedia, an act of defiance for which he was tortured and brutally executed for. The edict spread swiftly across the empire, taking effect in Palestine by the spring and reaching North Africa by early summer. While Constantius Chlorus chose not to enforce this edict in Gaul and Britain, the eastern provinces experienced a systematic and harsh implementation. Despite the initial intensity, the enforcement of persecutions began to diminish with the changes in imperial leadership, culminating in cessation of official hostilities towards Christians with the rise of Maxentius in 306. This period of persecution deeply impacted the Christian community, testing the resilience and faith of its members in the face of Rome's power. The summer of 303 marked that pivotal moment, with the publication of a second edict, necessitated by the emperor's dissatisfaction of the first edict's enforcement, or perhaps unaware of its implementation. This new decree mandated the arrest and incarceration of all Christian clergy, leading to an overflow in the already limited capacity of the Roman prison system. The edict was so effective that it displaced common criminals who were released to make room for the burgeoning number of detained religious figures. As the 20th century of Diocletian's reign, the 20th anniversary, rather, of Diocletian's reign approached in November of 303, a third edict was introduced, offering imprisoned clergymen amnesty on the condition that they perform sacrifices to the pagan gods. This edict aimed not only to alleviate the strain on the prison system, but also to sow discord within the Christian community by highlighting instances of apostasy among its leaders. While some clergy yielded to the demand under duress, others complied willingly. Yet the integrity of many remained intact despite the coercion, leading to manipulative claims of compliance by prison wardens eager to empty their cells. I'm sure a few would have put their hand up to make some sacrifices. I guess that a Roman prison is not the most enjoyable place to be. In 304, a final edict, the fourth and final one, demanded universal participation in pagan sacrifice, extending the obligation to every segment of society, including women and children. And if you weren't going to comply, well, you would face execution. The edict's implementation, however, varied significantly across the empire, with regions under the rule of Constantius largely spared from its mandates, and its enforcement waning following Maximian's abdication in 305. However, in the east, the edict's decrees persisted until the landmark Edict of Milan in 313, which heralded a new era of religious tolerance under the joint rule of Constantine and Licinius. Yes, I will make a video about Constantine very soon, don't worry. This sequence of edicts under Diocletian's rule represents one of the most symptomatic attempts to curb the spread of Christianity within the Roman Empire. The escalation from targeted restrictions against Christian practices to a sweeping demand for public sacrifice illustrates the intensity of the Roman administration's effort to reaffirm traditional pagan worship as the cornerstone of Roman identity and authority. Yet the varied enforcement and eventual cessations of these persecutions, while they reflect the more complex interplay of politics that would ultimately lead to Christianity's ascendance as a dominant force within the empire. The resignation of Diocletian and Maximian on May 1st, 305, marked a new pivotal moment in Roman history, ushering in a new era of leadership under Constantius and Galerius as the senior emperors, with Severus and Maximius stepping into the roles of junior emperors. This shift, orchestrated under the influence of Galerius, according to Lactantius, signified not only a change in personnel, but also a continuation and intensification of policies against Christians in the eastern parts of the empire. The legacy of Diocletian's rule, particularly his efforts to eradicate Christianity, seemed, at the moment of his resignation, to have been effective. The churches laid in ruins. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was shattered, and the Christian presence within the army and civil bureaucracy was all but purged. However, the Diocletianic dream of a Christianity-free empire began to unravel almost as quickly as the new tetrarchy took power. In the east, Galerius and Maximus doubled down on the persecution, issuing edicts that demanded universal sacrifice from the population. Yet it was in the West where the most significant challenges to their authority and policies emerged. The exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius from the succession plan sowed seeds of discontent and rivalry, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal in the empire's approach to Christianity. Constantine, ascending to power in the West following his father's death, took immediate steps to cease the persecution of Christians and restore their rights and properties, positioning himself as a protector and benefactor of the Christian faith. Meanwhile, Maxentius, seizing control of Rome, extended toleration towards Christians within his territories, further eroding the foundations of the persecutions established by Diocletian and Galerius. These developments signaled not just a shift in the empire's religious policy, but they also highlighted deep fractures within the tetrarchy as a system of governance. The actions of Constantine and Maxentius, driven by both political pragmatism and personal conviction, laid the groundwork for the eventual acceptance of Christianity within the empire, moving it from the fringes of society into the heart of imperial power. In the twilight of his reign and life, Galerius issued the Edict of Serdica in 311, a decree that would etch his name into the annals of history with a gesture of tolerance that contrasted sharply with the preceding years of intense persecution. From his deathbed, Galerius sought to mend the fabric of an empire torn by religious strife, granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith openly and to re-establish their places of worship, provided that their gatherings remained orderly. This edict, preserved by Lactantius and translated by Eusebius, reflected a begrudging acknowledgement of Christianity's resilience and a strategic retreat from the empire-wide efforts to extinguish the Christian faith. Galerius's proclamation, however, did not represent a wholehearted embrace of Christianity. Rather, it was an interesting exercise in pragmatism, rooted in the desire for stability and the recognition of the futility of further persecutions. By allowing Christians to pray for the health of the emperor and the security of the state, Galerius aimed to integrate them into the societal and political fabric of the empire, and somehow leverage their faith for the common good. The significance of this edict lies not just in its immediate effect, halting the persecution of Christians in the East, but also in its broader implications for the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity. While some early and late historians have debated the importance of the edict, with views ranging from skepticism to recognition of its pivotal role, the consensus is that it marked a turning point, acknowledging the persistence of Christianity and paving the way for its eventual dominance within the empire. However, the peace that Galerius sought to secure was short-lived, at least in some quarters of the empire, notably under Maximinus, who resumed persecution within months of the edict's issuance. This resurgence of hostilities underscored the uneven path towards religious tolerance, a path that would not find a more definitive expression until the Edict of Milan in 313. Convened by Licinius and Constantine, this agreement extended the freedoms granted by Galerius to a universal peace, allowing open and free observance of all religions across the empire, thereby cementing the principle of religious tolerance that Galerius had tentatively introduced. The Edict of Milan, therefore, did not emerge in a vacuum, but was a culmination of a series of legislative and philosophical shifts that began with Galerius's Edict of Serdica. By formally recognizing the rights of Christians and all religions to worship freely, these edicts collectively contributed to the transformation of the Roman Empire from a polity defined by a religious uniformity to one characterized by a certain degree of religious pluralism, setting the stage for the ascendance of Christianity as a central element of Roman and later European identity. Thank you very much for listening today. It's been a pleasure. What an interesting topic we've had the joy of speaking about today. Well, I would like to say thank you to my Mega Chad patron Stark Factory for continuing to support the channel on the Patreon. If you would like to support the channel, then how about you head over to Patreon and take a look. All the videos are available ad-free, and you know I upload twice a day. At least at the time of watching this video. We'll see how long I can keep that up for. Between 58 and 50 BC, Julius Caesar's military campaigns, known as the Gallic Wars, saw the Roman Republic clash with various tribes across what is now modern-day France, Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland. This aggressive expansion, led by Caesar, was ostensibly to protect Roman borders and pay off his debts, but it is widely viewed by historians as a strategic move simply to bolster his political career. Despite the formidable collective strength of the Gallic, Germanic, and Britannic tribes, their internal divisions ultimately facilitated a Roman victory, highlighted by the pivotal Battle of Alesia in 52 BC. Caesar's conquests not only expanded Roman territory, but also had laid the groundwork for his rise to power, culminating in the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the Roman Empire. Hello everyone, and welcome to the channel. If you are a returning viewer, it's good to have you back, and if you're new, it's good to have you here. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where you can find all of my videos ad-free and of the highest quality. Or if you would like to help me in the algorithm, leave a like, comment, and if you feel so inclined, subscribe to the channel. Now, without further ado, on to today's video. The Gallic Wars. The Gallic Wars, fought between Julius Caesar and the many tribes of Gaul, were underpinned by a complex tapestry of political and military dynamics that stretched far beyond mere conquest. The tribes of Gaul, part of the sophisticated Latin culture, were not the barbarians as often depicted by Roman narratives, but were instead wealthy, culturally rich societies with burgeoning urban centers that facilitated trade with Rome, including the exchange of iron, grain, and slaves for Roman luxuries like wine, as the Gauls had developed quite a taste for it Despite their previous alliances with Rome, the Gauls' warrior culture, characterized by individual valor and a lack of the disciplined military structure that defined Roman legions, set the stage for conflict. The Gallic military structure, with its superior cavalry and longer swords, clashed with the Romans' strategic innovations, such as the transition from the maniple to the more cohesive cohort system, which bolstered Roman morale and overall combat effectiveness. The logistical challenge faced by the Romans, including the management of extensive baggage trains necessary for their campaigns, underscored the practical difficulties of sustaining prolonged military operations in foreign territories. Despite these challenges, the memory of the Gallic sackings of Rome several hundred years earlier and previous incursions into Italian territory only served to fuel Roman determination and justified the aggressive stance against the Gauls. This backdrop of mutual respect and historical enmity, coupled with Caesar's ambitions, set the stage for a series of campaigns that would not only reshape the power dynamics in the region, but also leave a permanent mark on the history of Roman military strategy and expansion. Julius Caesar, a figure on the rise in Roman politics and military, found himself deeply indebted following his tenure as consul in 59 BC, an office that, while prestigious, had placed him under significant financial strain. Basically, he was flat broke. In a bid to secure Rome's geopolitical interests and also his own financial recovery, Caesar engaged in strategic alliances and payments, notably to Ariovistus, the king of the Suebi, that was a Germanic tribe. Leveraging his position within the First Triumvirate, a powerful political alliance with Crassus and Pompey, Caesar secured the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum through the Lex Vatinia. The unexpected death of Metellus Celer, the governor of Transalpine Gaul, further expanded Caesar's jurisdiction, effectively granting him control over a crucial region at the heart of Rome's Gallic engagements. With an unprecedented 5-year term as proconsul, Caesar was well placed to launch extensive campaigns without the disruption of annual command changes. Commanding 4 veteran legions with whom he had personal history from his time in Hispania Ulteria, Caesar was not only familiar with his forces, but also possessed the authority to raise additional troops if the need arose for it. And of course, the need was going to arise. His strategic assignments in northern Italy, a region dense with Roman citizens, facilitated his recruitment efforts for legionary service. Although burdened by a debt, Caesar's military ambitions were not initially focused on Gaul. He had considered a campaign in the Dacian kingdom in the Balkans. However, the opportunistic migration of Gallic tribes in 58 BC provided Caesar with a casus belli, a pretext for war, redirecting his focus towards Gaul and setting the stage for a series of confrontations that would not only aim to alleviate his financial difficulties, but also significantly alter the course of what we know as the Roman Gallic history. The commencement of the Gallic War was marked by Caesar's campaign against the Helvetii, a confederation of Gallic tribes residing in the Swiss plateau. These tribes, part of the advanced Latin culture, and known for their wealth and urbanized settlements, faced pressures from Germanic tribes, prompting plans for a mass migration to the Santon region of modern France. Their intended path, however, would lead them through territories that were allied to Rome, raising concerns among neighboring tribes, and of course Romans themselves, who preferred the Gauls as neighbors over the Germanic tribes. In 58 BC, the Helvetii initiated their migration by burning their villages and stores, a drastic measure to prevent any possibility of retreat. Upon reaching the boundaries of Transalpine Gaul, they sought Caesar's permission to cross through Roman territory. Caesar, who was then the governor of the region, entertained their request, using the time to muster his forces, before ultimately denying them passage. The Helvetii then opted to skirt Roman lands by moving north, which, while temporarily alleviating the immediate threat to Rome, prompted Caesar to pursue them, initiating hostilities without a real direct provocation. You see how Caesar was not as honorable as many people tend to believe he was. At least not very honorable to non-Romans. Well, you see, this action was emblematic of what some historians call an aggressive war of expansion, driven solely by Caesar's desire for political advancement. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Caesar's strategic delay allowed him to raise additional legions and auxiliaries, assembling a force of 24 to 30,000 troops. He intercepted the Helvetii at the Saône River, exploiting their vulnerable position during the river crossing to launch a surprise attack on those who had yet to cross. Following this initial encounter, Caesar meticulously pursued the Helvetii, avoiding direct engagement while waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The decisive Battle of Bibracte ensued, a grueling conflict where the Romans, utilizing tactical advantage of higher ground, faced a complex battle against the Helvetii and their new allies, the Boii and Tulingi. Despite being completely surrounded, a critical maneuver by Roman forces allowed them to confront the enemy on two fronts, leading to a significant victory for the Romans, characterized by the annihilation of the Helvetian fighting force and the merciless slaughter of their non-combatants. And when we say non-combatants, we mean civilians. Remember that this was a migration, not just soldiers on the march. So when threatened, of course, all of the fathers and sons, kissed their wives and children goodbye, and went ahead of the pack to face whatever threat may indeed do them in. After that, of course, the Romans dealt with the civilians in whatever brutal manner they deemed fit, whether that be sold into slavery, which most of the time it was, or simply just slaughtered, depending on the logistical situation. If you could get that many slaves back to Rome, put them in the slave markets and sell them off, well, of course you would. But this requires a lot of effort. But you couldn't just let them go, couldn't you? Thus is the horrors of the past. Moving on. In the aftermath, Caesar compelled the small amount of surviving Helvetii to simply return to their homeland, wanting them to serve as a buffer against further Germanic encroachments, take the brunt of the Germans' attacks, while the Romans could prepare. The purported discovery of a census detailing the Helveti's number, later claimed by Caesar to exaggerate their strength for propaganda purposes, underscored the calculated narrative of Caesar's reports. The site of this pivotal battle, Bibracte, not only bore witness to Caesar's military acumen, but also later emerged as a key location during the Gallic uprising led by Vercingetorix in 52 BC. We'll get to that soon. Despite the ultimate Roman victory and the subsequent abandonment of Bibracte, the campaign against the Helvetii encapsulated the broader themes of the Gallic War: the clash of cultures, the strategic and brutal realities of ancient warfare, and the politics driving Rome's expansionist agenda. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar shifted his focus to the Germanic Suebi, remember those guys, led by King Ariovistus, whom the Roman Senate had previously declared a friend and ally in 59 BC. It's funny how the Roman Senate can change their mind. Caesar's need for a legitimate war justification was met when a Gallic delegation, headed by Diviciacus of the Aedui, voiced their grievances against Ariovistus's aggressive conquests and the taking of hostages. Seizing this as an opportunity not only to protect Rome's allies, but also extend its dominion, Caesar prepared for conflict. The pretext for war was solidified by the harassment of the Aedui and the Harutes, allies of the Suebi, and reports of a significant Suebi force attempting to cross the Rhine into Gaul. Caesar preempted Ariovistus's plans to capture Vensontio, a major Sequani town, by marching there first. The initial diplomatic engagement between Caesar and Ariovistus, aimed at negotiating peace, broke down when Germanic horsemen decided it would be a good idea to attack Caesar's escort, violating the truce. It was not a very good idea. They should have thought that one through. A subsequent meeting turned sour as Ariovistus imprisoned Caesar's envoys. Well, all this managed to do was make Caesar even angrier. With Ariovistus strategically positioning his camp to cut off Caesar's supplies and communication lines, Caesar responded by constructing a second camp closer to the Suebi position, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. The battle that ensued saw Caesar's tactical prowess in full display, under the command of Caesar's legates, with Publius Crassus leading a pivotal cavalry charge. The Roman forces managed to turn the tide against the Suebi, driving their left flank back and causing the Germanic line to completely collapse. Caesar reported a staggering loss of life among Ariovistus's forces, with the Suebi king and the remnants of his army fleeing back across the Rhine, marking a decisive end to their story and their threat in Rome. See you next time, Germans. The campaign against the Suebi culminated in the battle where Roman discipline and strategy overcame the fierce but less organized Suebi warriors. It underscored Caesar's military acumen and his ambition to dominate Gaul. With the defeat of the Helvetii and the Suebi within a single year, Caesar had not only eliminated two of Rome's greatest threats, but also set the stage for his eventual takeover of Gaul, a feat that would significantly bolster his political and military stature back in Rome. In 57 BC, the ripple effect of Caesar's previous year's victories had set the stage for further conflict. Anticipating Caesar's ambition to conquer all of Gaul, many tribes sought alliances with Rome. While Caesar and his adversaries mobilized for the upcoming campaign. This year of 57 BC, Caesar embarked with a significantly bolstered force, fielding 32,000 to perhaps up to 40,000 men, aiming to confront the Belgae, a tribal confederation in modern-day Belgium. The Belgae had attacked a Roman allied tribe, prompting Caesar to take action. Despite an initial avoidance of direct confrontation by both sides, mainly due to logistical constraints, Caesar's strategic fortifications led the Belgic army to disband without a fight. Caesar's rapid movements became a critical advantage, as he laid siege to the Belgic oppidum of the Suessiones. Despite the Belgae's attempt to counter by sneaking back into the city, the Romans' unfamiliar siege tactics confused and overwhelmed them, leading to a panicked and swift surrender. Now this victory in particular set off a domino effect, with surrounding tribes being so frightened that they simply submitted to Roman power. However, not all were subdued. The Nervi, alongside the Atrebates and the Viromandoi, planned an ambush at the river Sambre, resulting in the Battle of Sabis. And this battle nearly ended in disaster for Caesar, due to a tactical oversight and the Nervi's surprise attack. The Romans, caught off guard and with legions unprepared, faced a critical moment. Caesar's personal intervention, rallying his troops by joining the front line himself, alongside the disciplined formation of the Roman legions, managed to turn the tide. Reinforcements, including the timely arrival of the 10th Legion and 2 additional legions, secured a hard-fought Roman victory. This battle underscores both the might of the Roman military machine, but also the peril of underestimating the Gallic tribes, a mistake that they will do their very best to learn from. We'll see how they go with that as we move forward. This campaign's success expanded Roman control, with most Germanic tribes submitting to Rome. Caesar's tactics, while nearly leading to defeat, ultimately reinforced his reputation as a formidable commander. The year concluded with Caesar addressing civil affairs in Transalpine Gaul and wintering his troops among the northern Gaulish tribes, further cementing Roman dominance. The substantial wealth acquired, notably from selling 53,000 Attuatuci into slavery, one of the smaller tribes, significantly contributed to Caesar's financial recovery and bolstered his political stature in Rome. Evidenced, of course, by an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving awarded by the Senate. Wow, 2 weeks off. Nobody gets that from their boss. This campaign not only showcased Caesar's military prowess, but really managed to show everybody that, strategically, he was a bit of a badass. Very impressive. The Gauls' resentment towards the Romans, of course, intensified after being coerced into supplying food for the Roman troops over the winter. Sort of like, well, we've just murdered half of your people. Now we'd like some dinner, please. Set the table. Tensions escalated when the Veneti, a seafaring tribe in northwest Gaul, captured Roman officers sent to requisition grain, setting the stage for a notable confrontation. Anticipating Rome's retaliation, the Veneti, skilled in Atlantic naval warfare, prepared by allying with Armorican tribes, fortifying their settlements, and assembling a rather impressive fleet. Their ships, designed for the tumultuous Atlantic, contrasted sharply with the Roman vessels, which were ill-suited for such conditions, primarily relying on oarsmen instead of sails. Recognizing the necessity of a naval strategy, Caesar commissioned the construction of a new fleet under Decimus Brutus's command, recruiting oarsmen from Gaul's conquered regions. This move, along with the dispatch of legions of cavalry to various parts of Gaul, indicated ongoing unrest and the threat of rebellion. This stood in a stark contrast to Caesar's previous claims of peace, which were, at this point, very well and truly out the window. Now, this campaign against the Veneti showcased the challenges Rome faced in adapting to naval warfare, especially the naval warfare that was required in the Atlantic. After all, when you're marching up to Gaul, you don't really expect a fight on the seas. The Veneti's ability to evacuate their hill forts by sea and their initial confinement of the Roman fleet to harbor underscored the difficulties Rome encountered. However, of course, the tide turned when the Roman fleet, leveraging its newly constructed ships, engaged the Veneti off the coast of Brittany. Despite the Veneti's numerical superiority and the robust construction of their ships, the Romans capitalized on a simple yet effective technological advantage. They had grappling hooks. Pretty cool, huh? These hooks not only disabled the Veneti's sails, but also facilitated boarding actions, allowing the Roman soldiers to overpower the Gauls, sword to sword. Well, if the sailors even had swords to fight back. Well, they probably would have been using spears if we want to get technical, but okay. The defeat of the Veneti led to their surrender, with Caesar executing the tribal elders and enslaving the population, demonstrating the harsh consequences of opposing Rome. This victory over the Veneti allowed Caesar to shift focus to other coastal tribes. Of course, now they had the new boats and the cool grappling hooks. Nobody was going to see that coming. All of this signaled his relentless pursuit of dominance over Gaul, and showcased a great amount of adaptability, along with the usual Roman ruthlessness. Following Caesar's victories over the Veneti, his attention turned to pacifying regions under his control. Sabinus, stationed in Normandy, faced a coalition of tribes including the Lexovi, Coriosolites, and the Venelli. Their ill-fated attempt to assault Sabinus's fortified position left them vulnerable, resulting in their defeat and subsequent surrender. Sabinus's strategic acumen secured Roman dominance over the region of Normandy. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates, Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Roman control extended over southwest Gaul. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates and the Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Rome could add southwest Gaul under its sphere of control. Parallel to this, Caesar's attempts to subdue coastal tribes had met a few challenges. Despite Roman superiority in conventional warfare, the elusive tribes exploited their knowledge of the terrain to avoid direct confrontation. Hindered by adverse weather conditions, Caesar's forces resorted to raiding unable to decisively engage the invasive tribes. Recognizing the limitations of continued pursuit, Caesar chose to withdraw for the winter, albeit with unresolved conflicts that would influence future campaigns. Amidst military endeavors, Caesar's political acumen remained evident. The Lucca Conference, a pivotal gathering where he secured political concessions in exchange for extending his governorship, underscored his skill in coalition building. Furthermore, Caesar's audacious feats in 55 BC, notably the unprecedented crossing of the Rhine and the inaugural Roman expedition to Britain, were driven by a quest for prestige and publicity. Despite minimal territorial gains, these endeavors showcased his leadership and made him very popular back in Rome. Widespread acclaim. The meticulous documentation of these exploits in Caesar's Commentari de Bello Gallico, or Commentaries on the Gallic War, cemented his heroic image and bolstered his political standing. But remember, this was written from the Roman perspective, so it tended to make the Romans look like they were just absolutely wrecking the Gauls. Yeah, it was a little one-sided. But please do yourself a favor and go and buy the book. Don't buy it off Amazon. Go to a bookstore, support the small businesses. Well, do whatever you want. Just buy the damn book. So upon his triumphant return, Caesar was hailed as a hero and accorded a remarkable 20-day Thanksgiving. Last time it was just 14. This was an unprecedented honor that underscored even more about his growing influence in Roman politics. Thus, while the campaigns of 55 BC posed formidable challenges, Caesar's strategic prowess, partnered with his political savvy, ensured continued momentum towards his ambitions in Gaul and beyond. The next year, in 54 BC, Caesar's approach towards Britain was far more comprehensive and ultimately successful than his initial expedition the year before. Over the winter, new ships were built, and Caesar embarked on this campaign with a formidable force consisting of 5 legions and 20,000 cavalry. Leaving the rest of his army in Gaul to maintain order, Caesar set sail for Britain. Notably, he brought along a significant number of Gallic chiefs, whom he considered untrustworthy, indicating that his conquest of Gaul was not yet complete, as evidenced by the late-year revolts in the region. I think that's a little funny, actually. He brings them all along with him so they won't mess anything up while he's gone. They can't launch rebellions if they're sleeping in the same room as him. My goodness. Well, upon landing in Britain, Caesar encountered little resistance initially. However, the Britons, led by Cassivellaunus, the king of the Catuvillani, employed those guerrilla tactics to avoid direct confrontation. While despite their superior mobility, the Britons suffered a significant defeat when they attacked a Roman foraging party and were repelled with heavy losses. Following this setback, many tribes surrendered and offered tribute to Caesar. The Romans eventually made a direct assault on Cassivellaunus's stronghold, compelling him to surrender and agree to a payment of grain, slaves, and an annual tribute to Rome. Despite Britain's lack of significant wealth, Caesar's invasion marked a significant achievement, as the Britons were effectively brought under Roman subjugation. Meanwhile, back on the continent, Caesar faced challenges as Gallic unrest erupted due to failed harvests. People seem to get cranky when they're hungry, right? The Eburones, led by Ambiorix, rebelled against Roman authority and ambushed a legion and 5 cohorts commanded by Sabinus and Lucius Cotta. Exploiting Sabinus's credulity, Ambiorix convinced him to abandon his camp, leading to a disastrous ambush in which both Sabinus and Cotta were killed. This defeat ignited further rebellion among the Nervi, Attuatucci, and their allies, who got together one afternoon and besieged the camp of Quintus Cicero. Cicero, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fortified his camp and attempted to send a message to Caesar for assistance. Enduring a relentless siege, Caesar's legion faced overwhelming odds until Caesar, upon receiving the distress call, swiftly marched to relieve the siege. Overcoming significant challenges, including hostile terrain and enemy resistance, the forces of Caesar successfully rescued Cicero's besieged legion, albeit at a significant casualty rate. Cicero was lauded by Caesars for his resilience and bravery in the face of adversity, and this cemented his reputation as a skilled commander and leader. Overall, the events of 54 BC underscored Caesar's strategic acumen and military prowess, as he successfully navigated both challenges in Britain and Gaul. It was a pretty good year, despite all of the losses in that rebellion. Well, at least everyone who was considered an important guy, a main character, well, at least they got to live on another day. Now, it couldn't be all good news. The winter uprising of 54 BC dealt a significant blow to the Romans, resulting in the loss of 1 legion entirely and nearly destroying another. Womp womp. This debacle exposed the vulnerability of Roman control over Gaul, prompting Caesar to launch a campaign aimed at a complete subjugation of the region and preempting future resistance. Certainly had an axe to grind now. Despite being down to 7 legions, Caesar bolstered his forces by recruiting 2 more legions and borrowing 1 from Pompey. This brought his army to between 40 and 50,000 men. Not a bad number. launching his brutal campaign early, before the weather had fully warmed. Caesar had adopted a non-traditional strategy, focused on demoralizing populations and attacking civilians. And they probably wouldn't have expected an attack so early, as Romans always waited for the winter to be over. Starting early certainly caught a lot of people off guard. He targeted the nervy initially, employing tactics such as raiding, burning villages, and plundering of livestock. They also captured countless prisoners. The relentless onslaught quickly broke the spirit of the nervy, and within a very short time, they just surrendered to the Romans. With the onset of the full campaign season, Caesar executed a surprise attack on the Senones, catching them off guard and compelling their surrender. He then turned his attention to the Menapi, employing the same strategy of relentless raiding, which proved equally effective. They surrendered too, just like pretty much everybody else. Meanwhile, Caesar's lieutenant Titus Labienus faced a formidable challenge in the lands of the Treveri, who had received promises of aid from Germanic tribes. With a relatively small force at his disposal, Labienus cleverly baited the Treveri into attacking on his terms, feigning a withdrawal, and then engaging them when they were exhausted from ascending a hill. The swift defeat of the Treveri led to their surrender, as well as a widespread capitulation among other tribes within Belgium, including the Eburones under the leader Ambiorix. Seeking retribution against the German tribes for their support for the Gauls, Caesar led his legions across the Rhine once more, constructing a bridge solely for this purpose. However, logistical challenges forced him to withdraw, avoiding engagement with the formidable Suebi. Nonetheless, Caesar's retaliatory campaign inflicted widespread surrender and devastation across northern Gaul, with entire regions completely steamrolled by Roman forces. Better luck next year. As the year drew to a close, Caesar stationed 6 legions in strategic locations to prevent a repeat of the previous winter's uprising. Despite his efforts to secure control through garrisons, the brutality of Caesar's actions throughout the year made it clear that another uprising could not entirely be prevented by military presence alone. In 52 BC, and this is where it gets pretty interesting, the Gallic tribes faced existential concerns that culminated in a widespread revolt against Roman rule, a scenario that had long been feared by Roman authorities had finally come true. The harsh campaigns of the previous year had left the Gauls fearful for their prosperity, and Caesar's announcement that Gaul was now being treated as a Roman province, subject to Roman laws and religion, well, that was just not on, and it heightened their apprehensions significantly. Of particular concern was the potential destruction of the Gallic Holy Land, overseen by the Carnutes, where the Druids convened annually to mediate between the tribes. The threat to their sacred territory served as a rallying point, finally uniting the Gauls under the charismatic leadership of Vercingetorix, the king of the Arverni tribe. Upon hearing news of the revolt, Caesar hastily returned to Gaul from Rome, aiming to quell the uprising before it spread any further. He first moved to defend Provence, and then advanced to Agadincum to confront the Gallic forces. Caesar's strategic maneuvering included capturing several oppida for food, forcing Vercingetorix to withdraw from his siege of the Boii capital. Recognizing Rome's supply shortages due to the winter conditions, Vercingetorix adopted a strategy of starvation, avoiding direct confrontation, and instead raiding foraging parties and supply trains. As the stalemate continued, Caesar besieged the oppidum of Avaricum, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge. Despite initial reluctance, Vercingetorix defended Avaricum at the urging of the Bitarigus Cubi. The Gauls fiercely resisted Caesar's siege efforts, but ultimately the Romans breached the walls and captured the settlement, inflicting heavy casualties. The defeat at Avaricum failed to fracture the Gallic coalition, however, and Vercingetorix rallied them. Quite a charismatic leader, this Vercingetorix. I have made a whole video on him if you want to go and have a look. It's an older one, though. Vercingetorix retreated to Gergovia, his tribe's capital, to mount a proper defense against Caesar's forces. In the ensuing Battle of Gergovia, Caesar's assault on the settlement ended in a clear defeat for the Romans. Despite Caesar's claim of ordering a retreat, the battle resulted in significant Roman casualties and quite a boost to Vercingetorix's cause, attracting more Gallic tribes to join the rebellion. Of course, when you start beating the Romans, people sort of get a morale boost, don't they? Word was spreading that the unbeatable army could be beaten. Well, as for the Romans, despite the setbacks, they managed to enlist support from numerous Germanic tribes. Of course, this is all very complex. They had people in all different pockets of the region, some joining the rebellion, others remaining loyal to the Romans, mostly out of fear or perhaps economics. Well, after the victory at Gergovia, Vercingetorix made the strategic decision to defend the Mandubi oppidum of Alesia, marking the beginning of the famous Siege of Alesia. With an estimated force of 70,000 to 100,000 warriors at his disposal, Vercingetorix intended to use the city of Alesia as a trap to ensnare the Romans in a pincer attack while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Caesar, recognizing that a direct assault on the Gauls was no longer a feasible option after the setback at Gergovia, he rather opted for a siege strategy, to slowly but surely starve out the defenders. Despite the intensity of Roman siege preparations, including the construction of impressive fortifications covering some 25 miles, Vercingetorix's call for a relieving army was quickly answered. The Gauls then launched coordinated attacks from both within and outside the settlement, but the Roman defenses held firm. Although modern archaeology suggests that Caesar's descriptions of the siege works may have been exaggerated, it is evident that the Romans employed sophisticated defensive measures, leveraging the terrain to their advantage. As the siege wore on, it became very apparent to the Gauls that they could not overcome the Roman fortifications. The relieving army, unable to break the Roman lines, gradually just dispersed, leaving the Roman defenders isolated. Recognizing the futility of further resistance, Vercingetorix chose to surrender to Caesar. He did this on the proviso that if he was going to surrender, perhaps his people would gain some mercy. Either way, this effectively signaled the end of the Gallic revolt. Caesar, having decisively crushed the rebellion, deployed his legions to winter across the lands of the defeated tribes to prevent any resurgence of resistance. But I think most of the Gauls were pretty down on the idea by this point. He also dispatched troops to protect the Remi, staunch allies of Rome throughout the campaign. However, small pockets of resistance did persist, indicating that Caesar's full pacification of southwest Gaul was not quite complete. In the spring of 51 BC, Caesar's legions campaigned among the Belgic tribes to quell any potential uprisings, ultimately restoring peace to the region. However, in southwest Gaul, two chiefs named Drapes and Lucterius remained openly hostile to Roman authority, fortifying the formidable Cadurci opium of Uxellodunum. Gaius Caninus Rebilus led the siege of Ulexinondum, employing a strategic focus on building a series of camps, a circumvallation, and also disrupting Gallic access to things like water and other supplies. Roman engineers dug tunnels to divert the spring that fed the city. Despite the Gauls' attempts to burn down the Roman siege works, when the Gauls, unaware of the Roman actions, saw the spring dry up, they actually interpreted it as a sign from the gods, and subsequently surrendered. Caesar, instead of ordering a massacre, chose to set an example by cutting off the hands of the defenders. Need a hand? Following the victory at Uxellodunum, Caesar's legions were once again wintered in Gaul, encountering minimal unrest, as all the tribes had surrendered to Roman authority. Therefore, very little campaigning took place in 50 BC. The conclusion of the Gallic Wars marked a monumental achievement for Caesar, who had conquered all of Gaul and part of Britain within the space of 8 years. His victories brought him immense wealth and legendary status. The Gallic Wars not only laid the groundwork for Caesar's subsequent civil war and dictatorship, but also had profound implications for the Roman Republic's eventual downfall and the rise of the empire. Despite the lack of a clear end date for the Gallic Wars, Caesar's conquest of Gaul ushered in almost 5 centuries of Roman rule in the region. Gaul was not formally incorporated into the Roman Empire during Caesar's time, and subsequent rebellions did occur. However, Gaul did eventually become a Roman province, or at least separate provinces, under Emperor Augustus in 27 BC. Roman rule had significant cultural and historical impacts, introducing Latin, the language of the Romans, which evolved into Old French, influencing the modern French language. Furthermore, Caesar's conquest of Gaul paved the way for further Roman expansion into northwestern Europe, including parts of Germania, but they didn't get too far across the Rhine. Roman hegemony in Gaul endured with few interruptions until the crossing of the Rhine in 406 AD marked the beginning of significant changes. Well, those Germans eventually got their own back on Rome, but that is a topic for another video. Thank you once again for joining me. A little bit longer this one, wasn't it? But it's a topic that deserves our attention and demands my work. If you like the channel, like the video and subscribe and leave your comments down below. And if you really like the channel, go check me out on Patreon. I wish you all the best. Thank you once again for listening. I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. The Jewish-Roman War of 66 to 73 AD marked a tumultuous period in ancient Judea's history. The conflict, marked by religious, political, and widespread social tensions, culminated in the devastating siege and destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman force under Titus. The war had profound demographic, cultural, and political ramifications for the Jewish population of Judea, but also for the broader Mediterranean region. While primary sources offer varying accounts of the conflict's toll, its impact on Judea's population and landscape was undeniably significant. And that's what we're here to learn about today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's nice to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, then you would follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so also goes a long way. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to today's video. The First Roman-Jewish War. Now, this is kind of a part 1 of 2 videos about the Roman-Jewish wars in general. In the next video, I'll talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt and the events that led up to that. But let's talk about this first and go right back to the beginning. From 37 BCE to 4 BCE, King Herod ruled Jerusalem as a vassal king appointed by the Roman Senate. Herod the Great was infamous for his ruthless tactics to secure his throne, including the execution of all potential claimants from the previous Hasmonean dynasty. Even his own wife, who hailed from that lineage. To solidify his power, Herod established a new class of nobility loyal solely to him, known as the Herodians, and appointed high priests from unrelated families. Well, there's your primer on what kind of a bloke Herod was. His reign left a legacy of economic hardship, particularly among labor workers employed on his grand construction projects, of which there were numerous. Well, after his death, the economy deteriorated further, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The lack of effective leadership exacerbated the situation, leaving the region vulnerable to riots and contributing to the conditions that would eventually spark the Great Revolt. So, with the increasing dominance of the Roman Empire in the eastern Mediterranean, the Herodian dynasty, initially semi-independent, was formally integrated into the Roman Empire in 6 AD. This transition to a Roman province heightened tensions. The natives did not like it at all, and it culminated in a Jewish uprising led by Judas of Galilee in response to the census of Quirinius. After the death of Herod the Great and the removal of Herod Archelaus from power, the Romans appointed procurators, technically prefects before 41, to govern the Judeans. Initially, these Roman officials respected the Jewish customs and laws, permitting them to observe the Sabbath and granting exemptions from pagan rituals. They even minted coins without images, a departure from the practice elsewhere in the empire. During the years 7 to 26 AD, the province experienced relative calm. However, trouble resurfaced after 37, particularly under Emperor Caligula's reign. The underlying cause of tensions in the eastern part of the empire were admittedly multifaceted, including the influence of Greek culture, the implementation of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire. Caligula harbored suspicions toward the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Avilius Flaccus, who had ties to Egyptian separatists and a history of opposing Caligula's family. So, in 38, Caligula dispatched Agrippa to Alexandria, without prior notice, to assess the situation under Flaccus. Agrippa's visit was met with a good deal of hostility from the local Greek population. Remember that they were under the rule of the Greeks at this time, who viewed him as the king of the Jews. In an attempt to appease both the Greeks and Caligula, Flaccus ordered the placement of statues of the emperor in Jewish synagogues, and just before I go on, allow me to correct myself. They were not under the rule of the Jews, because Cleopatra and Ptolemy had already been defeated, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty. I do apologize. Moving on. However, this move triggered widespread religious riots in the cities. You can't just put your statues wherever you like them. People do not like that. Don't do it. Well, the unrest had to be dealt with. So, in response to all this, Caligula removed Flaccus from his position, and he could have just had him sent away, but in true Caligula fashion, simply had him executed. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of planning rebellion with Parthian assistance. Herod Antipas confessed, leading to his exile, while Agrippa was rewarded with control over his territories. In 40 CE, the next year, tensions flared up once again in Alexandria, with riots breaking out between Jews and Greeks. Now, the Jews were accused of a grievous crime, and that crime was failing to honor the emperor, and disputes also arose in other cities like Jamnia. Now, angered by the erection of a clay altar, Jewish protesters decided to take matters into their own hands and destroyed it themselves. In response, Caligula ordered the erection of a statue of himself in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. This was a much greater insult than the original clay statue. However, fearing a civil war, the governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, delayed implementing the order for nearly a year, until Agrippa convinced Caligula to reverse it. In the year 46, some 6 years later, an uprising erupted in the Judea province, instigated by two brothers, Jacob and Simon, and this lasted for 2 years until 48 AD. It began as a sporadic insurgency, centered in the Galilee. Roman authorities eventually suppressed it, resulting in the execution of both brothers. The relatively conciliatory Roman policy in Judea shifted then with the appointment of Gessius Florus as procurator. That was between 64 and 66 CE. Now, Nero was at this time in power, and he tasked Florus with extracting a large sum of money from Jerusalem's temple, while quelling any resistance. This, of course, was not received very well by those who frequented the temple in Jerusalem, and it led to tensions. When Florus seized funds from the temples, he justified it as reclaiming unpaid taxes. This action, along with subsequent upheavals, sparked a great deal of rioting in Jerusalem. Charismatic insurgents, supported by armed bands, entered the city, igniting a period of revolt against Rome and internal conflict among different factions. Attempts to seek support from the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, proved to be futile, intensifying the revolt and leading to the formation of various revolutionary groups. Florus's efforts to quell the riots only fueled more revolutionary fervor, escalating the conflict even further. Now, according to Josephus, he was a Jewish historian of the contemporary time, the eruption of violence in 66 AD was actually triggered by Greeks who were sacrificing birds in front of a synagogue in Caesarea. In response to this, one of the Jewish temple clerks, Eleazar ben Hananiah, halted prayers and sacrifices for the Roman emperor. Grievances over taxation were added to the protests. leading to random attacks on Roman citizens and perceived traitors in Jerusalem. And also, you didn't really have to do much to be perceived a traitor. If you weren't 100% with them, you were effectively a traitor nonetheless, even if you were just trying to keep your head down and not get executed by a Roman patrol. Now, Roman troops, under the orders of Procurator Gessius Florus, breached the Jewish temple and confiscated 17 talents from its treasury, claiming that it's all right, it's for the emperor, just give us the gold. This was also not received well. Someone barging into your house and taking all of your things, not very neighborly. Therefore, this action incited further unrest, with some Jews openly mocking Florus by collecting money as if he were poor, insinuating that he was a beggar and they were throwing coins to him. Now, Florus responded by sending soldiers to raid Jerusalem and arrest several of the most prominent leaders, who were later whipped in public and crucified. All of this despite some of them actually being Roman citizens. So you can see how serious the Romans were taking this. Well, don't worry, the Judeans were taking it equally as serious, because in retaliation, the outraged Judean nationalist factions took up arms and swiftly overran the military garrison in Jerusalem. Fearing the escalating conflict, King Herod Agrippa II and his sister Berenice fled to Galilee. Judean militias targeted Roman citizens and pro-Roman officials, removing all Roman symbols from the country. The rebel faction Sicari seized the Roman garrison at Masada, capturing their fortress. Initially, the violence had stemmed from internal factional conflicts between Jews supporting the rebellion and those who opposed. But the conflict resulted in significant loss of life either way, including the former high priest Ananias. The Roman garrison on Jerusalem's western border was besieged and unable to aid those against the rebellion. Eventually, the garrison surrendered under the command of Metilius in exchange for safe passage from the city. However, the Jewish rebels, led by Eleazar, slaughtered all surrendered soldiers, except Metilius, who was compelled to convert to Judaism, or end up like the rest of the soldiers. According to 4th century church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius of Salamis, Jerusalem's Christian community fled to Pella before the outbreak of the war. Smart choice. Well, in response to the unrest in Judea, Cestius Gallus, the legatee of Syria, mobilized the Syrian Legion 12 Fulminata, reinforced with units from 3 Gallica, 4 Scythica, and 6 Ferrata, along with auxiliaries and allies, totaling approximately 30 to 36,000 troops. Certainly a formidable force. The Syrian legion swiftly captured Narbata and Sepphoris, with the latter surrendering without resistance. Judean rebels retreated to Adzamon Hill, but were defeated there after a brief siege. Advancing further, Gallus reached Acre in western Galilee, then marched on Caesarea and Jaffa, where around 8,400 people met the sword. Continuing the campaign, Gallus seized Lydda and Aphek and clashed with Jerusalemite rebels in Geva, suffering significant losses to Judean rebels led by Simon bar Giora, reinforced by volunteers from Adiabene. The Syrian legion then laid siege to Jerusalem, but inexplicably withdrew back towards the coast. On the retreat, they were ambushed and suffered a devastating defeat by Judean rebels at the Battle of Beth Horon, resulting in the loss of approximately 6,000 Roman troops and the Aquila of Legio XII Fulminata. Gallus then fled to Syria, leaving his troops behind in quite a disarray. Following the victory at Beth Horon, the Judean militias, comprising various factions, attempted to expand their control to Ascalon, but failed to take the city, suffering heavy losses to the defending Roman garrison. Subsequently, the Judean provisional government was established in Jerusalem, with prominent figures like Ananas ben Ananas and Joseph ben Gurion assuming leadership roles. Meanwhile, Menahem ben Yehuda's attempt to seize control of Jerusalem was thwarted, leading to his execution and the expulsion of the Sicarii faction to Masada. Simon bar Giora's faction, also ousted from Jerusalem, sought refuge in Masada until the winter of 67 to 68. On the Roman side, Emperor Nero dispatched General Vespasian to quell the rebellion, who arrived with 2 legions, 10th Fretensis and 5th of Macedonia at Ptolemais, in April 67. Joining him were his son Titus with Legio 15 Apollinaris, and various local allies, which included King Agrippa II. Now with over 60,000 soldiers, Vespasian initiated operations with the priority of subduing Galilee. Now, here was the situation in Galilee. The Judean rebels were split into 2 factions, those loyal to the central government in Jerusalem under Josephus, representing the wealthy and priesthood classes, and local zealot militias, composed mainly of the poor, fishermen, farmers, and quite a few Syrian refugees. Several towns surrendered with minimal resistance, but others had to be taken by force. Josephus recounts detailed sieges of Tarichaea, Jotapata, Gamla, while Giscala, a zealot stronghold, fell as its leaders ran away and fled to Jerusalem. By 68 CE, Jewish resistance in the north was more or less crushed, and Vespasian established his headquarters in Caesarea Maritima. He then systematically cleared the coastline, avoiding direct confrontation with the rebels in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, around 100,000 of the Judeans were killed or perhaps enslaved in the Roman conquest of Galilee. However, these numbers, especially such a great number of 100,000, are subject to quite a bit of debate. Well, after consolidating his position in Caesarea Maritima, Vespasian prepared for a new campaign in the Judean and Sumerian highlands. That's Sa-Marian, not Su-Marian, by the way. don't get confused. Meanwhile, the Jews expelled from Galilee took refuge in Jaffa, named at that time Joppa, rebuilding the city walls and disrupting commerce and grain supply to Rome through a light flotilla. Josephus described their actions, stating, "They also built themselves many great piratical ships, and turned pirates upon the seas near to Syria, Phoenicia, and Egypt. They made those seas unnavigable to all men." Leaders of the failed northern revolt, led by John of Giscala, retreated to Jerusalem with their forces. The city, filled with militants from various factions, including remnants of the Judean Provisional Government and zealot militias, descended into chaos. The radical zealots seized control, initiating a brutal civil war and executing anyone who advocated surrender. When the zealots deceived the Idumeans with a false message of reconciliation with the Roman army, approximately 20,000 armed Idumeans entered Jerusalem, joining forces with the zealots. This led to the massacre known as the Zealot Temple Siege, resulting in the deaths of prominent figures of the Judean Provisional Government, including Ananus ben Ananus and Joseph ben Gurion, along with thousands of civilians, of course, but no one remembers their names. Upon learning of the events in Jerusalem, Simon Bar Giora left Masada and began raiding Idumea, where he encountered little resistance and allied with the Idumean leaders, including Jacob ben Susa. In the spring of 168, Vespasian launched a systematic campaign to reclaim rebel-held strongholds in Judea. He successfully captured Aphek, Lida, Javne, and Jaffa, and expanded his operations into Idumea, Perea, and eventually the Judean and Samarian highlands, where Simon Bar Giora's faction posed a significant threat to Roman authority. By July 69, the Roman army had seized key strategic locations, including Gophna, Akrabata, Bel-at al-Frame, and Hebron. Meanwhile, back in Rome, significant political upheaval on their side was very much underway. The emperor at the time, Nero, had his downfall because of his erratic and strange behavior, as the Senate, Praetorian Guard, and prominent army commanders all teamed up to conspire against him. Nero's subsequent taking of his own life marked the end of his reign, but the succession was far from stable. The new emperor was Galba, but he was swiftly murdered by his rival Otho, igniting a civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. In 69, Vespasian, previously uninvolved in the power struggle, was suddenly hailed as emperor by his legions. He left his son Titus to continue the campaign in Judea, while he journeyed home to claim the throne from the usurper Vitellius, who had overthrown Otho via nefarious methods. Titus led the Roman legions towards Jerusalem, the rebellious province's capital, causing a wave of Judean refugees as towns fell to the Roman forces one by one. The Judean rebels, weakened by their own internal strife, were primarily focused on their own survival and control of the city. Despite factional conflicts among the zealots, they still managed significant military strength. John, a leader of the zealot faction, seized power in Jerusalem after assassinating Eleazar, while Simon Bar Giora's forces were invited into the city to counter John's faction. Infighting between the factions persisted through the year 69, further destabilizing the rebel cause as nobody could seem to get along. The siege of Jerusalem, the heavily fortified capital of the province, quickly reached a stalemate as the Roman armies found themselves unable to breach the formidable defenses. In response, they established a permanent camp just outside the city, encircling Jerusalem with a trench and constructing a wall as high as the city's own fortifications. Attempting to flee the city meant facing capture and crucifixion on the dirt wall, with as many as 500 executions occurring in a single day. Now you imagine it. You climb up that wall thinking, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of here. And the first thing you see is not your freedom, but the hundreds of squirming and screaming unfortunates nailed up to crosses, staring back at you, begging you not to go any further. More than a little horrifying, isn't it? Well, that's how the siege was. As Romans began constructing siege ramparts, two rival zealot leaders, John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, reluctantly joined forces to defend the city. However, their internal conflicts only persisted, exacerbated by the deliberate burning of stockpiled food supplies by the zealots. This act, intended to galvanize resistance against the siege, instead simply led to widespread starvation among the defenders. Contemporary historian Tacitus, you all know him, describes the dire situation within Jerusalem, noting the relentless resolve of its besieged inhabitants. Men, women, and even children alike took up arms, showing unwavering determination and a willingness to fight to the death rather than surrender or face expulsion from their homeland. Estimates of the besieged population vary, with Tacitus suggesting 600,000 and Josephus indicating nearly 1 million. This included pilgrims who had come to Jerusalem for Passover festivities, but upon arriving, found themselves trapped and doomed within the besieged city. In the summer of 70 CE, the following year, after a grueling siege of 7 months, Titus and his forces finally reached the walls of Jerusalem. And when they did, it led to widespread destruction of the city. The Romans strategically targeted the weakest points of the city's defenses, successfully breaking through the third and second walls by the end of May. Throughout the final assault, the Zealots, led by John of Giscala, fiercely defended the temple, while the Sicari, under Simon ben Giora, held the upper city. The destruction reached its climax with the razing of the Second Temple, a symbol of Jewish identity and resistance, on Tisha B'Av, that's the 29th or 30th of July 70 CE. The entire city, including all 3 walls and its citadels, was systematically demolished, leaving few structures standing. Survivors were either taken into slavery or scattered, and the once thriving Jerusalem was reduced to a smouldering ruin, with remnants of overturned stones serving as grim reminders of its former glory. John of Giscala surrendered at the fortress of Jotapata, while Simon Bar Giora was captured at the site of the destroyed temple. The precious treasures of the temple, including the menorah and the table of the bread of God's presence, were looted and paraded through the streets of Rome as spoils of war during Titus's triumphant procession. Among the captives were John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, both of whom faced different fates. John was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Simon was executed. And if you know anything about life in a Roman prison, depending on the method of execution, perhaps you'd like to weigh up your options. However, the fall of Jerusalem did not immediately quell all resistance in Judea, as isolated pockets of insurgency persisted as late as 73. Nonetheless, the capture and destruction of Jerusalem marked the decisive end of the Jewish revolt and solidified Roman dominance in the region. This pivotal event in history was commemorated with the construction of the Arch of Titus in Rome, which immortalized the spoils of war from the sacking of Jerusalem. Now, in the following year, the spring of 71, after Titus departed for Rome, Sextus Lucilius Bassus was appointed as the new military governor, tasked with completing the pacification of Judea, leading the formidable 10th Fretensis Legion. Bassus embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue the last remaining pockets of resistance. He successfully captured Herodium, and then ventured across the Jordan River to seize the fortress of Macarius, situated on the shores of the Dead Sea. Continuing his advance, Bassus pursued and defeated a group of 3,000 Judean rebels under the leadership of Judah ben Ari in the forests of Jardus, located on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. However, due to an unexpected illness, Bassus was unable to fulfill his mission and passed away before its completion. He was then succeeded by Lucius Flavius Silva, who assumed command and directed his forces towards the final bastion of Judean resistance, the city of Masada. In the autumn of 72, Silva led Legio X, accompanied by auxiliary troops and thousands of Jewish prisoners, totaling 10,000 soldiers, in a determined assault on Masada. Despite his orders for surrender being rebuffed, Silva established multiple base camps and encircled the fortress with fortifications. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, when the Roman forces finally breached the walls of Masada in 73, they were met with a grim sight. The defenders, numbering 967 in total, had chosen, instead of surrender, to take their own lives. Only 7 survivors, spared by chance, were found among the ruins of the citadel. The fall of Masada marked the tragic end of the Jewish revolt, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of resistance against Roman domination. The Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea had profound and far-reaching consequences, particularly in terms of demographic impact and societal upheaval. The conflict, of course, resulted in widespread loss of life, as many Judeans perished in battles, sieges, and massacres, while numerous cities, towns, and villages were razed to the ground. The extent of destruction, of course, varied across different regions, with some areas suffering more extensive devastation than others. In Galilee, for example, cities like Tarichaea and Gabara were completely destroyed, while others like Sepphoris and Tiberias reached accommodation with the Romans and experienced relatively minimal harm, at least compared to the other cities who did not reach such an accommodation. Similarly, Transjordan and central Judea witnessed varying degrees of destruction. However, it was Judea proper, especially the Judean mountains, that bore the brunt of the devastation, culminating in the utter destruction of Jerusalem, where more than 90%, that's right, 90, of the population perished. Josephus records that many Jews were taken captive by the Romans, with some sent to work on infrastructure projects in distant lands like the Isthmus of Corinth in Greece, while others were consigned to forced labor in Egypt, or simply sold into slavery elsewhere. It's estimated that 1/3 of the Jewish population in Judea died during this revolt, with many succumbing to famine, disease, or violence, and another 10th being captured and subject to harsh treatment and enslavement. Well, despite the immense loss of life and destruction of the temple, the life of the Judeans persisted. However, discontent with Roman rule, of course, continued to simmer beneath the surface, eventually erupting into the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136. This rebellion, though ultimately crushed by the Romans, further destabilized the region and contributed to the eventual depopulation of Judea proper. Now, that is for another video. Conflict is certainly far from over in Judea. So in the next video on this topic, that's exactly what we'll talk about. The Bar Kokhba revolt and the events leading up to it. I'd like to thank you for listening for today's video. And I would like to thank my Mega Chad patron, Stark Factory, for his contribution. If you would like to make your own contribution, you need only follow the links in the description and the comments to the Patreon, if you feel inclined to do so. Otherwise, enjoy the video at your own pace, and however you see fit. Thanks again for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. Gaius Marius was a prominent Roman statesman and general who lived during the late Roman Republic, born around 157 BC in the village of Ceretae near Arpinium. Rising from humble origins, Marius achieved unprecedented successes in the Roman military, becoming known for his military reforms and leadership during the tumultuous period of the Cimbrian and Teutonic invasions. His legacy is a complex one, marked by these achievements, but also his political ambition and significant contributions to the transformation of Roman society during a time of profound change. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again. If you would like to support the channel, you will find in the description and comments a link to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe goes a very long way. Now, without further ado, to the topic of today's video. Shall we go back to ancient Rome? Let's do it, and learn about the life of Gaius Marius. Marius's early life and career are somewhat reminiscent of that classic trajectory of a Roman new man, striving for political and military success despite humble origins. While his family may not have been impoverished, at least by that day's standards, Marius faced the challenge typical of individuals from non-traditional Roman backgrounds. However, his connections with local elites, coupled with his own ambition, abilities, and hard work, paved the path for his ascent. Joining Scipio Aemilianus's legion for the Numantia campaign was a pivotal moment for Marius. His performance there caught the attention of Scipio, who recognized his leadership potential and set the stage for Marius's future military success. Even as he pursued a military career, his ambitions for political office in Rome were clear from the beginning. Earning election as one of these special military tribunes showcased his growing prominence within the military hierarchy. His subsequent service under Metellus Belliarchus further bolstered his reputation, and likely contributed even more to his political aspirations. His decision to seek local office in Arpinum, despite facing competition from a rival, highlights the strategic approach to garnering support and solidifying his base of power. Alternatively, his direct advancement to the role of plebeian tribune could have been a calculated move to elevate his own political standing. Participation in significant military victories, such as the Battle of the Isere River, further enhanced Marius's reputation and cemented his position as a capable military leader. All of these successes, combined with his political ambitions and strategic maneuvering, laid the groundwork for Marius's future rise to prominence in Roman politics and also military affairs. It is indeed the culmination of these and many other factors that he's remembered as such a remarkable historical figure, one of which, I believe, is unfairly glossed over. But not today. Marius's political career during the period from 120 to 113 showcases both his rise to prominence, but also the challenges he faced in navigating the politics of Rome. In 120 BC, Marius's re-election as the plebeian tribune with the support of the influential Metelli family highlights his growing political clout. However, his passage of Lex Maria, aimed at curbing the influence of the wealthy elite in elections, may have put a strain on his relationship with his patrons. And despite potential opposition, Marius's advocacy for electoral reform demonstrated his commitment to challenging entrenched power dynamics in Roman society. His subsequent bid for the position of aedile in 117, although unsuccessful, underscores his continued ambition and financial resources. The opposition from the Metelli family suggests the complexities of the intra-elite competition and rivalries within Rome at the time. Moving on to 116, Marius's election as praetor was marred by some accusations of electoral corruption, which was, in all fairness, a very common occurrence in Roman elections. While Marius did face scrutiny, he was ultimately acquitted of these charges, allowing him to assume the role of praetor. His appointment of proconsul of Further Spain in 114 provided him with an opportunity to exercise military and administrative authority in a coveted area, and his efforts to combat brigands in the region's mining areas showcased his capacity for governance and leadership. Also, securing the gold for Rome definitely makes you popular. Now, upon his return to Rome in late 113, I believe that's where his story really begins to kick off. With his marriage to Julia, the auntie of Julius Caesar, by the way, this further solidified his social status and gave him more financial support. He'd certainly worked his way up the ladder. Although the details of his immediate political ambitions remain unclear, Marius likely faced electoral challenges as he sought to advance his career further. And then, the Jugurthine War erupted in 112 BC, mainly due to Roman frustration with the ambitions of the Numidian king Jugurtha. Now, Jugurtha's actions, including the murder in cold blood of his half-brothers, the massacre of Italians during a civil war, and bribery of prominent Romans in the Senate, provoked more than enough Roman hostility. Initially, Roman attempts to confront Jugurtha head-on faced setbacks. The first Roman army sent to Numidia was allegedly bribed to withdraw. I suppose that's one way of doing it. While the second army suffered defeat and was forced to pass under the yoke in humiliation. These failures undermined confidence in the aristocracy's ability to handle foreign affairs effectively. And by foreign affairs, they mean taking other people's stuff most of the time. In comes Marius. Now, although Marius had previously clashed with the Caecili Metelli during his tenure as tribune and praetor, this did not deter him from joining forces with them in 109. It was likely a political move to enhance his prospects for the consulship. Perhaps he'd put his personal feelings and old grudges aside. So Marius aligned himself with the then consul Quintus Caecilius Metellus in the campaign against Jugurtha. As Sallust's account suggests, Marius likely served as Metellus's principal subordinate and played a crucial role in the Battle of Matul. Now, during this battle, Jugurtha's forces cut off the Romans from the river Matul. This deprived them of water, and they were certainly not in a place where you wanted to be thirsty. They were in the middle of the desert, is what I mean. Now, in this desert terrain, the Numidian cavalry held the home advantage, scattering the Roman forces into smaller units. Quite a panic to all this, until Marius took charge, organizing several detachments and leading a column of 2,000 men to join forces with Metellus. Together, they confronted the Numidian infantry occupying a strategic hill. After gaining control of this hill, Marius and Metellus launched an attack on the rear of the Numidian cavalry, ultimately forcing them into retreat. Marius's decisive actions played a vital role in rescuing Metellus' army from potential annihilation and turning the tide of battle in Rome's favor. And of course, it was certainly time that they would win something. The previous embarrassments of the last two armies, well, that was more than enough. Moving to 108 BC, Marius expressed his aspiration to run for consul, despite Metellus not endorsing his return to Rome. Ungrateful. He purportedly advised Marius to wait until his son, a candidate for consul, was elected, signaling a campaign decades in the future. Marius, undeterred, embarked on his own campaign for consulship, and according to Sallust, his decision was partly influenced by a fortune-teller in Utica, who predicted a remarkable future for him and encouraged him to test his fortune. That being said, all fortune-tellers say that. Anyway, Marius quickly gained the favor of the troops through his hands-on approach, dining with them and sharing their duties without hesitation, face to face with the people. Certainly boosts morale, and he was that kind of guy. He also won over Italian traders by claiming he could capture Jugurtha swiftly with half of Metellus's forces. Both soldiers, traders, and commoners alike praised him, contrasting his decisive approach with Metellus's more methodical strategy. Now, during the winter of 109 and 108, a Roman garrison at Varga suffered a devastating ambush, nearly wiping out the soldiers completely. Marius, who at this time had become rather bored of Metellus's response, urged harsh punishments for the garrison commander, Titus Turpilius Silanus. However, he later argued against Silanus's execution, deeming that that was a little bit too far, even for his taste. Marius also criticized Metellus's leadership and sent very harshly worded letters to Rome. And in the letters, he accused him of being too intoxicated with power. Well, you can imagine how that went down. Metellus, sensing growing discontent with Marius's opposition, allowed him to return to Rome, where Marius barely made it in time for the consular elections. With mounting pressure for a swift revolution to the Jugurthine War, and dissatisfaction with the Senate's handling of the conflict, Marius won the consulship for 107 BC, campaigning on a platform that directly criticized Metellus's perceived inaction against Jugurtha. Lucius Cassius Longinus served as his close colleague. Despite the Senate's attempt to prolong the command of Metellus, Marius circumvented this by persuading his ally, the tribune Titus Manlius Mancinus, to override the Senate's decision and grant him command. Metellus, outright refusing to hand over the command, returned to Rome, where the Senate awarded him a triumph and the title of Numiticus. Well, in his quest to reinforce the troops in Numidia and secure the swift victory he promised, Marius encountered challenges in recruiting from Rome's traditional pool of manpower, consisting mainly of property-owning citizens. The Middle Republic's standard practice restricted legion enlistments to property holders, influenced possibly by Tiberius Gracchus's reforms, which aimed to increase land distribution and, consequently, the pool of eligible legionaries. Although the Senate permitted Marius to conscript men in the usual way, he preferred to seek volunteers, particularly among discharged veterans, evocati in Latin, and propertyless individuals, capitescensi in Latin, enticing them with promises of victory and spoils. And think about it. Rich people, well, you can't really upsell them on the spoils. But someone who came from a poor background, or even one of modest means, just like Marius, would want to fight for some piles of treasure, don't you think? It was also quite a morale boost that Marius himself was from this kind of background. So, of course, many people put their hand up to go and fight with him. So now, with troops gathering in southern Italy, Marius hoisted the sails and set sail for Africa, leaving his cavalry detachment under the command of his newly appointed quaestor, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who was equally as badass. Now, upon his arrival, Marius discovered that the ending of the war was more challenging than he had initially proclaimed. Jugurtha's guerrilla tactics made it difficult to make a decisive and effective strategy. There were simply too many surprises, and the Romans were not used to this. Why not come out and fight like gentlemen in proper formations, they were thinking. Well, all of this led Marius to adopt Metellus's approach of cutting off local support to Jugurtha. Despite arriving relatively late in 107 BC, Marius won a battle near Cirta, and then surprised Jugurtha with a daring desert march to Capsa, where he executed the entire male population, enslaved any survivors, and then completely destroyed the town. Any spoils left, well, they were distributed among the soldiers, just as promised. Throughout the campaign, Marius was reportedly displeased with Sulla's appointment as his quaestor, but Sulla's competence and popularity with the troops proved to be somewhat invaluable. As the conflict continued, Jugurtha sought the support of his father-in-law, King Bocchus of Mauritania, against the Romans. In 106, Marius's army advanced westward, inadvertently provoking Bocchus into action. In a surprise attack near Serif, Marius found himself besieged, but he managed to repel the enemy with the help of the popular Sulla. Recognizing that military means alone could not defeat Jugurtha, Marius resumed negotiations with Bocchus, ultimately striking a deal whereby Sulla, with his connections to Bocchus's court, received Jugurtha as a hostage. I'm sure Jugurtha was thrilled to hear about this one. While following the successful capture of Jugurtha, Marius and Sulla disputed over who deserved credit for the victory. While Roman tradition dictated that the subordinate, in this case Sulla, should credit the superior, Marius, Sulla, and his allies attempted to undermine Marius's claim to victory. This disagreement marked the beginning of the deep-seated animosity between Marius and Sulla, as noted by Plutarch. Marius had often been credited with implementing significant military reforms during his consulship between 107 and 100, a notion that originated in more modern scholarship. The prevailing narrative suggests that Marius, faced with recurrent manpower shortages, was granted permissions to enlist volunteers from the lowest census class, the proletariae, for the Jugurthine War. However, There is scant evidence supporting the notion of a decline in Italy's population during the 2nd century, nor is there substantial evidence of major military reforms during this period, and this casts quite a lot of doubt on Marius's role in such reforms. Many specialists now view these Marian reforms as a modern scholarly construct. Now, the recruitment of proletari in 107 BC, as documented in Sallust's works, appears to have been a singular occurrence. These volunteers were discharged after the war, and when Marius assumed command against the Cimbri, he led a consular army in northern Italy raised through the traditional conscription method. There is no indication that the open recruitment of volunteers altered the social composition of the legions, as subsequent texts suggest that most armies continued to be raised through the conscription, primarily from the populations in rural areas. The notion that the army was predominantly composed of poor volunteers seeking wealth and retirement bonuses after this, well, now it's largely discredited. Perhaps that was their original motivation for volunteering, but after that group disbanded, well, it just was not the case. Now, various other reforms have been attributed to Marius, including the abolition of citizen cavalry and light infantry, a redesign of the pilum, that's the Roman spear, by the way, standardizing the eagle standard for all legions and substituting the cohort for the maniple. However, evidence supporting these claims is also sparse. The abolition of citizen cavalry and light infantry remains somewhat unconfirmed, as it's fairly obvious that they are still evident in later periods. Similarly, there is little archaeological evidence supporting Marius's redesign of the pilum, and ancient texts indicate the continued presence of varied standards alongside the eagle. Nevertheless, this still persists as somewhat of a misconception. Now, changes in logistical arrangements and training, often attributed to Marius, the term Marius's mules, were commonplace among Roman generals seeking victory. These practices aim to enhance speed advantages by operating without extensive baggage trains, carrying light effectively, but also ensuring effective combat training for soldiers, a more systematic approach to prepare them for the field. In 109, the arrival of the migrating Germanic tribe, the Cimbri in Gaul, led to the routing of the Roman army under Marcus Junius Silanus, causing a significant blow to Roman prestige and stirring unrest among the recently conquered Celtic tribes in southern Gaul. This defeat was followed by another in 107, when the consul Lucius Cassius Longinus suffered a complete defeat by the Tigurini, while the surviving officers, Gaius Populus, forced to surrender half the baggage and endure the humiliation of having his army pass under the yoke. Oh, and by the way, if you're not familiar with that term, pass under the yoke, well, it effectively means that when somebody was defeated and the enemy wanted to somewhat humiliate them further, well, they would effectively either make some sort of wooden platform or some kind of arch, but more often make a sort of passage with their spears. Then the defeated people would be walked through them. It's kind of a ritual of humiliating them. Anyway, to address the escalating crisis, Quintus Servilius Capo marched to Gaul in 106, with a new, refreshed army, followed by Consul Gnaeus Malleus Maximus in 105. However, Caepio's disdain for Malleus, coupled with his refusal to cooperate, proved to be somewhat detrimental. At the Battle of Arausio, the Cimbri overwhelmed Caepio's legions, leading to a disastrous outcome where both Roman armies were annihilated against the numerically superior Cimbrian warriors. Following this catastrophic defeat, and lacking capable generals with recent military successes, the Republic took the unprecedented step of electing Marius for a second consulship in Absentia. Despite being in Africa at the time, Marius was elected consul for 104 BC. Upon returning to Rome in triumph, Marius bought Jugurtha and the spoils of North Africa, rather delighting and impressing the citizens. He was then assigned the province of Gaul to address the Cimbric threat. After this, he embarked on rebuilding the Gallic legions, and he raised a formidable army, leveraging his reputation for victory to recruit soldiers exempt from property requirements. Establishing a base at Aquae Sextiae, Marius trained his troops, aided by his old quaestor, Sulla. Re-elected as consul in 103, Marius continued his preparations, conducting diplomacy with Gallic tribes and strengthening his intelligence network in the anticipation of further conflict with the Cimbri, as, with all barbarians, they just keep coming. As the Germanic threat persisted in Hispania, and with the death of his colleague, Marius returned to Rome to call elections in 103 BC. Despite facing uncertain outcomes due to the ongoing Cimbrian conflict, Marius secured re-election with the support of a young tribune, Saturninus. Throughout his successive consulship, Marius remained proactive, diligently training his troops and solidifying diplomatic ties to address the looming threat from the Cimbri. In 102, the Cimbri, along with other allied tribes, resumed their advance towards Italy after returning from Hispania. They devised a coordinated strategy. The Teutones and Ambrones would move south along the coast from the west. The Cimbri would attempt to cross the Alps from the north via the Brenner Pass, and the Tigurini would cross the Alps from the northeast. To counter this threat, the two consuls divided their forces, with Marius heading west into Gaul, and Catulus defending the Italian Alps. Marius opted to avoid direct confrontation with the Teutones and Ambrones, instead remaining inside a fortified camp and repelling their rather futile attempts to storm it. When the Teutones and Ambrones gave up and moved on, Marius was skulking behind them, shadowing their every move and waiting for an advantageous moment to strike. Perhaps he'd learned a few lessons from that war with Jugurtha, who utilized mainly guerrilla warfare tactics. Now, back to Aquae Sextiae, a chance ambush escalated into a full-scale battle, resulting in the defeat of some 30,000 Ambrones. The following day, the Teutones and Ambrones launched a counterattack against the Roman position, but they did not get very far, and they were decisively defeated. Defeated so much that the estimates range from 100 to 200,000 enemy casualties. Now that's certainly a beatdown. Meanwhile, Catulus encountered some opposition in a minor engagement near Tridentum, suffering casualties before ultimately withdrawing, and this allowed the Cimbri to make their entrance into northern Italy, where they regrouped while awaiting reinforcements. Shortly after Marius's victory at Aquae Sextiae, he received news of his re-election as consul for 101, marking his fourth consecutive consulship. With Manius Aquilius as his colleague, Marius returned to Rome to announce his triumph, deferred the celebration, and promptly marched north to join Catullus. In the late July of 101 BC, Marius and Catullus confronted the Cimbri at the Battle of Vercellae. Rome, of course, emerged victorious, and the Cimbri suffered heavy losses. How heavy? Well, sources at the time estimate upwards of 120,000, though this is most likely an exaggeration. Still, even if it was only half of that, that's quite a devastating defeat. Well, it was devastating enough that the Tigerini abandoned all of their plans to invade Italy, and the ones who did survive, or managed to flee, sadly returned home, their ambitions left behind on that field of battle. Following the triumph, Marius and Catullus celebrated a joint victory, with Marius hailed as the savior of Rome. Subsequently, Marius sought for another consulship in 100 BC to secure land grants for his veteran soldiers and solidify his political standing. He was re-elected as consul alongside Lucius Valerius Flaccus, continuing his influential role in Roman politics and military affairs. Now, during Marius's sixth consulship in 100 BC, Lucius Appuleius Saturninus, serving as tribune for the plebs of the second time, advocated for reforms reminiscent of those proposed by the Gracchi of earlier times. Saturninus, resorting to violence by assassinating one of his political adversaries, pushed forward bills aiming at driving Marius's former superior, Metellus Numidicus, into exile, lowering the price of state-distributed wheat, and granting colonial lands to veterans of Marius's recent military campaigns. Marius collaborated initially with Saturninus and his ally Glaucia to pass the bill and banish Metellus Numidicus, but he later distanced himself from their more radical agenda. As the consular elections for 99 BC approached, Marius attempted to disqualify Glaucia for standing for consul, leading to further political turmoil. Saturninus and Glaucia, facing opposition from other candidates, resorted to violence by having Gaius Memmius assassinated during the election proceedings, causing a delay in the process. So, in response to Saturninus's disruptive actions, if you can call them that, the Senate issued a Senatus Consultum Ultimum for the first time, which is as serious as it sounds. It authorized magistrates to take necessary measures to quell the unrest. Marius, rejecting a proposal to deploy the army near Rome, instead mobilized volunteers from the urban populace and his veteran supporters, who were die-hard loyalists to him. He besieged Saturninus, cutting off the water supply to the Capitoline Hill, ultimately leading to his surrender. He didn't last very long up there. Well, after Saturninus gave himself up, Marius attempted to protect him and his followers by securing them in a Senate house. However, the angry mob, which some say tacitly had Marius's approval, stormed the building and lynched Saturninus and his allies. Glaucia met a similar fate, being dragged from the house and unalived. Now, although Marius complied with the Senate's wishes during the crisis, his actions did not significantly improve his political standing. Following his term in office, Marius faced opposition from Metellus Numidicus's relatives, and was criticized by both senators and the common people. For despite this speed bump in his popularity, Marius transitioned into a semi-retirement as an elder statesman, refraining from active participation in public affairs. After the tumultuous events of 100 BC, Marius initially attempted to oppose the recall of Metellus Numidicus, who had been exiled by Saturninus in 103, but of course Saturninus was well and truly gone by now. However, realizing the futility of his position, Marius made the decision to travel to the east, specifically to Galatia, in 98. He claimed that his journey was to fulfill a vow he made to the goddess Magna Mater. Okay then. Well, Plutarch portrays Marius's voluntary exile as a significant humiliation for the distinguished six-time consul. Marius was viewed as obnoxious by both the nobles and the common people, and he was even compelled to abandon his candidacy for the censorship of 97 BC. Plutarch further suggests that, while in the east, Marius sought to instigate Mithridates VI of Pontus into declaring war on Rome, with the aim of reasserting his military leadership and influence over the Roman people. Well, many modern scholars have found this to be an unfounded rumor, most likely propagated by Marius's political rivals. Of course, when he's very unpopular, it's quite easy to get people to believe this sort of thing. Well, despite the purported humiliation of his exile, Marius's reputation and influence remained very significant. People were still always having Marius on the mind. Around 98 to 97 BC, Marius received the unprecedented honor of being elected to the prestigious College of Priestly Augurs, while he was still absent in Asia Minor. Additionally, his mere presence at the trial of Manius Aquilius in 98 BC, Marius's former colleague and consul in 101 BC, was enough to secure acquittal for Aquilius, despite the latter's pretty obvious guilt. Furthermore, Marius successfully defended Matrinius in 95, an Italian from Spoletium, who had been granted Roman citizenship by Marius himself, against charges that were brought under a new citizenship law. He was certainly making use of his time in retirement. New career moves. Good on him. During the period of relative peace following Marius's return from the east, Rome had faced internal turmoil and external threats. In 95 BC, the Lex Licinia Mutua was enacted, and this basically expelled non-Roman citizens from the city, which of course led to discontent among the Italian allies. Marcus Livius Drusus, elected tribune in 91 BC, proposed reforms aimed at granting citizenship to the Italians, but his assassination sparked the civil war, called the Social War, between 91 and 87 BC. Among many other factors, the Italians were a little bit annoyed with the Romans at this point, a little bit tired of being treated like second-class citizens, or perhaps not even citizens at all. Well, either way, in the north and the south, the Italian states started a pretty sizable revolt against Rome. Now it was in the midst of this social war that Marius emerged as a prominent military leader once again, serving as a senior legatee under Consul Publius Rutilius Lupus. Marius distinguished himself in battle, particularly after Lupus fell to a Marsic ambush. Marius was subsequently appointed to joint command with Praetor Caepio, who later abandoned his post, leaving Marius in the sole command. Despite his successes in the war, Marius faced exclusion from command in the following years, possibly due to perceptions of insufficient aggression or his advancing age. I mean, he was getting on a little bit for sure. But nevertheless, the conflict drew to a close with the passing of the Lex Julia in 90 BC, which granted citizenship to all Italian allies that were loyal. Now, amidst these events, Marius's client and good friend, Manius Aquilius, played a significant role in instigating certain hostilities with Pontus, leading to King Mithridates' invasion of Roman territories in Asia Minor. Well, of course, by this time the social war was concluded, and competition for consular elections in 88 BC really began to heat up, culminating in the election of Lucius Cornelius Sulla, remember him, who was tasked with leading the campaign against Mithridates. Tensions mounted in Rome. Marius, along with Tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, pushed for reforms and attempted to secure a seventh consulship of Marius. However, Sulla's refusal to relinquish command in Pontus sparked a violent confrontation, resulting in Sulla's march on Rome. Marius's attempts to organize a defense failed, and he was forced to flee the city, narrowly escaping capture. Sulla's subsequent actions, including proscriptions and the executions of political opponents, further destabilized Rome and made him even more unpopular. Although some opposition figures were elected to office, Sulla maintained control of the military campaign against Mithridates, marching eastward to confront the Pontic threat. These tumultuous events marked a significant chapter in Roman history, and the struggle for power between competing factions within the Republic had definitely come to a zenith. The return of Marius to Rome, however, marked a significant turning point in the power struggle. Teaming up with Cinna, and backed by significant Italian support, Marius aimed to oust Octavius and his conservative allies. The resulting conflict led to violent confrontations, but Marius and Cinna ultimately gained the upper hand. Upon entering Rome, Marius and Cinna initiated a purge of their opponents, resulting in the deaths of several prominent individuals, including former consuls. The gruesome display of their heads in the Forum served to instill fear and solidify their control over the city. Additionally, Marius and Cinna declared Sulla as an enemy of the state, stripping him of his command in the east. While Marius and Cinna's actions led to widespread bloodshed and terrorized their political adversaries, it is unlikely that Marius personally executed everyone in their path. Instead, the killing served as a means of intimidation and consolidation of power. Still, shouldn't murder people. Well, Marius's 7th consulship, achieved irregularly through show elections, was rather short-lived. I'm sure you can see what's coming here. Within a fortnight of assuming office, Marius passed away under unclear circumstances. The mind certainly does make its own conclusions, doesn't it? Various accounts speculate about the cause of his death, ranging all the way from illness to a delusional episode. Regardless, his death paved the way for Lucius Valerius Flaccus to succeed him as consul. Now, despite his demise, the power struggle was not over, ultimately culminating in the civil war between the factions led by Cinna and Carbo against Sulla. And Sulla eventually won. His victory allowed him to consolidate power and establish himself as a full dictator, bringing an end to the chaotic period of internal strife in Rome. Now, what about Marius's life? Well, his life and career, I believe, are just a reflection of the complexities and tensions that are always inherent in Roman politics during the late Republic. While he was undeniably a successful general and a successful politician, his unending ambition and opportunism, as described by the ancient sources, contributed to both his achievements but also his downfall. This relentless pursuit of power, as evidenced by his 5 successive consulships and the other 2 later on, challenged the traditional republican principles of collegiality and term limits. While his actions may have been perceived as necessary for the survival of Roman civilization at the time, well, they also concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of a single individual for an extended period, and that is a recipe for disaster, whether it be in ancient Rome or our modern times. Don't you think? Well, while his legacy is complex and contested, I think his life serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of this unchecked ambition and the potential consequences of prioritizing personal gain over the stability and welfare of the state. In many ways, Marius's rise and fall symbolize the challenges faced by the Roman Republic as it grappled with shifting power dynamics and internal strife, and perhaps one can draw parallels with the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, with, one can almost say, this physical manifestation of the hubris of the time. Well, whichever way it is, I hope you learned something. Interesting character, don't you think? Old Marius, who just got a little bit too much power. Well, before I go, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to my 2 MegaChad tier patrons, that being Stark Factory and Joseph Grubb, both ultimate Chads. And if you would like to support the channel, then perhaps you'd find the links in the description and comments to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment and subscribe goes a very long way. I've just hit 3k subs on the channel, which I'm very pleased about. Let's try for 5k. 4k is good, 5k is better. It is certainly a milestone on my own personal warpath. The campaign continues, Thank you very much for listening. Good night, everyone. I'll see you in the next video. The Bar Kokhba revolt, also known as the Third Jewish-Roman War, was a pivotal uprising that occurred in Judea during the 2nd century AD. Sparked by Roman oppression and religious suppression, the revolt erupted in 132 under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, a charismatic figure who rallied the Judean population against Roman rule. And today, that's what we're here to discuss. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, then please follow the links to the Patreon. And if you'd like to support in other ways, liking, commenting, and subscribing helps YouTube push my videos out to more people. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed while we settle in and talk about the Jewish-Roman Wars, Part 2. If you've not seen the first video, you may find the link in the description discussing the first Roman-Jewish revolts. Now, before we talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, we have to set the scene with the Kitos War. So let's do that first, shall we? Throughout the 1st century CE, tensions between the Jewish population of the Roman Empire and the broader Greek and Roman communities steadily saw an increase. These escalations were marked by various violent incidents, primarily occurring in Judea, where segments of the Judean populace sporadically rebelled against their Roman rulers. Additionally, notable events unfolded in other regions of the empire, such as the infamous Alexandria pogroms, which targeted the sizable Jewish community in the Roman province of Egypt. Despite these challenges, the Jewish diaspora generally thrived across the Roman Empire, with the notable exception of Alexandria. In many instances, the Jews relied on Roman authorities to safeguard their rights and interests within the imperial framework. Now, just quickly, to talk about the First Roman-Jewish War. The culmination of mounting tensions first began in 66 CE. It was initially sparked by the religious and cultural differences between the Greek and Jewish populations. The conflict escalated due to anti-tax protests and violent acts against Roman citizens. As hostilities intensified, the Roman military garrison in Judea itself found itself overwhelmed by the rebel forces, prompting the flight of the pro-Roman king Herod Agrippa II and other officials to the region of Galilee. In response, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, dispatched the Syrian army, including 12th Fulminata Legion and auxiliary troops, to quell the uprising. However, the legion suffered a rather surprising defeat at the hands of Jewish rebels in the Battle of Beth Horon, which sent quite a shock through the Roman leadership. Following this setback, the task of suppressing the revolt was entrusted to General Vespasian and his son Titus. They assumed 4 legions and commenced a systematic campaign beginning in Galilee in 67. The war culminated with the siege and eventual destruction of the rebel stronghold in Jerusalem in 70 AD by legions under the command of Titus. Subsequent operations resulted in the defeat of remaining Jewish strongholds, marking the end of the First Rebellion. Once more, if you want more detail, including some rather gory and macabre aspects, I refer you to the first video. Now, moving forward a little more, in 115 AD, Emperor Trajan was leading a military campaign against the Parthians in the eastern region. The Roman intervention was triggered by the Parthians installing a pro-Parthian ruler in the Kingdom of Armenia, a territory traditionally within the Roman sphere of influence. This move, which naturally violated the established balance of power, inevitably led to a conflict. As Trajan's forces marched triumphantly through Mesopotamia, Jewish insurgents in the rear began launching attacks on the small Roman garrisons that were left behind. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in the distant Cyrenaica, which quickly spread to Egypt and Cyprus, igniting unrest back in Judea. The uprising, centered in Lydda, posed a threat to the vital grain supply route from Egypt to the front line. The rebellion rapidly extended to recently conquered provinces, with cities boasting significant Jewish populations such as Nisibis, Edessa, Seleucia, and Arbela, which is now the modern city of Erbil in Iraq, who joined the revolt and massacring their small Roman garrisons. The Romans, unfortunately, did not stand a chance against the hordes of rebels with whatever weapons they could summon up. In Cyrenaica, a leader known as Lucaus or Andreas, who had declared himself king, led the rebellion, according to Eusebius of Caesarea. His followers destroyed numerous temples, including those dedicated to Hecate, Jupiter, Apollo, and Artemis, as well as key Roman symbols such as the Caesareum, the Basilica, and even the public baths. The Christian historian Orosius from the 4th century documented that the violence devastated Cyrenaica to such an extent that the Emperor Hadrian had to establish new colonies in an attempt to repopulate the region. Let's hear from Orosius now. He says, "The Jews waged war on their inhabitants throughout Libya in the most savage fashion, and to such an extent that the country wasted that its cultivators had been slain. Its land would have been remained utterly depopulated, had not Emperor Hadrian gathered settlers from other places and sent them thither, for the inhabitants had been wiped out." Now, to the situation in Egypt. Lucaus led the rebels to Alexandria, where they entered the city after it was abandoned by the Roman governor Marcus Rutilius Lupus. Once they entered it, they set it on fire. Egyptian temples and the tomb of Pompey were completely destroyed. The Jewish rebels also achieved victory in a battle of Hermopolis in 116, as evidenced by Egyptian papyrus records. Trajan dispatched new troops under the Praefectus Praetorio Marcius Turbo, but it was not until autumn 117 that Egypt and Cyrenaica were completely pacified. And now to Cyprus. In Cyprus, a Jewish group led by Artemion seized control of the island and massacred tens of thousands of Cypriot Greek civilians. Remember, civilians, not fighters, not guards, civilians. During the major uprising against the Romans under Trajan in 117, Cypriot Jews joined in, and, according to Dio, they slaughtered 240,000 Greeks. A Roman army was sent to reclaim the capital, and after the rebellion was completely quelled, laws were enacted banning any Jews from residing on the island. This prohibition extended to the extent that Jewish survivors of shipwrecks were punished for seeking refuge on Cypriot shores. Talk about harboring a grudge, but can you blame them? In Mesopotamia, a fresh rebellion erupted while Trajan was in the Persian Gulf. Trajan successfully recaptured Nisibis, modern-day Nusaybin in Turkey, Edessa, the capital of Osroene, and Seleucia, which is located in present-day Iraq, all of which harbored very significant Jewish communities. As part of Trajan's entourage, a pro-Roman son of the Parthian king Osroes I, Parthamaspatus, was brought on the expedition. Trajan crowned him as the king of the Parthians in Ctesiphon. The ceremony is described in a source by Cassius Dio, where Trajan elevated Parthamaspates to the throne and adorned him with the diadem, fearing potential Parthian revolt. The Romans had quite a lot of trouble with the Parthians in previous times, and would have more trouble with them in times later on. But that's for the Parthians video. Now Trajan, after this, then headed north to personally oversee the ongoing siege of Hatra. The siege persisted throughout the summer of 117, but Trajan's health, weakened by years of campaigning in the scorching eastern climate, began to deteriorate. Opting to return to Rome to recuperate, Trajan sailed from Seleucia. However, his condition began to worsen, and it was worsening rapidly, leading to his death upon reaching Selinus in Cilicia. Shortly after, Hadrian succeeded him as emperor. Now back in Judea, the Jewish leader Lucas sought refuge after fleeing from Cyrenaica. Marcius Turbo, pursuing him, executed Julian and Pappus, prominent leaders of the rebellion. Lucius Quietus, having conquered the Jews in Mesopotamia, assumed command of the Roman army in Judea and besieged Lydda, where rebel Jews had gathered under Julian and Pappus. The situation became increasingly dire, with the renowned patriarch Rabban Gamaliel II allowing fasting even during Hanukkah. Other rabbis disapproved of this measure. Now, following the capture of Lydda, many Jews were put to death, with the slain of Lydda being remembered with reverence in the Talmud. The rebel leaders, Pappus and Julian, were among those executed, becoming martyrs among the Jews. Just ask any Jew, he'll tell you. Lucius Quietus, once esteemed by Trajan, lost his command following Hadrian's accession and was later killed under unknown circumstances, possibly on Hadrian's orders in the summer of 118. Hadrian opted to end the conflict, abandoning several of Trajan's eastern conquests to stabilize the eastern borders. And despite relinquishing control over Mesopotamia, he installed Parthamaspates as the king of a restored Osroene. Osroene would remain a buffer state between the two empires for the next century. Back in Judea, tensions persisted, and this prompted the Romans, under Hadrian's directive, to station the Legio Six Ferrata permanently in Caesarea Maritima. They knew the fight was definitely not over yet. Which leads us to the year 130. Significant developments unfolded in the province of Judea when Hadrian embarked on a visit to the eastern Mediterranean. According to Cassius Dio, during his visit, Hadrian made the pivotal choice to rebuild the devastated city of Jerusalem as the Holy Roman colony of Aelia Capitolinia, naming after himself. This decision, coupled with Hadrian's imposition of other restrictions on the Jewish population, purportedly fueled the outbreak of the 132 Bar Kokhba rebellion. This revolt, marked by extreme violence, stretched the Roman military capabilities to their limits. And we finally arrive at the main topic. Pardon such a build-up, but you really must understand the background that led to this, where the Judeans find themselves, and why they were revolting. Now, let's talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt. Jewish leaders meticulously strategized the second revolt to rectify the numerous errors that marred the first Jewish-Roman war 6 decades earlier. In 132, the uprising, spearheaded by Simon Bar Kokhba and Eleazar, swiftly spread from Modi'in across the region, effectively isolating the Roman garrison inside Jerusalem. Although Rufus initially led the rebellion, his disappearance from historical records after 132 remains a little bit of a mystery. While following the outbreak of the revolt, Bar Kokhba's insurgents dealt significant blows to Legio X Fretensis, stationed in Aelia Capitolina, which was another name for Jerusalem. With Legio X and Legio VI unable to quell the rebellion, reinforcements were urgently dispatched from nearby provinces. Gaius Publicius Marcellus, the legate of Roman Syria, arrived with Legio III Gallica, while Titus Heternius Nepos, the governor of Roman Arabia, brought Legio III Cyrenaica. Some historians suggest that Legio XXII Deatoriana was also dispatched from Arabia Petraea, but met its demise in an ambush en route to Aelia Capitolina, potentially leading to its disbandment. Additionally, Legio II Traiana Fortis, previously stationed in Egypt, likely arrived in Judea during this phase. According to rabbinic sources, Bar Kokhba commanded around 400,000 men at the rebellion's peak. The sudden outbreak and initial success of the revolt caught the Romans off guard. Employing a combination of tactics, the rebels primarily engaged in guerrilla warfare, inflicting heavy casualties on the Roman army. This perspective finds support in Cassius Dio's account, suggesting that the revolt commenced with covert assaults aligned with the preparation of hideout systems. However, after seizing control of fortresses, Bar Kokhba shifted to direct engagement, leveraging his numerical superiority. Simon Bar Kokhba assumed the title Nasi Israel and governed over a quasi-independent entity named Israel for more than 2.5 years. Rabbi Akiva, a prominent Jewish sage and spiritual leader of the revolt, hailed Simon Bar Kokhba as the Jewish Messiah and bestowed upon him the Aramaic patronymic Bar Kokhba, signifying son of a star, alluding to the star prophecy in Numbers 24:17, that being a star rises from Jacob. Now, although the name Bar Kokhba is not found in the Talmud, it appears in ecclesiastical sources. The era of Israel's redemption was proclaimed, contracts were formalized, and a significant quantity of Bar Kokhba revolt coinage was minted over foreign coins. Well, as the Roman army advanced slowly, severing supply lines, the rebels resorted to prolonged defensive strategies. The defense infrastructure of Judean towns and villages primarily relied on extensive networks of hideout caves, constructed in abundance across almost every populated area. Many households utilized subterranean hideouts, where Judean insurgents sought to withstand the Roman supremacy by exploiting the narrow passages and even launching ambushes from underground. These cave systems, often interconnected, served not only as shelters for the rebels, but also for storing provisions and offering refuge to their families. Hideout systems were extensively deployed in the Judean hills, the deserts, northern Negev, and to a lesser extent in Galilee, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. In fact, as of 2015, approximately 350 hideout systems have been documented within the remains of 140 Jewish villages. After facing a series of setbacks, Hadrian summoned his general, Sextus Julius Severus, from Britannia, and troops were mobilized from as far away as the Danube. In the winter of 133 to 34, Severus arrived in Judea with a formidable army, comprising of 3 legions from Europe, as well as cohorts from additional legions of between 30 and 50 auxiliary units. The size of the Roman force assembled against the rebels far surpassed that commanded by Titus 60 years earlier. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Roman army participated in the campaign against Bar Kokhba. That just goes to show how much was at stake. It is estimated that forces from at least 10 legions were involved in Severus's campaign in Judea, along with 30 or 40 of those extra units. It pretty much totaled up to about 60,000, or perhaps even as far as 120,000 with all the auxiliaries involved. Now that's quite a formidable force. And by the way, there is speculation that Legio IX Hispana was among the legions Severus brought from Europe, and its disappearance during the 2nd century is often linked to this war. According to some interpretations, one of the pivotal battles in the conflict occurred near Tel Shalem in the Beat Shean Valley, adjacent to what is now identified as the legionary camp Legio VI Ferrata. This theory suggests a significant expansion on the rebels' reach, potentially encompassing the northern valleys in addition to Galilee. Archaeological discoveries at Tel Shalem include remnants of a triumphal arch dedicated to Emperor Hadrian. It provides evidence that supports this interpretation. Also, findings such as a bust of Emperor Hadrian specifically tie the site to this period, reinforcing the theory of a major, decisive battle at Tel Shalem. Simon Bar Kokhba designated Herodium as his secondary headquarters, with Yeshua ben Galgula likely serving as his second or third in command. Findings across the site provide evidence for this revolt, from external structures to the intricate water system beneath the mountain. Now, it leads us into the final phase of these revolts, where the Romans began to get the upper hand. Bar Kokhba began to experience a loss of territorial control, except for the vicinity of the Betar fortress, where he made his last stand against the Romans. Well, following the loss of many strongholds, Bar Kokhba and his remaining forces retreated to that fortress of Betar, which came under siege in the summer of 135. Legio 5 Macedonica and Legio 11 Claudia are reported to have participated in this siege. Now, according to Jewish tradition, the fortress fell and was destroyed on the fast of Tisha B'Av, a day of mourning for the destruction of the first and second Jewish temples. Salt in the wound, perhaps. Rabbinical accounts attribute the defeat to Bar Kokhba's suspicion of his maternal uncle, Rabbi Elazar Hammodai, whom he allegedly killed for suspected collaboration with the enemy, thereby forfeiting his divine protection. The aftermath of Betar's capture is described as a massacre in the historical sources that we have. The Jerusalem Talmud records that the death toll in Betar was staggering, with the Romans reportedly continuing to slaughter until their horses were submerged in blood up to their nostrils. Perhaps they've taken a little bit of poetic license with that, but you get the point. There was an inordinate amount of killing. Now, according to a rabbinic midrash, 8 prominent members of the Sanhedrin were executed by the Romans. That was Rabbi Akiva, Hanina bin Teradion, Rabbi Huspith, Elazar bin Shemamua, Hanina ben Hakanai, Jeshbab the scribe, Judah ben Dama, and Judah ben Bava, all gone in the same day. Now, the exact date of Akiva's execution is debated, with some place it at the outset of the revolt based on the Midrash, while others connect it to the later stages. Either way, the rabbinic narrative depicts excruciating tortures. Akiva was flayed with iron combs. Ishmael had his scalp slowly taken off, and Hanina was burned at the stake with wet wool and a Torah scroll wrapped around his body to prolong the suffering. Certainly not a good way to go. But what about Bar Kokhba? Well, his fate remains a little uncertain, with Babylonian Talmud traditions suggesting that he died from a snake bite or natural causes during the Roman siege, or possibly by order of the Sanhedrin as a false messiah. Lamentations, Rabbah, mentions that Bar Kokhba's head was presented to Emperor Hadrian after the siege of Betar. Now, after the fall of the city, The Roman forces engaged in their systematic killings, systematically destroying all of the remaining Jewish villages and hunting down any refugees they could find. Legio III Cyrenaica played a significant role in this final phase of the campaign. And yes, it was a very brutal phase, but it was a kind of brutality that was matched by what they got. Everybody was as ruthless as the next. Well, historians hold differing views on the duration of the Roman campaign post-fall of Betar. Some argue that the further resistance was very swiftly crushed, while others suggest that pockets of Jewish rebellion continued to evade capture with their families into late 135 and possibly even the spring of the following year. However, whichever way it really is, it's clear that by early 136 that the revolt had been well and truly quelled. Cassius Dio noted that, and I quote, "Many Romans, moreover, perished in this war. Therefore, Hadrian, in writing to the Senate, did not employ the opening phrase commonly affected by the emperor. If you and your children are in health, it is well, and the army are in health." Some scholars argue that the unusually high number of preserved Roman veteran diplomas from the 150s and 60s suggest a significant conscription effort across the Roman Empire to replenish heavy losses within military legions and auxiliary units between 133 and 35, corresponding to the revolt. And as previously mentioned, 12th Deuterania may have been disbanded due to such severe losses. Additionally, some historians propose that the disbandment of Legio IX Hispana in the mid-2nd century could be linked to this war. Previously, it was widely believed that the Ninth had vanished around 108 CE, possibly meeting its end in Britain. However, archaeological discoveries from the mid-2010s in Nijmegen, dating to 121 CE, revealed inscriptions of two senior officers who actually served in the Ninth around 120 CE and continued to hold prominent roles for several decades. This led to the conclusion that the legion was disbanded between 120 and 197, either due to its involvement in the Bar Kokhba revolt, conflicts in Cappadocia, or perhaps operations along the Danube in 162. Well, let's have a little bit of retrospect. What was the aftermath? Well, the revolt had devastating repercussions for the Jewish population in Judea, resulting in extensive loss of life, widespread displacement, and rampant enslavement. The scale of the suffering exceeded that of the aftermath of the First Jewish-Roman War, leaving central Judea in a state of utter desolation. Some scholars characterize these consequences as an act of genocide. Jewish religious and political authority faced harsher suppression, and the province of Judea was renamed Syria Palestina. Casualties and widespread destruction. According to Roman historian Cassius Dio, I quote, 50 of the most important outposts and 985 of their most famous villages were razed to the ground. 580,000 men were slain in the various raids and battles, and the number of those that perished by famine, disease, and fire was past finding out. Thus, nearly the whole of Judea was made desolate. That's from Cassius Dio's History of Rome, section 6914. And it's probably true, because excavations reveal that every village in the region of Judea had been destroyed in the revolt. Most Roman period settlements in Judea show layers of destruction or abandonment, suggesting that Jewish settlement had been almost entirely wiped out by the end of the revolt. Now, of course, it is suggested by some modern observers that Dio had exaggerated some numbers. However, a lot of people think that they're highly plausible, given accurate Roman census declarations. Well, either way, it wasn't just Judea. Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and various other districts, including Gophna, Herodion, and Akraba. Post-revolt Judea, though, saw the replacement of the departing Jewish population with a mixed populace, consisting of Roman veterans and immigrants from the western parts of the empire. These settlers occupied areas such as Aelia Capitolina and its surroundings, administrative centers, main roads, and the Judean countryside. Additionally, immigrants from neighboring provinces like Syria, Phoenicia, and Arabia made their way to the region and settled. Villages in the direct vicinity of Jerusalem were all depopulated, and arable land that was owned by Jews confiscated. To address these vacant villages, Roman and later Byzantine authorities initiated the construction of estate farms and monasteries, benefiting the nobles and the church. The rural areas around Aelia Capitolina underwent a process of Romanization, with evidence of Roman citizens and veterans settling there during the late Roman period. Evidence of Roman veteran settlement can be found throughout Judea proper, including artifacts like a marble sarcophagus depicting Dionysus in Turmus Aya, Latin-inscribed stones at Kirbet Dibna, a Minerva statue at Kirbat al-Mafyar, a centurion's tomb at Beit Natif, and a Roman mansion with Western elements near Beit Guvrin. Now, the enslavement of Roman, rather Jewish captives was very widespread, with sources indicating that there were very great many of them sold into slavery all across the empire. A chronicle from the 7th century states that Jewish captives were sold for the price of one ration of food for a horse, suggesting such a flood of new slaves in the market that supply and demand had simply made them so cheap. Captives who were not sold were deported to various locations, contributing significantly to the Jewish diaspora. Following the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian enacted a series of religious decrees aimed at extinguishing Jewish nationalism in Judea. He banned Torah law and the Hebrew calendar. He also executed many Jewish scholars. And he wasn't done there. The sacred scrolls of Judaism were ceremonially burnt at the temple complex he constructed on the Temple Mount, where statues of Jupiter and himself were installed instead. These measures remained in force until Hadrian's death in 138, which brought at least a little bit of relief to the surviving Jewish communities. Additionally, the Romans imposed a lasting punishment by attempting to erase the memory of Judea, or ancient Israel. They dropped the name Judea from the provincial title, renaming the province Judea as Syria Palestina. This move was unprecedented, as rebellions had never before resulted in expunging of a nation's name. Furthermore, in an effort to ensure the prosperity of the newly established Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina, Jews were prohibited from entering except on the day of Tisha B'Av. By severing the association of Jews with Judea and forbidding them to practice Judaism, Hadrian sought to eradicate a nation that had inflicted significant casualties on the Roman Empire. And that's the end of the story for the Second Roman-Jewish War, or the Jewish-Roman War, whichever side you're on. But like any other page of history, it's just another way of looking at it in a detached manner. Well, it was interesting, to say the least, wasn't it? I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed yourself and managed to relax as we go through the old world. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad tier patron, Stark Factory, who is a complete and utter Chad, making a great contribution to the channel. If you would like to make a contribution, you need only follow the links to the Patreon, which are supplied in the comments and description. Otherwise, you can just enjoy the videos in whichever way you see fit. Well, with that, thank you very much for listening again. I've been your guide for this evening. Wherever you are in the world, look after yourself and those around you, and don't forget to drink plenty of water. I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. The sack of Rome in 410 AD marked a pivotal moment in the decline of the Western Roman Empire. This event, which shocked contemporaries and reverberated throughout history, revealed the empire's vulnerability and signaled its weakening grip on power. Beyond its immediate impact on the city of Rome itself, the sack carried profound religious, political, and cultural implications, shaping the course of events in the late Roman world and leaving a lasting legacy that would be discussed for centuries to come. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's a great thing to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, perhaps follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on with the video. The 410 AD sack of Rome. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? How did we get to this point? Over 4 centuries, the Germanic tribes underwent profound transformations due to their interaction with the Romans. Population growth, economic development, and the consolidation of tribal alliances gradually enhanced their ability to challenge Roman authority. Among these tribes, the Goths emerged as prominent actors, engaging in recurrent conflicts with the Roman Empire. While Gothic incursions into Roman territories had occurred periodically since 238, the advent of the Huns in the late 4th century escalated the pressure on the Germanic tribes, compelling many to seek refuge within the Roman Empire. In 376, led by Fritigern and Alavivus, the Therving Goths sought sanctuary in the Eastern Roman Empire, facing adversaries such as starvation, oppression, and administrative corruption. These challenges fueled discontent, leading to widespread rebellion and looting throughout the Eastern Balkans. The culmination of this unrest was the decisive Battle of Adrianople in 378, where Fritigern achieved a significant victory over the Roman Emperor Valens. They even managed to kill the emperor on the battlefield. Well, despite this triumph, tensions persisted between the Goths and the Romans, leading to further conflicts such as the Battle of the Frigidus in 394, where Gothic aspirations clashed with Roman interests, a grim foreshadowing of future confrontations. Nonetheless, among all of this, peace was eventually established in 382, when Theodosius I, the new Eastern Roman Empire, signed a treaty with the Thervings, who would later be known as the Visigoths, granting them autonomy within the empire as foederati, special subjects of the Romans. Yet underlying tensions continued to simmer, and those tensions set the stage for subsequent clashes between Gothic leaders and Roman authorities. Following the death of Theodosius on the 10th of January 395, the Visigoths regarded their 382 treaty with Rome as more or less null and void. In fact, they more so regarded this as a treaty with Theodosius rather than Rome itself. Alaric swiftly mobilized his forces and led them back to their territories in Moesia, rallying most of the federated Goths in the Danubian provinces under his command. Without hesitation, he rebelled against Rome, launching an invasion of Thrace and advancing towards the Eastern Roman capital of Constantinople. Concurrently, the Huns had launched an invasion of Asia Minor, further destabilizing the region. The Romans simply could not fight on that many fronts, especially against that many quote-unquote barbarians. The political upheaval caused by the death of Theodosius further exacerbated this situation. His sons, Honorius and Arcadius, were proclaimed emperors of the Western and Eastern Roman empires, respectively. But they were young and in serious need of guidance. A power struggle then ensued between Stilicho, who asserted his guardianship over both emperors from the west, and Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect of the east, who assumed guardianship of Arcadius in Constantinople. Stilicho claimed that Theodosius had appointed him as sole guardian on his deathbed, granting him authority over both the Eastern and Western empires. Well, of course, it was rather hard to claim Stilicho was wrong with this, as Theodosius had conveniently passed away, and with his dying word clutching the hand of his best friend ever, Stilicho, said, "It is all yours, friend, everything." Well, not many people really believed this. In an attempt to resolve the crisis, Rufinus engaged in negotiations with Alaric of all people to persuade him to withdraw from Constantinople, possibly by offering him territories in Thessaly. Consequently, Alaric, after reviewing the terms, decided to redirect his forces away from Constantinople and towards Greece, where he conducted raids in the Diocese of Macedonia. Responding to the escalating threat, the Magister Utriusque Militae, Stilicho, led a combined Western and Eastern Roman army out of Italy to confront Alaric and the Goths head on. Eventually, finding Alaric entrenched behind a circle of wagons on the plain of Larissa in Thessaly, Stilicho opted for a prolonged siege rather than engaging in a direct conflict. However, Arcadius, influenced by anti-Stilicho factions, ordered Stilicho to withdraw from Thessaly immediately, further complicating the situation. Upon receiving the orders from Emperor Arcadius, Stilicho complied by redirecting his eastern troops to Constantinople and leading his western forces back to Italy. The eastern troops, under the command of the Gothic leader Gainas, arrived in Constantinople, where they encountered Rufinus, who was subsequently assassinated in the November of 395. The specific circumstances surrounding Rufinus's death, whether orchestrated by Stilicho or perhaps by Rufinus' successor Eutropius, remain a little uncertain. But you, dear listener, can engage in your own speculation, just as I engage in mine. Now, Stilicho's withdrawal from Greece allowed Alaric to embark on a devastating campaign, plundering several prominent Greek cities, including Piraeus, Corinth, Argos, and Sparta. Indeed, Sparta were not as tough as they used to be. Now, Athens managed to avoid destruction by paying a ransom, so they got off pretty easily. Stilicho returned to Greece in 397, bolstering his army with primarily barbarian allies, hoping for a warmer reception from the Eastern Roman government. After engaging in some skirmishes, Stilicho laid siege to Alaric at Pholoe, but ultimately he retreated to Italy, and Alaric marched straight into Epirus. The reasons behind Stilicho's failure to decisively deal with Alaric are another subject of debate. Now, some argue that Stilicho's predominantly barbarian army proved to be unreliable, while others suggest that pressure from Arcadius and the Eastern government compelled his withdrawal. Alternatively, there are claims that Stilicho struck a deal with Alaric and betrayed the interests of the East. Well, regardless, Stilicho's actions ultimately led to his designation as a public enemy in the Eastern Empire in the same year. Alaric's successful incursion into Epirus prompted the Eastern Roman government to negotiate with him in 398, offering him the title of Magister Militum per Illyricum, and granting him authority over the Roman command in his designated province. It's a pretty good deal. Meanwhile, Stilicho, that very popular general, suppressed a rebellion in Africa in 399, allegedly instigated by the Eastern Roman Empire. He also solidified his hold on power in the West by arranging the marriage of his daughter Maria to the 11-year-old Western Emperor Honorius. Aurelianus, the newly appointed Praetorian prefect of the East, following Eutropius's execution, revoked Alaric's title to Illyricum in the year 400. In a riot at Constantinople on the 12th of July of the same year, between 700 and 7,000 Gothic soldiers and their families were massacred. Gaianus, previously made Magister Militum, rebelled, but was killed by the Huns under Uldin, who sent his head back to Constantinople as a grim offering, and a political statement, no doubt. Feeling vulnerable in the East, and isolated from Roman officialdom due to these events, Alaric seized the opportunity while Stilicho was occupied with repelling an invasion of Vandals and Alans in Raetia and Noricum. Alaric led his people into Italy in 401, reaching it in November with surprisingly minimal resistance. The Goths then captured several unnamed cities and laid siege to the Western Roman capital of Mediolanum. Stilicho, now bolstered by Alan and Vandal federates, relieved the siege, compelling a crossing at the Ada River. Alaric then retreated to Pollentia, where a drawn-out encounter ensued. On Easter Sunday, the 6th of April 402, Stilicho initiated a surprise attack, resulting in the Battle of Pollentia, which ended inconclusively. Results notwithstanding, Alaric retreated once more, leading to further confrontations, including the Battle of Verona, where poor old Alaric suffered defeat and was besieged in a mountain fortress, sustaining significant losses. As desertions plagued Alaric's ranks, including some prominent figures like Sarus deserting to the Romans, Alaric withdrew his forces to the borderlands adjacent to Dalmatia and Pannonia. In response to the near capture of Mediolanum, Emperor Honorius relocated the Western Roman capital to Ravenna, which was a much more defensible position. This shift may have redirected the Western court's focus towards Italy's defense, potentially weakening the empire's overall position. Alaric, through certain better choices perhaps, eventually aligned himself with Stilicho, agreeing to assist him in claiming the Praetorian prefecture of Illyricum for the Western Empire. In 405, Stilicho appointed Alaric as Magister Militum of Illyricum. However, Radagasius's invasion of Italy that same year disrupted their plans. Although Radagasius was defeated in 406, Stilicho's subsequent attempts to support Alaric's invasion of Illyricum were thwarted by internal revolts in Gaul, and a reconciliation with the Eastern Roman Empire in 408, signaling a shift in Alaric's significance to Stilicho and Rome. A significant shift occurred in the Eastern Roman Empire with the death of Emperor Arcadius on the 1st of May, 408, succeeded by his young son, Theodosius II. Emperor Honorius initially contemplated traveling east to ensure his nephew's succession, but Stilicho had persuaded him to remain in the west, while Stilicho himself undertook the task. However, Stilicho faced internal opposition, fueled by false accusations spread by Olympius, a Palatine official and Stilicho's adversary. Alleged allegations surfaced that Stilicho aimed to elevate his son Eucharius to the eastern throne, leading to widespread unrest and mutiny among the Roman soldiers, who targeted Stilicho's supporters. Despite efforts from his barbarian troops to quell the mutiny, Stilicho opted for a diplomatic resolution and journeyed to Ravenna to meet with Emperor Honorius. Do remember that Ravenna was the new capital. They changed that from Mediolanum. Well, unfortunately for Stilicho, Emperor Honorius was quite swayed by these rumors of treason, and after much consideration, he decided to order Stilicho's arrest. Bad luck, I suppose. Seeking sanctuary in a church in Ravenna, Stilicho was eventually persuaded to leave under a false assurance of safety, only to be arrested and promptly executed on the 22nd of August 408 at Honorius's command. Stilicho's demise abruptly halted the payment to Alaric and his Visigoths, who had not received any portion of the agreed-upon ransom. Stilicho, known for his mixed Vandal and Roman heritage, is widely acknowledged for stabilizing the Roman Empire during his 13-year tenure, and ultimately his untimely death had far-reaching consequences for the empire's stability. Oh, and he must have been rolling in his grave too, because shortly after his death, his son Eucharius was also executed in Rome. Can't choose your family, huh? Well, with Stilicho removed from power, Olympius assumed a prominent role in the government, purging Stilicho's supporters and spearheading an anti-Germanic agenda. This shift in leadership led to indiscriminate violence against allied barbarian foederati soldiers and their families within Roman cities, and it wasn't the first time, prompting thousands to flee Italy and seek refuge with Alaric in Noricum. While the exact number of refugees is uncertain, estimates vary, with some historians suggesting that Zosimus misinterpreted his sources, leading to an exaggerated figure of 30,000 refugees. In an attempt to negotiate with Emperor Honorius, Alaric requested hostages, gold, and permission to relocate to Pannonia, but his demands were quite swiftly rejected. Undeterred, Alaric cognizant of Italy's vulnerable defenses following Stilicho's death, launched his invasion in early October, approximately 6 weeks after Stilicho's execution. He also enlisted the support of his brother-in-law, Ataulf, urging him to join the incursion with reinforcements as soon as possible. Advancing southward, Alaric and his Visigoths pillaged cities along their route, including Arminium. Their march proceeded leisurely, with reportedly an air of festivity, as noted by historian Zosimus. Apparently they were having quite a great time. Meanwhile, Sarus and his contingent of Goths opted to remain neutral and distant from the unfolding events within Italy. The monumental city of Rome, possibly housing up to 800,000 inhabitants at this time, found itself under siege by Alaric's forces of Visigoths in late 408. Absolutely unthinkable for people who were citizens of Rome. Well, amidst all of the chaos, panic, of course, gripped the population, prompting an effort to revive pagan rites as a defense mechanism against the Visigoths. Remember, at this time, it had only been around 80 or so years that the empire had become Christian. I believe the Edict of Milan from memory was 313, and many people faced the persecutions in the wake of that. Well, now people were thinking perhaps the gods of the old times were angry with them. I'm sure Grandpa was definitely screaming that out. Well, that's once again speculation, my imagination that runs wild. Well, even Pope Innocent I reluctantly agreed to these rites to bring back a little bit of paganism to try and stem the tide of the Visigoths, some divine intervention, albeit he did these under strict conditions. Well, however, the attempt was thwarted by logistical challenges raised by the pagan priest, leading to its abandonment. So unfortunately, no mass-scale sacrifices and pagan rituals. Now, within the city, suspicion fell upon a certain Serena. That was the wife of the deceased Stilicho and the cousin of Emperor Honorius. She was erroneously believed to be colluding with Alaric. Interpret that however you will. Galla Placidia, Emperor Honorius's sister, also found herself trapped in Rome. Unfortunately for Serena, she was ultimately executed by the Roman Senate. Well, this made tensions even worse. People were starting to get a little bit frightened. And the walls of Rome, well, perhaps you couldn't see the Visigoths, but you could certainly hear them with their strange language outside, planning your doom. They're right outside the gate. They're gonna get in. As the siege persisted, the city's plight only worsened with Alaric's control over the Tiber River, which severely restricted the inflow of essential supplies. With dwindling provisions, starvation and disease ravaged the population. Reportedly, the streets were strewn with corpses. In a desperate bid to negotiate terms, the Roman Senate dispatched envoys to Alaric, but their attempts were met with derision. Ultimately, Rome had no choice, and they capitulated to Alaric's demand, relinquishing a vast amount of wealth, including gold, silver, clothing, and spices, in exchange for not being killed. It's not a bad deal, I suppose. The influx of barbarian slaves further bolstered Alaric's ranks. To gather the required funds, Roman senators were compelled to contribute, resorting to the melting down of pagan statues and shrines. Despite the ransom payment, the scars of Rome's humiliation lingered, symbolized by the melting down of statues that once embodied Roman valor. Emperor Honorius reluctantly approved the payment, prompting Alaric to withdraw his forces to Etruria in December 408, marking an end of the siege. And now for the second siege. Of course, the first siege was such a success they had to have a sequel, right? Well, in January 409, the Roman Senate dispatched an embassy to Emperor Honorius at Ravenna, advocating for a diplomatic resolution with the Goths. They proposed offering Roman aristocratic children as hostages to Alaric, seeking to restore the alliance between Rome and the Visigoths. However, influenced by Olympius, Honorius rejected the proposal, and instead called upon 5 legions from Dalmatia to reinforce Rome. Dalmatia was in the province of Egypt. Led by Valens, these forces were intended to garrison the city, but were intercepted by Alaric's army en route, resulting in near annihilation. Following this debacle, a second embassy, including Pope Innocent I himself, was dispatched to plead with Honorius to accede to the Visigoths' demands. Meanwhile, reports arrived that Ataulf, Alaric's brother-in-law, had crossed the Julian Alps with Gothic reinforcements. Honorius mobilized Roman forces in northern Italy, placing 300 Huns under Olympius's command to intercept Ataulf. Despite an engagement near Pisa where Olympius claimed victory, he was ultimately forced to retreat, and he ended up back in Ravenna with everybody else. Olympius's failure led to his downfall, with Jovius, the Praetorian prefect of Italy, assuming power and engineering a mutiny in Ravenna. With Jovius's ascension, the new government became amenable to negotiations with Alaric, given Jovius's prior association with Stilicho, and a somewhat lukewarm friendship with Alaric. Alaric presented his demands. He wanted annual tribute, territorial concessions, and the title of Magister Utriusque Milite. Despite Jovius's attempt to broker a compromise, Honorius rebuffed the proposal, sending an insulting response to Alaric. Alaric did not like this. Infuriated by Honorius's rejection of his terms, Alaric terminated negotiations completely. This prompted Jovius to reaffirm his allegiance to the emperor and swear never to entertain peace with Alaric. Meanwhile, Honorius, resolute in his decision for war, was rumored to be recruiting Huns to combat the Goths. Alaric, upon hearing this, modified his demands, relinquishing his previous requests for Roman office and gold tribute, now seeking only lands in Noricum and grain supplies deemed necessary by the emperor. However, Honorius's government, bound by its commitment to war and distrustful of Alaric's intentions, once again rejected this offer. Unimpeded by the promised Hun reinforcements, Alaric resumed his siege of Rome, renewing to the city's sufferings from starvation and disease. As conditions deteriorated, the Senate convened with Alaric, who demanded the appointment of a rival emperor to Honorius. In response, the elderly Priscus Attalus was elected, allowing himself to be baptized as a Christian, and bestowed the title of Magister Utriusque Militae upon Alaric. With his brother-in-law Atulf appointed comes Domesticorum Equitum. A new governor under Attalus was established, lifting the siege. Heraclian, governor of Africa, remained loyal to Honorius, resisting Attalus's attempts to subdue him. Attalus and Alaric advanced to Ravenna, coercing several cities in northern Italy to pledge allegiance to Attalus. In a desperate attempt to salvage his position, Honorius dispatched emissaries, including Jovius, to negotiate with Attalus. Jovius, who deflected to Attalus's side, advocated for Honorius's removal from power, but was swiftly rebuffed. As tensions continued to escalate, Honorius contemplated fleeing to Constantinople, only to be bolstered by the arrival of 4,000 Eastern Roman soldiers to defend Ravenna. Meanwhile, Heraclian's victory over Attalus's forces in Africa heightened the threat of famine in Rome, prompting Alaric's desire to send Gothic soldiers to secure the province, an offer once again refused by Attalus. Advised by Jovius to dispose of Attalus, Alaric ceremonially stripped him of his imperial title and regalia, reopening negotiations with Honorius in the summer of 410. In an attempt to negotiate, Honorius arranged a meeting with Alaric outside Ravenna. However, before the rendezvous could take place, Sarus, now allied with Honorius and harboring immense animosity towards Atulf, launched a surprise attack on Alaric and his men with a small Roman force. The motivation behind Sarus's aggression, speculated by some historians like Peter Heather, may have stemmed from his defeat to Alaric in the 390s election for the kingship of the Goths. Perhaps so. A little jealous, it seems. Well, Alaric, surviving the ambush, incensed by this betrayal and disillusioned by previous failed negotiations, abandoned further attempts at reconciliation with Honorius. Instead, he turned his attention back to Rome, initiating its third and final siege. On the 24th of August, 410, the Visigoths breached the Salarian Gate and entered the city of Rome, beginning 3 days of pillaging. Numerous prominent structures, including the mausoleums of Augustus and Hadrian, were looted, picked clean, with urns containing the ashes of past emperors scattered on the ground. The Goths plundered movable goods throughout the city, sparing only a few locations such as the basilicas of Peter and Paul, albeit pilfering a significant silver ciborium from the Lateran Palace. Although much of the structural damage was confined to the vicinity of the old Senate House and the Salarian Gate, where the gardens of Sallust were burned and left unreconstructed. The Basilica Aemilia and the Basilica Julia also fell victim to the flames. The sack of Rome left its inhabitants devastated, with many Romans taken captive, including notable figures like Emperor Honorius' sister, Galla Placida. Some captives were ransomed, while others faced the grim fate of being sold into slavery or subjected to worse forms of violence, depending on their gender. The calamity was recounted in detail by survivors like Pelagius, a Roman monk from Britain, who described it as chaos and despair that engulfed the once mighty city. Accounts of torture and brutality emerged, such as the ordeal of Saint Marcella, an 85-year-old woman known for her piety and simplicity of life. When confronted by marauding soldiers demanding gold, Marcella, living in humble poverty, had nothing to offer but her modest attire. Despite her innocence, she was mercilessly beaten and eventually succumbed to her injuries. The barbarity of the sack contrasted with moments of humanity as recounted by Saint Jerome, who detailed how Christ softened the hearts of the attackers, allowing for acts of compassion amid the violence. Although the sack was relatively restrained by standards of the time, with no widespread slaughter or enslavement, the city suffered significant losses. However, the basilicas of Peter and Paul were designated as places of sanctuary, offering at least some respite during the chaos. Despite the devastation, Rome's monuments largely survived intact, albeit stripped of their internal treasures. The aftermath saw waves of refugees fleeing to regions like Africa and Egypt, seeking safety and shelter. Yet, even in their plight, some of them faced exploitation and mistreatment. The historian Procopius recorded a poignant anecdote, illustrating Emperor Honorius's initial confusion upon hearing of Rome's fall, mistaking the news for the demise of his beloved pet chicken, who he had apparently named Rome. This anecdote serves as a stark reminder of the absurdity and folly that often accompanies these tragedies in history. While the Visigothic invasion of Italy under Alaric marked a significant turning point in the decline of the Western Roman Empire, the sack of Rome in 410 revealed the empire's vulnerability and weakness, shocking people across both halves of the empire who always viewed Rome as the eternal city and the symbolic beating heart of their domain. The event sparked mourning and reflection, with the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius declaring 3 days of mourning in Constantinople, and figures like St. Jerome expressing grief and disbelief. But the sack of Rome also served as a focal point for religious and political conflict within the empire. Christians and pagans alike interpreted the event through their respective worldviews, with some viewing it as divine punishments for the city's sins, and others seeing it as evidence of weakness brought about by the decline of traditional Roman virtues in the face of the new religion of Christianity. In the aftermath of the sack, figures like Saint Augustine penned influential works such as The City of God, which sought to reconcile the event with Christian theology and provide a framework for understanding the role of religion in the decline of empires. The sack of Rome was not merely a singular event, but rather a culmination of terminal problems that faced the Western Roman Empire, including domestic rebellions, external invasions, and the increasing disloyalty of the Roman army. And it didn't end in 410. Subsequent sacks and invasions, such as those by the Vandals in 455, further weakened the empire until its ultimate collapse in 476, marking the end of the Western Roman Empire and the beginning of the Middle Ages in Europe. And with that, it marks the end of our video for today. Did you learn something? Well, I just hope that your part of the world is not invaded by Visigoths anytime soon. Fingers crossed. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad patron, Stark Factory, for his glorious contribution. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you, dear listener, for listening so far. If you've enjoyed it so far, why not like the video, leave your comments down below, and subscribe to the channel. And make sure you hit the bell as well. Apparently people aren't getting all of the video notifications come up. But until next time, I wish you all the best. Look after each other, drink plenty of water. Good night, everyone. The Social War, also known as the War of the Allies, was a pivotal engagement that shook the Roman Republic in the 1st century BC. Lasting from 91 to 88 BC, it erupted primarily due to the grievances of the Italian allies, who sought Roman citizenship and their equal rights. The war reshaped the political landscape of Italy, leading to significant changes in Roman governance and military dynamics, but not without significant bloodshed. Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support my work on YouTube, you may follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, that also goes a very long way. Now, without further ado, let's begin our video on the Social War. First of all, let's have a look at the name. You see, the term social war is somewhat of an inadequate translation of the Latin term bellum sociale, which actually means War of the Allies in Latin, derived from socius, meaning ally. Now, in contemporary scholarship, social war is commonly used to describe any conflict between allies, so this is more of a blanket term. Now, the term bellum sociale was coined by historian Florus in the 2nd century AD, gaining popularity during the imperial period. During the time of the Romans, it was also known as the Marsic War, named after the Marsi, an Italian tribe east of Rome, who were prominent in the conflict, having even killed 2 Roman consuls. You might also hear it referred to as the Italian War. Now, the focus on the Marsi tribe could be attributed to figures like Quintus Poppaeus Silo, a leader among the Italians. So, with that out of the way, let's get right back to the start. Talk about the roots of the conflict and the situation in Rome and broader Italy that led us to this point. During the 2nd century BC, the Roman Republic held sway over the Italian peninsula, forming alliances through bilateral treaties with numerous city-states across the region. These agreements typically guaranteed the territorial integrity and self-governance of the Allied cities, but of course in exchange for their military support in Rome's various conflicts. Now, as Rome grew, it engaged in more and more wars, and it needed more soldiers to fuel the machine. The contribution of Allied contingents to its military grew quite significantly. By 295 BC, Allied forces outnumbered the Roman troops on the battlefield, and by 218 there were 3 allies for every 2 Romans. Cities allied with Rome for various reasons, including the promise of war spoils and land allocations. Moreover, Rome provided support to allied elites who were facing popular uprisings, such as those in Arretium, Lucania, and Volsini in 302, 296, and 264 respectively. While some cities defected during the Second Punic War, following the Battle of Cannae in 216 BC, Rome quashed these defections and imposed severe penalties, making an example of anybody who stepped out of line. Well, little by little, over time, Roman interference in the internal affairs of its allies increased, although historians do debate the extent of this intervention. For instance, the Senate's actions to suppress the Bacchanalia in 186 BC raises questions about whether it applied solely to Roman territory or extended extraterritorially to the allies. Now, during the Social War, the Allied forces primarily hailed from regions such as Etruria and Umbria in the north, as well as territories further south, including Lucania, Apulia, and Magna Graecia. As early as the 5th century BC, going way back, Oscan and Umbrian-speaking communities in southern Italy had already established somewhat of a loose confederacy, with notable powers like the Samnites and Lucians emerging as key players. Despite conquests in Italy, these allies, particularly the Samnites, maintained their unity and defected from Rome as a unified front during the Second Punic War. Roman influence and the process of Romanization varied from region to region. While Latin had little impact on Apulia and Samnium, Marsic territories showed signs of adopting the Latin alphabet, indicating somewhat of a degree of cultural assimilation. Overall, the Italian tribes at large and their communities did remain somewhat distinct from Rome, at least on the eve of the Social War, and they preserved their identities as much as they had in the preceding centuries. Must remember, not everybody wanted to be Roman. Now, before the 1st century AD, individuals could not hold multiple citizenships, and allied soldiers did not receive Roman citizenship upon completing their service prior to the establishment of the empire. This single citizenship system contrasted with the practice in Greece, where multiple citizenships were common. Citizenship was closely tied to territories, with acquiring Roman citizenship necessitating the forfeiture of local citizenship. Losing local citizenship while residing outside Roman territory often led to a decline in social and economic status for individuals. And here's a term for you: the Italian question encapsulates the complex dynamic between Rome and its Italian allies during the Social War. It's been debated these primary motivations behind the Allies' revolt, with the two main perspectives emerging from ancient accounts. One viewpoint portrays the conflict as a struggle for citizenship, while the other depicts it as a rebellion against Roman hegemony. Some modern observers suggest that the Social War should be interpreted primarily as a revolt against Rome. However, we may also acknowledge that both the quest for citizenship and desire for independence reflect somewhat of a deeper aspiration for equality and freedom, whether within or outside of the Roman political framework. Now, a source from Appian, entitled Civil Wars, serves as a primary one for understanding much of the Social War period, offering valuable insights. According to Appian, the Italians were driven by several key themes. Among them were support for agrarian reform, political equality, but also aspirations for land distribution. One notable aspect that is highlighted by Appian is the association of agrarian reforms with the plight of the Italians. He suggests that the reforms proposed by figures like Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus were perceived as potential means to address the grievances of the Italian population. However, modern historians question the validity of this claim, viewing it as either a political tactic or an anachronistic insertion by later commenters. Well, Appian also portrays the war as a response to the failed reform efforts of Marcus Livius Drusus in 91. Drusus's proposed changes to the composition of criminal court juries allegedly involved promises of free land, which ultimately failed to materialize. It was this failure, according to Appian, that fueled the Italians' quest for citizenship and legal equality, which they believed had been denied to them in times of peace. While Appian presents various motivations for the revolt, the desire for political equality in general emerges as the central theme. He suggests, in his work, that the Italians sought to be partners in rule rather than subjects. However, it is likely that different segments of Italian society harbored their own goals, with poorer Italians seeking relief from mistreatment by Roman authorities, and wealthier individuals aimed for direct involvement in Roman politics. Modern interpretations of the citizenship thesis emphasize the role of Italian commercial classes in driving Romanization efforts. These scholars argue that Access to Roman citizenship would enable all Italians to share in the benefits of the empire, and also influence Roman provincial policies. However, alternative perspectives, such as the overall economic factor, may have also played a significant role in sparking the conflict. Overall, it's a mixed bag. Now, scholarly analysis challenges the traditional view of the social war's motivations. It suggests that the desire for Roman citizenship among the Italian allies that is depicted by Appian may simply be anachronistic. You see, before the conflict, there was limited agitation for citizenship, and the implications of such citizenship reforms would have been extensive, potentially disrupting the long-standing alliance system that formed the basis of Roman dominance in Italy. Instead, focus is more played on the Italian discontent with Roman public land reforms. Well, a proposed reconstruction of the events leading to the war suggests that the Roman politicians, to perhaps placate the plebs through land distributions, led to increased unrest among the allies. A raw deal, it seems. The failure to address these grievances culminated in a confrontation between the Roman leaders and the allies, prompting preparations for insurrection. Efforts to grant citizenship to appease the allies ultimately failed, and it led to the launch of the Italian bid for independence. This decision to rebel against Rome was certainly a significant gamble for the Italians, as demonstrated by the brutal reprisal against Fregale following his attempted revolt in 125 BC. To prepare for war, the Italians needed to establish trustworthy alliances, often secured with the exchange of hostages. Appian also recounts a series of somewhat clandestine negotiations among Italian states that were, for a long time, completely unbeknownst to Rome. Although the Romans may have been aware of some unrest, they likely underestimated its extent. The capture of Roman garrisons in unfriendly cities at the outset of the war suggests a rather poor strategic planning by the Romans and prior strategic planning by the Italians. Roman authorities had dispatched praetors with troops to investigate the rumors of dissent around the peninsula by late 91 BC. However, these efforts were either insufficient or simply too late, as the war had already begun by the time their investigations concluded. It's probable that preparations for rebellion had been underway prior to Drusus's tribunate in 91 BC. At the onset of the war, Italians swiftly raised forces and organized armies to confront the Romans, indicating prior agreements on power sharing and command. Now, according to Photius's summary of Diodorus Siculus, which aligns with the views of the majority of modern scholars, the Italians established a new capital at Corfinium, complete with their own senate of about 500 members, and they even appointed 2 consuls and 12 praetors. These officials were evenly divided between the northern and southern fronts, with Quintius Poppaedius Silo and Gaius Papius Mutilus appointed as consuls for the north and south respectively. Reconstructions of the Italian state organization have varied over time. Early interpretations proposed a structure akin to Roman governance, while later views suggest a more federal arrangement with tribal divisions. Some modern observers suggest that Livy's account of the Latin War, albeit anachronistic, may offer some different insights into the social war, indicating Italian demands for power-sharing arrangements akin to those sought by the Latin allies in the earlier conflicts. However, apart from the account of Diodorus Siculus, there is limited evidence regarding the internal politics or officers of the Italian coalition. Florus, for instance, makes no mention of an Italian senate or magistrates, instead referring to tribal and ethnic leaders serving under their respective standards. The presence of imperatores, or commanders, among the Italians implies a decentralized leadership structure, with very little evidence of formal elections or even succession protocols. Now, in late 91, or perhaps early 90 BC in the winter time, a significant incident occurred in Asculum, where a Roman praetor named Quintus Servilius, possibly the quaestor of 103 BC, intervened in a customary hostage exchange between Asculum and another city, threatening violence if Asculum was to continue. In response, fearing Roman reprisal, the inhabitants of Asculum killed the praetor and his legate Fonteius, along with all of the Romans in the city, and looted their belongings as well for good measure. Well, this was not received well. This act of violence against Romans openly triggered a widespread revolt among the Italians. However, it may have been different, as this sequence contradicts Appian's narrative, which does suggest that Asculum rioted in late 91 BC, but following the assassination of Marcus Livius Drusus in Rome, and also due to the general atmosphere of persecution of the Italian allies, which everybody was quite rightly sick of at this point. According to Appian, Drusus, whose political influence had waned since the death of his powerful supporter, Lucius Licinius Crassus, saw his legislation invalidated by the Senate before being killed by an unknown assailant. Subsequently, the Italians sent a delegation to Rome, but negotiations were refused. Appian then asserts that after the death of Drusus and the prosecution of their allies in Rome, the Equites established the Varian Court to prosecute those aiding the Italians' quest for citizenship. This, Appian claims, led to the Italian conspiracy and revolt. However, once again, given the time frame between Drusus's death and the outbreak of the war, this chronology that Appian puts forth appears somewhat implausible. But it is just another take on the early events. With the beginning of the social war being well defined, its conclusion remains somewhat ambiguous, with proposed end dates ranging from 89 BC to perhaps November of 82 BC. Well, what we are going to cover is the events until the nominal pacification of the Samnites and Lucanians in 87. Well, the primary sources for the war's course are a little convoluted. Appian presents them geographically, resulting in a bit of a disjointed narrative, while Livy's chronology is obscured by the loss of his original volumes. But we'll do our best. Oh, and additionally, the conflict unfolded against two main theatres. One was in the north, centred in Asculum, and the other in the south, encompassing Samnium, Lucania, Apulia, and Campania. Additionally, there was a brief but unsuccessful attempt to foment rebellion in Etruria and Umbria, but the Romans swept that one up with relative ease. Now, after these events that led to the initial massacres of the Romans and the Italian allies banding together and putting their plan in motion, in Rome, the initial response to the rebellion was marked by confusion. Plebeian tribune Quintus Varius Hybrida established a permanent court to identify the conspirators behind the Italian uprising. However, the Romans did not initially perceive a direct link between the issue of citizenship and the outbreak of the war. There are suggestions of a potential peace negotiation in the early winter of 90 BC, but if such talks did occur, the Senate ultimately refused to engage in serious negotiations. Now, Appian reports that at the outset of the war, the Italians had quite a lot behind them. He reports that they had mobilized around 100,000 men, while on the other side, Rome's Latin allies had remained loyal. Rome retained control over strategic areas like Capua and central Campania. The consuls for the year, Lucius Julius Caesar and Publius Rutilius Lupus, were supported by rather experienced legates, including Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla, both very battle-hardened men. They knew what to do when commanding an army. Well, in response to all of this, these numbers of 100,000 angry peasants, Rome mustered their own substantial force, allowing the consuls of 90 BC to swiftly depart for battle. All consuls and praetors were assigned to Italy for the duration of this conflict. Livy's records detail the Latin and foreign communities that contributed auxiliaries to Rome's cause, and they certainly did their part. Estimates suggest that Rome's manpower exceeded 140,000 men, with resources split among 14 legions and additional support from overseas allies. Now the Italians, with all of their side, were on the offensive. Launched in late 91 and early 90 BC, they demonstrated a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of Roman military tactics. Must have been looking over the fence while they were training. Well, of course, a lot of them were veterans of past wars. Naturally, they would know what the Romans were going to do, especially going up against a quote-unquote inferior force. Notably, there was a concerted effort to win over the pro-Roman combatants, resulting in significant defection from Roman ranks. Remember how he said that much of the Roman army was composed of auxiliaries from other areas. Victories were achieved in various regions, with notable successes in Campania and Picenum. In Campania, Italian forces under Gaius Papius Mutilus captured key cities before being halted at Acre. Meanwhile, in Picenum, Gaius Vindicilius and others defeated Roman forces and advanced into Apulia, seizing territory along the eastern coast. Despite initial setbacks for Rome, the conflict remained indecisive in many engagements, with Acernia falling after repeated Roman failures to relieve the besieged town. Lucius Julius Caesar, and he was attempting to halt Italian advances at Acre, and he was doing well, but unfortunately it resulted in a series of inconclusive battles. But quite a learning experience for the young commander. In the northern theatre, on June 11th, during the Battle of the Tilenus River, Consul Publius Rutilius Lupus fell while attempting to lead his men across the river. His under-trained troops were routed during the crossing, leading to panic when the large number of bodies returned to Rome. In response to this, to try and quell some public outcry, the Senate decreed that the war dead should, instead of being paraded through the middle of town, buried on the field of battle in future, saving everybody from that hit to morale, I think. Now Gaius Marius, another of Rutilius's legates, managed to secure a decisive victory by forcing the river and assuming command after Rutilius's replacement was assassinated during a false surrender negotiations. Marius, with assistance from Lucius Cornelius Sulla, later defeated Marsi near the Fucine Lake, splitting the Italian forces. Meanwhile, Sextus Julius Caesar, consul in 91 BC, moved to relieve Firmum in October. His forces routed Labrenius's troops, driving them into Asculum, which was then besieged by Pompey Strabo. Sextus's forces also pushed Vindiculus back into Apulia, placing it under siege in December. These victories led to the collapse of the northern front of the war. Attempts to incite rebellion in Etruria and Umbria were also quickly suppressed, and the Senate garrisoned Cumae with freed men recruited into the army for the first time. With the northern front collapsing and the division of Italian forces, defeat for the Italians became somewhat inevitable. As Rome began to gain the upper hand, the Senate passed legislation in October allowing Italian communities that had not revolted to elect Roman citizenship, known as the Lex Julia de Civitate. This addressed one of the main grievances that was behind the war, albeit after the bodies had piled up. Too little, too late, it seems. Well, despite these developments, only the Italian hardliners remained on the battlefield, and their resistance was gradually overcome by the superior Roman force. In 89, the new consuls were Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo and Lucius Porcius Cato. In January, the Marsi attempted to support the rebellions in Etruria and Umbria, but were intercepted by the consuls. Strabo defeated them rather soundly near Asculum, forcing a retreat across the snowy mountains, while Cato, taking command from Marius, defeated them near the Fucine Lake, but he was killed in battle. The Romans continued their offensive against the Marsi, eventually forcing them to petition for peace, and this allowed the Romans to besiege Asculum and Corfinium, forcing the Italians to transfer their capital to Bovianum. The Romans also made the effort to subjugate the Vestini and the Marrucini, pacifying the northern theater pretty much by summer. Now back to the south. That was where Sulla was, and he was making his own impact. He besieged Nola and Pompeii, defeating attempts to relieve them. He then moved into Samnium, subjugating the Hirpini and taking Bovianum by September, forcing the Italians to relocate their capital to Isernia. So by this time, the northern front and the southern front, well, the writing was on the wall for the Italians, it seems. Asculum surrendered in the November of 89 BC, and Strabo celebrated a triumph on December 25th. Merry Christmas. Further legislation extended citizenship with the Lex Plautia Papiria, and new colonies in Transdapaine Gaul were established with Latin rights and privileges. The reorganization of Italy continued with the formation of new municipia and the surveying of their lands. Now, by 88 BC, the social war was more or less concluded. And yes, there was perhaps a few people still knocking about, but there was only really a few pockets of resistance remaining. And by this point, they weren't so tough. Lucius Cornelius Sulla and Quintus Pompeius Rufus were elected at this time as consuls, but neither was assigned to commands against the Italians due to new concerns about Mithridates VI's invasion of Asia. Pompey Strabo's command in the northern theatre was extended, and he quickly accepted the surrender of several Italian towns, effectively ending the war in the north. The remaining insurgents fled south to Samnium and Apulia, where they reorganized under Quintus Pompaedus Silo. Now Silo still had some force behind him, and he had about 50,000 men. But his efforts, despite valiant, were insufficient against the Romans. He did manage to reverse Roman advances in Samnium and recapture Bovianum, before being defeated and killed by Metellus Pius in Apulia. All in all, a valiant effort. Well, after Silo's death, organized resistance completely collapsed, although a few people did fight on in Brutium, but it was game over at this point. They sought the intervention, these last holdouts, from Mithridates, remember him? But ultimately reached a negotiated settlement with the Roman government in 87 BC, siding with the faction of Cornelius Cinna and Gaius Marius, in exchange for citizenship and other concessions. So they did get a few things of what they wanted. It wasn't a complete waste of time. Well, perhaps tell that to the giant pile of dead bodies. The social war extended a significant toll on both sides, with the need for soldiers leading to the induction of freed men into the Roman army and the unprecedented financial strain on the Republic. The devastation was profound. Fighting in their own backyard, particularly in central and southern Italy, and we know this by the archaeological evidence along with the literary sources that describe complete misery and lawlessness all over the countryside. Moreover, the extension of citizenship to the Allies changed the political and legal landscape of Italy. former sovereign Italian communities were all but replaced by Roman citizen municipia, governed by uniform magistrates, and their laws, well, they were Roman laws now. While the process of municipalization evolved over time, it culminated in the establishment of a more standardized system under Caesar and Augustus. In the following year, 88 BC, during Lucius Cornelius Sulla's consulship, a significant issue arose regarding the enrollment of newly enfranchised Italian citizens into the Roman tribes. The expansion of citizenship following the social war raised questions about how these citizens would be politically organized, as their placement in the 35 tribes of the Comitia Tributa would influence politics for generations to come. Initially, proposals suggested creating new tribes to accommodate the influx of new citizens, a solution reminiscent of practices in the past. However, some advocated for integrating the new citizens into the existing tribes, which would ensure their full political influence. This debate culminated in legislation proposed by Publius Sulpicius Rufus, a tribune of the plebs, which aimed to enroll the new citizens in the existing tribes. This proposal was later revoked when Sulla marched on Rome in response to a reassignment regarding the Mithridatic command. After Cornelius Cinna took control of Rome and supported the Italian suffrage, the decision was made to redistribute the new citizens among the old tribes. This process began somewhat later in 70 BC with the election of new censors, but its completion was delayed, likely due to Rome's deliberate inaction, and was not finalized all the way until the reign of Augustus. The impact that these new Italian citizens on Rome had was quite significant. They formed a concentrated electorate with their own vested interests, or they often sold their votes to the highest bidders, and there were plenty of them. Additionally, their distribution across Italy empowered the magnates close to Rome, whose votes became valuable commodities in various political dealings. The influence of these Italian citizens was evident in legislative actions, such as the recall of Cicero from exile in 58 BC, which was supported by Italian landowners who had been granted citizenship during the Social War. This highlights the role of Italian enfranchisement in supporting political champions and shaping Roman politics. But more to the immediate aftermath of the Social War, which set the stage for continued conflict and political upheaval. The dispute over enfranchisement persisted, driving support for figures like Lucius Cornelius Cinna, who positioned himself as a champion for the Italians during the Bellum Octavianum. Concerns arose that Sulla might revoke citizenship's right granted by Cinna-era legislation, and this fueled tensions and contributed to preparations for civil war against Sulla. Now, the war's impact on politics was also profound. It brought large-scale military campaigning back to Italian soil, creating opportunities for new generals to seize power. Sulla's exploitation of standing armies in Italy to usurp control demonstrated this shifting dynamic of power within the Republic. However, the conflict politicized the Roman army and eroded civil military norms, leading to many defections, lax discipline, and even mutinies. The blurred distinction between Romans and foreign enemies during the war continued to a breakdown in loyalty to the state among soldiers. This rift between the common soldiery and Roman voters further destabilized the Republic, making its victory in the social war a somewhat precarious one. Ultimately, the conflict paved the way for figures like Sulla to assert dominance, marking a significant shift in Roman political history. And there you have it, the social war. A war that's often forgotten, not one of the popular rebellions. But with a line such as Rome versus Italy, certainly piques a few ears up. Well, thank you very much for listening. I would like to say thank you to my Mega Chad tier patrons. First, Stark Factory, and second, a new Mega Chad tier patron and a great friend to the channel, Joseph Grubb. Thank you very much, Joseph, and welcome aboard the train. There are no breaks. I would like to thank the listeners as well for getting this far in the video. Good effort. And if you would like to support the channel in the same way as Stark Factory and Joseph Grubbs do so, then you need only follow the links to the Patreon in the description. But until I see you next time, I wish you all the best. Good night, everyone. See you in the next video. Comprised of a spectrum of roles, from unskilled workers to educated professionals, all held in bondage under the pervasive system of ownership. While those toiling in fields, mines, and mills faced grueling conditions and limited prospects, a privileged class of skilled slaves held positions as artisans, educators, and even administrators, among other more clean roles. The prospect of manumission, or freedom, was a defining aspect of Roman slavery, offering a pathway to citizenship and integration into society. Hello everyone and welcome back. Today I'm going to talk a little about slavery in ancient Rome. There is a few videos coming up on this topic, considering how deep and multifaceted it is, so I advise you to keep a lookout for them. Well, without further ado, let us begin. In the Roman world, distinctions between free labor and slavery were all a little bit blurry, with both groups often performing very similar tasks. Elite Romans, particularly landowners, viewed both slavery and wage labor as means of securing a workforce, emphasizing ownership and control over individuals. Under Roman law, slaves were treated as property, devoid of legal rights, subject to the whims of their owners. Brutal forms of punishment, including corporal chastisement and even summary execution, were unfortunately commonplace, highlighting the precarious existence of those held in bondage. Also, just before we continue on a topic like this, I don't want anybody in the comments saying how terrible the Romans were. Somebody said something in the comments the other day. He said, we must be detached academics. And I absolutely adore those two words, detached academic. We can't be here with our modern morality, with everything we know now, judging the ancient people. So, now that that is the way, let's continue in a detached fashion. The origins of Roman slavery varied, encompassing war captives, kidnapped individuals, and those born into servitude. Military conquests provided a steady influx of slaves, and there were plenty of conquests, while piracy and just outright abduction posed risks to free individuals all across the Mediterranean. Despite legal measures to curb debt slavery, economic hardship drove some to unwillingly enter contractual servitude. The slave trade, largely unregulated and lucrative, thrived within the expansive borders of the Roman Empire. Slavery transcended racial and ethnic boundaries in ancient Rome, with individuals from diverse backgrounds susceptible to enslavement. Communities across the empire, including Jews and Christians, participated in the institution equally. Even modest households commonly possessed a small number of slaves, illustrating the widespread nature of the institution across Roman society. While slave rebellions, epitomized by Spartacus's uprising in the Third Servile War, video on that as well, occurred sporadically, individual escape was a more persistent form of resistance in the imperial era. Fugitive slave hunting emerged as a primary method of maintaining control, reflecting more of the pervasive enforcement of slavery within the society. Moral discussions surrounding slavery focused on the treatment of slaves. Unfortunately, abolitionist sentiments were virtually non-existent. Inscriptions, art, and writings provide glimpses into the perspectives of slaves and freed persons, offering insights into their lived experiences. Despite efforts to understand the complexities of Roman slavery, a definitive portrayal remains quite elusive, due to the diversity of roles and statuses among slaves and freed men. From Rome's earliest historical period, domestic slavery was a fundamental aspect of familial and societal structures. The concept of familia encompassed all dependents of a household, particularly slaves, who played integral roles in daily life. The pater familias, or head of the household, held absolute authority over all members, of course including slaves, with the power of life and death entrusted to him. This patriarchal control over the household was deeply ingrained in Roman society and dates back to legendary times. So, unlike their Greek neighbors, Rome boasted a pretty diverse population, that integrated former slaves as citizens. Well, manumitted slaves were granted Roman citizenship. That was a freed slave, reflecting Rome's heterogeneous composition and inclusive approach to citizenship. By the way, don't get carried away. This doesn't look like a Netflix documentary. This is more of a thing where we have integrated Gauls, Germanics, Etruscans. Of course, there may have been a few Africans around, but like I said, this is no Hollywood movie. Moving on. The myths surrounding Rome's founding, such as the legend of Romulus and Servius Tullius, underscore the role of former slaves and freed men in the city's emergence and development, portraying them as integral contributors to Rome's strength and cultural fabric. After all, the Romans tended to have the attitude that they themselves could one day become slaves. Who knows how the tides could turn? So they lived with this in mind. Legal and religious frameworks pertaining to slavery emerged in Rome's earliest institutions, evident in the 12 Tables. That's the earliest Roman legal code. Provisions regarding manumission and the status of freed men highlighted the significant demographic of former slaves and their legal rights within the society. Legal scholars like Gaius and Ulpian delineated slavery as a concept recognized by ius gentium, the customary international law governing relations between nations and individuals. The practice of slavery in Rome was intertwined with warfare, of course, where victorious nations had what was effectively the right to enslave defeated populations. No such Geneva Convention in those days. Defensive wars, such as those fought against the Etruscans, that's the Italians of the day, mainly in Tuscany. Remember that Rome was a city-state first, before it was a republic or an empire. These wars fought against the Etruscans also contributed to the influx of slaves, meeting the growing demand for labor in agriculture and, of course, other sectors. Well, you wouldn't want to be working the fields all day, but it's slightly better than being in the mine, or being in the quarry, or who knows what other terrible jobs you could be stuck with. Rome gradually evolved into what we may say is a slave society, particularly following the Punic Wars. That was when they were fighting Carthage, the other empire. Well, we use that term broadly. Perhaps the empire that never was. Well, this war in particular saw a dramatic increase in the number of enslaved individuals. Of course, the Romans won that war. And when they did, well, there were a lot more Carthaginians and their subjects in Rome, just not in the positions that they wanted to be in. By the 2nd century AD, slavery had become deeply entrenched in Roman society, and I mean very deeply. with the majority of the free citizens of Rome having ancestors who were once slaves. The possibility of manumission offered a pathway to freedom for some, but slavery remained a pervasive institution, shaping the social and economic landscape of ancient Rome. Yes, you had this opportunity of freedom, but it was a very dim light at the end of a very long and very dark tunnel. Good luck finding your way all the way to the end of that. Most people were better off just trying to run away. Just do your best to run as fast as you possibly can. Because if they find you, well, you're going to wish you had never made that choice. In early Rome, debt slavery was permitted under the harsh terms outlined in the 12 Tables, leaving free-born Romans vulnerable to enslavement due to financial hardship. However, a law enacted in the 4th century BC curtailed creditors' abilities to enslave defaulting debtors through private actions, although legal judgments could still compel debtors to work off their debts. Primary lawful means of enslaving a freeborn citizen recognized during the Republican era was through military defeat and capture under the ius gentium. Now back to the Punic War, because it's very important if we want to talk about the impact of slaves on Rome. During the Second Punic War, there were 3 all up. Carthaginian leader Hannibal Barca enslaved numerous war captives, presenting a significant challenge to Rome. Remember, the Romans themselves could become slaves too, if they were the ones on the receiving end of a defeat. Following defeats at battles such as Lake Trasimene and Cannae, which were complete disasters for the Romans, Hannibal sought to ransom the prisoners of war. But the Roman Senate, after quite heavy deliberation, decided to simply not pay the ransom. Instead, they sent a message emphasizing the importance of victory or death in battle. I'm sure the Roman soldiers were a little bit crestfallen upon receiving this news. Consequently, these captives remained enslaved, with some sold to Greeks, until their eventual recovery by Flaminius during the Second Macedonian War. This conflict, while increasing the number of slaves in Roman society, also exposed a significant portion of Roman citizens to the risk of enslavement. You give a little, you get a little. Throughout the later Republic and into the imperial period, thousands of Roman soldiers, citizens, and their slaves in the eastern territories fell captive to powers like the Parthians and the Sasanian Empire. The defeat of Marcus Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BC resulted in the capture of 10,000 survivors by the Parthians, who marched them to Margiana in Bactria. That's all the way out in Afghanistan sort of area. Well, what happened to them? Unfortunately, their fate is unknown. So, perhaps you'd like to imagine what would happen to a Roman slave being taken by the Bactrians. Don't give yourself nightmares. Despite the loss of Roman military standards at Carrhae being a point of concern for the Roman authorities, there was considerably less official attention given to the liberation of Roman prisoners. Poets like Horace, writing decades after the battle, depicted these captives as married to barbarian women and serving in the Parthian army, reflecting their dishonored status and the challenges of restoring them to Rome. But remember, this may be complete bollocks, and the reason why is because a poet like Horace may have had an intent to make the Senate look a little less mean, a little less cruel, for not doing their best to take these prisoners back. You imagine, if you are the wife of a Roman soldier who is being captured, and you are begging the Senate to pay the ransom. The Senate cannot or refuses to pay. You start petitioning. Bring my husband home. He's the best husband. He's great. Well, perhaps somebody cooks up a story. Actually, your husband has already remarried. He's with this new barbarian woman, and he's even fighting for the enemy. Do you really want him back? Well, perhaps people were tricked, but this is just my own personal conjecture. We don't really have any sources that it was a lie, but one can imagine how it may have been politically motivated. Moving on. Valerian made history among the emperors, not in the way that he wanted to. You see, he made history by being the first Roman emperor to be captured after his defeat by Shapur I at the Battle of Edessa in AD 260. According to accounts from, albeit hostile Christian sources, the aging emperor endured a harrowing ordeal, treated as a slave, and subjected to various humiliations. Inscriptions and reliefs found at the Zoroastrian site of Naqsh-e-Rostam in southwest Iran commemorate Shapur's victories over the Romans, depicting emperors in subjugation and Roman legionaries paying tribute. Shapur's inscriptions proudly note that the Roman captives he enslaved hailed from all corners of the empire. Now, a Roman who became enslaved in war faced significant legal and social consequences. Losing his citizen rights at home, he forfeited his right to own property, dissolved his marriage, and if he held the position of head of a household, his legal authority over his dependents was all but suspended. Upon his release from slavery, his citizen status might be reinstated, along with his property and authority, but his marriage required a new agreement of consent from both parties to be re-established. The loss of citizenship stemmed from submission to an enemy sovereign state, distinguishing captives of war from those seized illegally by bandits or pirates, who retained their citizen status and could not be ransomed or freed without compromise. The process for reintegrating war captives, known as postliminium, involved their return after passing out of Roman jurisdiction and recrossing their own threshold. However, not all captives were eligible for reintegration. Treaties might permit the enemy to retain some as slaves of the enemy. You just hope that you're not on the receiving end of that agreement. Ransoms could be paid to redeem captives individually or collectively, with individuals ransomed by someone outside of their family required to repay the amount before regaining full rights. An investigative procedure established under Emperor Hadrian determined whether returned soldiers had been captured or surrendered willingly, with traitors, deserters, and those who had failed to attempt escape deemed ineligible for restoration of citizenship under the aforementioned system of postliminium. This postliminium law also applied to enemy seizure of movable property, allowing military support slaves to be taken by the enemy to be returned to their Roman owners and restored to their former slave status. Imagine being called movable property. Not the best nickname. Thus, postliminium served as a mechanism for reintegration and restoration of rights for both war captives and seized property, underpinning the legal framework of Rome's dealing with enemy captives and confiscated possessions. In ancient Roman law, the concept of liberty, or the absence of servitude, was central to the definition of a slave. Cicero emphasized that true liberty did not lie in having a just master, but rather in having no master at all. While the common Latin term for a slave was servus in Roman law, a slave as property was referred to as a mancipium, a term indicating possession, control, and of course, subordination. Agricultural slaves, certain farmland and even livestock, fell under the category of res mancipi, requiring a formal legal process for ownership transfer. The exclusive right to trade in res mancipi was a privilege reserved for Roman citizens only, distinguishing them from free non-citizen residents. At the pinnacle of Roman society was the Roman citizen who owned property, the pater familias, or head of the household. Within the domus, or household, the pater familias wielded significant power as the master, exercising control over both his free family members and the slaves of the household. This authority, known as vitae necisque potestas, granted him the power of life and death over all members of the household, except his wife. Despite some legal protections, slaves lacked legal personhood and were essentially perpetual minors. They could not enter into contracts, initiate lawsuits, or provide testimony in court, unless under torture. While some legal reforms in the imperial period aimed to mitigate the harsh treatment of slaves, such as penalties for unjust killings, and the right to complain against mistreatment, slaves still faced significant limitations and, of course, significant abuses. For example, even though they gained some standing to complain about mistreatment, their inability to file lawsuits or testify without torture hindered their ability to seek justice. So there was really not much point. The rights they were given were rather hollow and pointless. Very unfortunate for the slaves. Moreover, laws under Constantine II targeted specific religious groups, such as Jews, restricting their ownership of Christian slaves and attempts to convert them to Judaism. Overall, while there were incremental improvements in the legal treatment of slaves over time, while they were still slaves, they remained vulnerable to exploitation and abuse, lacking the fundamental rights and protections enjoyed by their free Roman citizen counterparts. In Roman law, slaves were devoid of kinship ties and legal personhood, unable to enter into recognized forms of marriage or exercise patriarchal authority. Now, despite these limitations, slaves born into a household, or those in privileged positions, could form enduring unions known as contubernia, which were similar to marriages, but they could do this only within the same household. So if there was another slave in the household that had caught your eye, well, perhaps you could enter a union. Think about what a commitment ceremony is, as opposed to a marriage. It's kind of just pledging a little bit underneath what an actual marriage is in the eyes of the law. Now, while these unions were not legally recognized, these relationships often involved the rearing of children and were sometimes approved by the slave's owner, with the intention of marrying upon manumission. The master held the legal right to separate or sell family members, but evidence suggests that larger households and rural estates sometimes supported the formation of family units within slave populations. Roman jurists generally favored keeping slave families intact, and protections for them were incorporated into Roman law. Masters often included slave families in estate bequests, with provision for their continued unity even after the master's death. Augustus implemented laws regarding marriage and sexual morality, permitting legal unions between freed women and freeborn men of lower rank, and legitimizing their offspring. Freed women were obliged to marry their manumitting owners, becoming both their wives and clients. And while they could not divorce without their patron's consent, Roman women, including freed women, could initiate divorce under other circumstances. Now, despite being legally considered as property, Roman slaves could be allowed to hold and manage property, known as peculium, which they could use as if it was their own. This practice likely originated in agricultural settings, where slaves were given small parcels of land to cultivate for their sustenance. Over time, peculium evolved to include monetary allowances and profits from business activities conducted by slaves. It served as a means of encouraging agency among slaves and fostering an amount of self-sufficiency. The peculium also enabled slaves to save some earnings with the hope of purchasing their freedom, a chance at manumission. While there was a risk of the master reclaiming these earnings, imperial era protections allowed for the enforcement of manumission agreements between slaves and their masters. With business savvy, some freedmen amassed considerable wealth, highlighting the potential for economic advancement, even among the most downtrodden of the population. Manumission, the legal act of releasing a slave from their master's control, was a significant milestone for slaves seeking freedom. The term manumissio literally translates to releasing from the hand, symbolizing the liberation of the slave from bondage. Similarly, the release of a minor child from their father's legal authority, known as emancipatio, paralleled the processes of manumission for slaves. Slaves within the emperor's household were often freed between the ages of 30 to 35, although this should not be considered standard for all slaves, and it wasn't that good considering the life expectancy of the day. Young women of reproductive age also had a much higher chance of being manumitted, enabling them to marry and have legitimate children. However, manumission was not solely determined by age or length of service. Instead, it often resulted from negotiations between the master and the slave. There were 3 legally binding forms of manumission: by the rod, by the census, and by the terms of the owner's will, all ratified by the state. Manumission by the rod involved a fictitious trial before a magistrate, where a Roman citizen declared the slave free, and the magistrate confirmed it. Manumission by the census occurred when a slave was entered into the official roll of citizens during census taking. And finally, manumission by the owner's will could be conditional, such as requiring service or payment before or after the freedom. Informal manumission also occurred through methods such as a letter of intent or proclamation among friends. However, during the Republic, informal manumission did not grant citizenship, though Augustus later clarified the status of informally freed slaves. Laws like the Lex Fufia Caninia and subsequent legislation regulated manumission, limiting the number of slaves that could be freed through a master's will and setting age restrictions on manumission. By the early 4th century AD, things were about to change. As Christianity spread in the Roman Empire, slaves could be freed through a church ritual officiated by a bishop or priest. Constantine I issued edicts authorizing manumission within churches, allowing clergy to free their slaves with naught but a simple declaration. Subsequent laws, such as the Novella 142 of Justinian, further empowered bishops to grant freedom over slaves. Once legally manumitted by a Roman citizen, a male slave gained not only passive freedom from ownership, but also active political freedom, known as libertas, which included the right to vote. This transformed the slave into a libertus in relation to their former master, who then became their patron. Freedmen and patrons had reciprocal obligations within the traditional patronage system, and freedmen could also establish connections with other patrons. The legal responsibilities of freedmen were outlined in various laws and edicts. For instance, an edict in 118 BC specified that if a freedman were only legally responsible for services or projects agreed upon or sworn to in advance, and they could not be compelled to pay money. Furthermore, the Lex Alia Sentia of AD 4 allowed a patron to take his freedom to court for failing to fulfill the agreed-upon obligations, but the penalties did not include re-enslavement. As a social class, freed slaves were known as libertini, although latter writers used the term libertus and libertinus interchangeably. Libertini were not entitled to hold certain prestigious offices of Rome or achieve senatorial rank, but they could hold local offices in provinces and colonies. Limitations on freedmen did not extend to their sons, by the way. Now, during the early imperial period, some freedmen actually managed to wield considerable power, particularly those within the emperor's household. However, their influence was curtailed by laws enacted by emperors like Hadrian. Despite this, many of them found their success, such as Lucius Arlenus Demetrius and Lucius Arlenus Artemidorus, who established a profitable cloak dealership. Gotta do business somehow. Everybody needs a good cloak. Some freedmen accumulated significant wealth, really went on the grind. Another example was the owners of the House of the Vetii in Pompeii. Though you must remember that they may still face social stigma from the traditional aristocracy. However, not all freedmen enjoyed the same rights and privileges. Those categorized as dediticae held no rights, even after being freed, as they were considered a potential threat to society due to their previous treatment by their masters. Dedictii were excluded from the universal grant of Roman citizenship made by Caracalla in AD 12. Well, what do you think? Do you think the laws might have at least offered some credence to the slaves? After all, they have to have something. One could perhaps argue that slavery in Roman times was a lot more humane than the slavery of the transatlantic slave trade. And of course a lot more humane than the Barbary pirates and the Arab slave trades. Well, we're not here to argue about that and add up the worst possible parts of slavery. We can all just agree that it was in general pretty awful. But what is not awful is clicking that like button and the subscribe button. I don't know if you heard the school bell in the background, but that's a good place to end it on. Well, good night, everybody. I'll see you in the next video. During the period of Roman imperial expansion, the Roman economy underwent significant transformations due to the increase in wealth among the elite and the substantial growth of slavery. Wealthy landowners in Italy purchased multitudes of slaves to work on their vast estates, resulting in a boom in land investment and also agricultural production. According to some, Rome's military conquests and the influx of vast wealth and slaves into Italy had effects comparable to widespread and rapid technological innovation. Hello everyone and welcome. If it's your first time to the channel, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's a pleasure to have you back here with me. If you'd like to support the channel, the best thing you can do is leave a comment, like the video and subscribe. This certainly helps the algorithm. And if you would like to go above and beyond, feel free to follow the link in the comments to my Patreon, where all videos are ad-free. Without further ado, let's get on to our video for today. The slave economy of Rome. Scholars hold differing views on how Roman slavery fits within the theories of labor markets in the broader economy. Some, like the economic historian Peter Demin, argue that Rome had a functioning labor market with a unified labor force, in which slavery played its own crucial role. In this perspective, both free and enslaved workers could earn wages, and wages fluctuated in response to labor shortages. This dynamic labor market allowed for mobility and incentivized skilled slaves to make their own way through life, contributing to market dynamism and economic growth. What the Roman jurist Papinian referred to as the regular daily traffic in slaves was a pervasive aspect of life throughout the Roman Empire, extending across borders and involving every part of its vast territory. Despite its widespread nature, the slave trade was only lightly regulated by law. Slave markets were present in most cities of the empire, with Ephesus emerging as a major center, at least outside of Rome itself. However, within Italy, Rome stood out as the largest market, with slave traders prominently operating next to the Temple of Castor at the Forum Romanum. Puteoli likely ranked as the second busiest market, while trading also found its place in Brundisium, Capua, and Pompeii. Aquileia, situated across the Alps, served also as an important hub for importing slaves into Italy. Most likely, slaves run in Gallic conquests, and perhaps kidnapped Germanic peoples. The rise and subsequent fall of Delos serves as a poignant illustration of the volatility and disruptions inherent in the slave trade during the Roman era. In the eastern Mediterranean, the policing efforts of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt and Rhodes had managed to somewhat curtail piratical kidnapping and illegal slave trading. However, Rome's burgeoning trade activity and expanding dominance in the region, especially following their victories against Carthage in the Punic Wars, brought about significant changes. While Rhodes had long maintained its reputation as a bastion of law and order, the arrival of Italian entrepreneurs, if we may call them that, in the latter part of the 3rd century posed a challenge to its regulatory barriers. Delos, situated strategically, became a preferred destination for these new traders. In 166 BC, the Romans dealt a severe blow to Rhodes by declaring Delos a free port, eliminating the need for merchants to pay customs taxes. Consequently, Delos experienced a surge in the piratical slave trade, with little scrutiny over the source or even the status of the captives. While exaggerated figures like Strabo's claim of 10,000 slaves traded daily may be hyperbolic, there is no denying that slaves became the primary commodity in Delos. Many of these slaves traded in Delos eventually found themselves working in the vast agricultural operations of Sicily's latifundia. These same slaves would later play pivotal roles in the slave rebellions of 135 and 104 BC. Can you really blame them? However, as Rome established more sophisticated training centers in the east, Delos lost its status as a free port. Subsequently, the city suffered devastating sackings during the Mithridatic Wars in 88 and in 69 BC, and it never really recovered. Other cities, such as Mytilene, possibly absorbed some of Delos's former trade. Possibly. Ultimately, Delos's slave economy, artificially inflated by Roman policies, faltered, contributing to the persistence of piracy in the region, which continued to plague Rome for centuries to come. The eastern regions of the Roman Empire served as significant sources of slaves. The prominent trade centers facilitating the exchange of human labor. Ephesus, situated in Lydia, Caria, Phrygia, Galatia, and Cappadocia, emerged as a hub for this trade. Legendary figures like Aesop, the Phrygian fabulist, were said to have been sold in Ephesus. Other cities like Pergamum and Acmonia in Phrygia likely saw regular and substantial slave trading activities due to their prosperity. Apamea in Phrygia, according at least to the accounts of Strabo, rivaled Ephesus in trade importance, serving as a crucial hub for imports from Italy and Greece, and exporting slaves as its primary commodity. Although evidence is scant, markets likely existed in regions like Syria and Judea as well. Looking towards the North Aegean, Amphipolis stood out as a potential center for Thracian slave trading, as evidenced by a monumental memorial dedicated to a slave trader found in the area. Byzantium played its own role in the Black Sea slave trade, with slaves from Bithynia, Pontus, and Paphlagonia likely being traded in cities along the Propontis. These regions formed a complex network of slave markets, facilitating the flow of human chattel across borders and contributing significantly to the Roman economy. The discovery of Roman coin hoards dating back to the 60s BC in Dacia, that's modern-day Romania by the way, has raised intriguing questions about the dynamics of the slave trade in the region. Scholars have interpreted this abundance of coin hoards as evidence that Pompey's successful efforts to suppress piracy led to an increase in the slave trade along the lower Danube basin to meet the growing demand. These hordes become less frequent in the 50s BC, coinciding with Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, which provided a new source of slaves to the market. And they all came with their own funny little mustache. Just to lighten the mood for you a little bit there. However, they resurge in frequency during the 40s and 30s BC. Archaeological excavations into the 21st century have continued to uncover evidence of slave trafficking in parts of the Roman Empire where it had previously been undocumented. And you wouldn't believe where. All the way up to Roman London. That's right. Perhaps a little north of Hadrian's Wall, they were doing a few little raids and bringing back some exotic slaves. Imagine for a moment that you are a Briton, captured by the Romans, sold in London, taken all the way down to Italy, or even Byzantium. Perhaps you would even be taken so far as Alexandria. Who knows what rich Roman family could purchase you, or what fate awaits you. The trade of slaves from regions beyond the Roman borders was not uncommon. Literary sources like Strabo and Tacitus, as well as epigraphical evidence, certainly seem to attest to this practice. For instance, Thracians were known for their readiness to exchange slaves for salt. Now, it is actually extremely important to get as much salt as possible. After all, you have to preserve your food somehow. Historical accounts also mention the exchange of slaves for goods like wine in pre-conquest Gaul. And if you haven't seen my video about pre-conquest Gaul, well, you probably don't know how much of a taste for wine the Gauls actually had, especially Italian wine. Apparently, it was their favorite. Scholars like Walter Schiedel have suggested that slaves, or enslavables, were traded across borders from various regions, including present-day Ireland, Scotland, eastern Germany, southern Russia, the Caucasus, the Arabian Peninsula, and parts of Africa, referred to as the Sudan. So, it's probably Sudan, right? Parthian Empire in the east likely absorbed much of the supply from these regions. Slaves traded on the market were referred to as emptisi, meaning purchased ones. They were distinct from the home-reared slaves born within the familia. If you watched my other video on how Roman slaves came to be, then you'll know that slaves born to slaves were automatically slaves themselves. Talk about inheriting mum and dad's family business, right? Well, emptisi were typically acquired for everyday tasks or labor, but some fetched high prices if they possessed specialized skills or exceptional qualities, such as beauty. I'll spare you the explanation of why. Most of the slaves traded on the market were in their teens and 20s. In Diocletian's edict on price controls in 301 AD, a maximum price for a skilled slaves aged 16 to 40 years old was established, with their value set at to double that of an unskilled slave. Actual pricing would vary on factors such as time and place, of course. Real pricing evidence is scarce, unfortunately, primarily known from papyri documents preserved in Roman Egypt, where the practice of slavery may not reflect conditions in Italy or the wider empire. From the mid-1st century BC, the Edict of the Aediles, who oversaw market transactions, included provisions aimed at protecting the buyers of slaves. Sellers were required to disclose any diseases or any other defects at the time of sale. Information about the slave would be written on a tablet hung from their neck, or announced it by the auctioneer at the time of the sale. Prospective buyers were allowed to inspect the slave, ask questions, and even request them to be undressed to ensure there were no concealed defects. How humiliating. My God. Ugh. Special markings or signs might indicate the warranty status or the origins of the slave. A rare depiction of a slave auction on a funeral monument from the same period as the Edict of Diocletian shows a male slave standing on a pedestal-like structure, with an auctioneer and a potential buyer nearby. This monument, set up by a familia or former slaves, suggests either a depiction of their own history or a prideful portrayal of successful and honest business dealings. If defects were fraudulently concealed, a 6-month return policy required the dealer to take back the slave and issue a full refund, or at least offer a partial refund during an extended warranty of 12 months. Roman jurists carefully defined what constituted a defect, distinguishing between issues like missing teeth, which were not really considered defects, since healthy infants typically lacked teeth. Although slaves were legally considered property, they were not regarded as mere merchandise, and those who sold them were not classified as merchants or traders, but rather as sellers. The Latin word for slave trader was venalicius or venalicarius, derived from venalis, meaning something that can be bought, particularly as a substantive referring to a human being for sale. Another term was mango, with the plural mangones, not the fruit, by the way, although calling them mangoes sounds like some kind of in-joke insult. Perhaps we can call them mangoes from now on. Well, this word mangones is likely of Greek origin, and carried the connotations of a trickster or a dealer in bodies. Slave traders were often depicted as dishonest and engaged in deceptive practices, although moral judgments were typically focused on defrauding customers rather than the concern for the welfare of the slaves. Think about the stereotype of a used car salesman. I'm sure we've all met one of them. Remember the dad of Matilda? Danny DeVito, yeah. That sort of thing. We may think of that when we think of a Roman slave trader. So slimy. Ugh. While the senatorial class generally viewed commerce as beneath them, there was widespread rhetoric condemning slave traders in Latin literature. Notably, while slaves feature prominently in the comedies of Plautus, major characters who are slave traders are notably absent. The identities and social standing of professional slave traders are not extensively documented in ancient sources. They likely formed trade organizations, possibly to lobby for legislation and raise investment capital. Most known slave traders were Roman citizens, with many being freedmen. Some slave traders, like Tyrannius Flaccus, had prominent social connections, with figures like Mark Antony relying on them for the procurement of good and strong slaves. A few slave traders openly identified themselves as such in their epitaphs, indicating a level of comfort with their occupation. But only a few of them did this. It makes you wonder if the other ones were perhaps gauging in some introspection towards the end of their lives. Inscriptions recognizing them as benefactors suggest that they were prosperous and locally prominent. The Genius Venalici, a guardian spirit associated with the slave market, was honored in these inscriptions, reflecting the normalization of the slave trade as a typical commercial enterprise. Slaves were also sold by individuals whose primary livelihoods lay in other professions, and by merchants dealing primarily in other goods. In late antiquity, Galatians protected by powerful patrons became prominent in the North African slave trade. Elite owners generally acquired slaves through intermediaries, although some, like the future Emperor Vespasian, may have directly engaged in slave trading to restore their fortunes. Yeah, Vespasian most likely did. It sounds like something he would do. During the Roman Republic, the state's revenue from slaveholding was limited, with taxes primarily imposed on manumissions and certain wealthy slave owners. A tax on manumissions, set at 5% of the slave's estimated value, was introduced in 357 BC. By the way, manumissions is kind of like emancipation. It's setting a slave free. You would have known this if you watched my other video on slavery, Did you watch it? Go and watch it after this one. Additionally, in 183 BC, Cato the Elder imposed a sumptuary tax on slaves valued at 10,000 asses or more, calculated at a rate of 3 denarii per 1,000 asses, based on the assessed value 10 times the purchase price. However, an attempt to impose a tax on slave ownership by the triumvirs in 40 BC faced strong opposition and did not materialize. Frankly, most likely because most Roman citizens actually had slaves. It became that cheap to get them that it was very normal. In fact, if you only had one slave, well, you were seen as kind of lower class. The taxation of Roman citizens as purchasers of slaves began under Augustus, some 50 years later in AD 7, with the tax rate set at 2%. It's funny how if it doesn't pass in the first place, they just wait a little while, and when you're not looking, they up the taxes. Well, this tax was estimated to generate significant annual revenues, indicating a large volume of slave sales. Under Nero, the slave sales tax was increased again, and not just a little bit, it was doubled, from 2% all the way to 4%, albeit with misguided attempts to shift the burden to the seller. Of course, what does the seller do when his prices are raised? He passes it on to the consumer. So, yes, it was extremely misguided to do this. Tariffs on the import and export of slaves in Italy and across the empire were collected at harbor customs. For example, in AD 137, customs dues in Palmyra for teenage slaves amounted to 2 to 3% of their value. Similarly, at Zarai and Roman Numidia, the tariff for a slave was equivalent to that of a horse or a mule. How embarrassing. Interestingly, a law of the censures exempted the head of the household, the pater familias, from paying harbour tax in Sicily on slaves brought into Italy for direct employment within the household, reflecting a distinction between slaves integrated into household life and those acquired for profit. But then again, how were you meant to prove either way? You could just say that, oh no, he's not working in the fields. He's actually just doing the cooking. It's just a coincidence that he's 6'5" and full of muscle. But that's okay. I'm sure he'll make a good chef. Slaves in ancient Rome were employed for a wide array of occupations, falling into categories such as household service, urban crafts, imperial or public service, agriculture, and, if you were really unlucky, manual labor, like being thrown down into a mine or working on some terrible quarry. Both free and enslaved labor were utilized across these sectors, with the proportion varying depending on the task and the time period. Legal texts emphasize the protection of slaves' skills from misuse. For example, it was deemed inappropriate to assign tasks that didn't align with a slave's expertise, such as using a stage actor as a bath attendant, or sending a professional athlete to clean latrines. Labor, whether free or enslaved, was genuinely viewed as a form of submission in the ancient world, with wage earning often equated to slavery by the governing class. I'm sorry if you're listening on night shift. Hey, Weed Wizard, if you're out there listening on night shift, don't feel too bad, you're making money, okay? Love you, bro. Household slaves performed a multitude of roles, including barber, butler, cook, hairdresser, handmaid, even up to accountants, seamstresses, and physicians. Perhaps even a teacher, but a slave like that is pretty expensive in the first place. Large households often had specialized roles, such as those dedicated to wardrobe upkeep, mirrors, or jewelry. Some wealthy households leased out specialists, or allowed them to run their own shops as part of the peculium. Now in Roman Egypt, apprenticeship contracts preserved in papyri indicate the training required for various skilled occupations. For example, a beautician required a 3-year apprenticeship. Well, the Egyptians were quite into their makeup. Elite households during the imperial era could be supported by hundreds of slaves, with estimates suggesting an average of 100 slaves per domus during Augustus's time. Many of the slaves in Rome served in the houses of the senatorial and equestrian classes. While the living conditions of urban household slaves could vary, and they did, they often enjoyed a higher standard of living, at least when compared to many of the free urban poor, although they still typically lived in crowded conditions, in basement rooms, or in cramped spaces. In the city of Rome, slaves not attached to a domus were often engaged in various trades and manufacturing activities. These occupations included roles such as fullers, engravers, shoemakers, bakers, and even mule drivers. It's important to note that the Roman domus, by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention domus is household, wasn't solely a private residence in the modern sense. Business activities were commonly conducted within the domus, and some of the first-floor rooms facing the street might have been used as shops or rented out as commercial spaces. Tends to blur the line between household work and general urban labor, doesn't it? As the work done or goods may be done by enslaved labor from these storefronts, either way, it contributed to the city's economy. So remember when you're going through the port, and they ask you, is this slave working in the house, or is he working in a business? Well, technically, the house is the business. Well, if you're running a little bakery or some kind of takeaway shop, which they did have, by the way, in ancient Rome, lots of fast food available, then I suppose you could get away with blurring that definition. Until the end of the 2nd century BC, skilled labor in Italy, such as pottery design and manufacture, was carried out by free workers. However, by the imperial era, as many as 90% of the workers in these areas may have been slaves, or at least former slaves. There is evidence also of training programs and apprenticeships for slaves, albeit briefly documented. Talented slaves could be identified at a young age and trained in the trades requiring artistry or certain expertise. For example, there are records of young slaves apprenticing as goldsmiths, or perhaps in the textile industry. Apprenticeship contracts from Roman Egypt, as we mentioned before, provide more detailed terms, including provisions for feeding, clothing, and even paying the apprentice. And believe it or not, they also were entitled to holidays and sick days. Believe it or not, they gave the slaves sick days. These contractual arrangements indicate that slaves on a skills track could have had opportunities, bargaining power, and relative social security comparable to, or even exceeding that of free but low-skilled workers, who were scratching out a living at subsistence level. The success of freed men in Roman society may have motivated slave owners to invest in the training of skilled slaves, potentially leading to opportunities for the slaves to gain freedom and become successful members of society. Remember, as mentioned in my other slavery in ancient Rome video, if you had enough money as a slave, you could work your way out of it. That's right, you could buy your own freedom. That was the laws of manumission. In the city of Rome, the actual city, not the empire as a whole, as the city tended to run a little bit differently, both working people and their slaves typically lived in insulae, which were multi-story buildings with shops on the ground floor and apartments above. These apartments often lacked proper kitchens, typically having only a charcoal brazier for cooking. As a result, food preparation and sale were widespread activities conducted by both free and slave labor at pubs, bars, inns, and food stalls known as taberne, capoane, popine, and thermopolia. However, establishments offering carry-out and dining-in options were primarily establishable and accessible to the lower classes. Fine dining, believe it or not, they also had. It was the feature of wealthy homes that employed enslaved kitchen staff. And if you've ever worked in a kitchen yourself, you will know that it's just like being a slave. I speak from experience. This staff typically included a head chef, a sous chef, and of course his assistants. There were specialized training programs for various culinary tasks, such as poultry carving, which Seneca mentions actually, and carvers who underwent rigorous training to meet the exacting standards of their profession. Now, in terms of architecture, while architects in the Roman world were usually free-born men for hire, or simply just freed men who knew the trade, there were also some high-profile enslaved architects. Examples include Corumbus, who was the slave of Caesar's friend Balbus, and Tychicus, who was owned by the Emperor Domitian. These enslaved architects played significant roles in shaping the built environment of Rome, and sometimes were sent out to other cities in the empire. Farm slaves, probably the most common, known as familia rustica, likely lived in conditions that were more healthful compared to their urban counterparts engaged in trade and manufacturing. In Roman agriculture, it was expected that the majority of the workforce on a farm would consist of slaves. That was just the normal situation. These farm slaves were often compared to speaking versions of the animals they tended. For instance, Cato asked farm workers to dispose of old, sickly slaves in the similar manner to worn-out oxen, highlighting the utilitarian view of slaves as property rather than individuals. Columella even recommended housing slaves next to the animals they cared for. That's pretty mean, isn't it? Imagine the smell. Roman law explicitly equated farm slaves with quadrupeds kept in herds, emphasizing their subordinate status. Of course, once again, the slaves who knew a trade or were doing something else besides farm work, well, they were treated quite a bit better than this. Unlike skilled urban or household slaves, farm slaves were less likely to be granted freedom through manumission. You were kind of stuck. Large farms employing slaves for tasks such as planting and harvesting were not only common in Europe, but also in the Eastern Empire, as referenced in the Christian Gospels. On farms, the ratio of male slaves to female slaves was highly disproportionate, with males possibly making up to as much as 80% of the workforce. Female slaves on farms typically engaged in less back-breaking tasks like spinning and weaving wool, making clothes, and working in the kitchen. The management of farm slaves was overseen by a villicus, who often held the status of a slave himself. A slave driver, basically, just like we see in the systems of the cotton plantations of the southern United States. Now, male slaves who demonstrated loyalty and leadership skills might be granted the privilege to form long-term relationships with female slaves, and even have children. This arrangement, known as contubernia, was especially desirable for the villicus, that slave driver who managed, quote-unquote, managed the farm slaves. I'm sure that many of the female slaves would be trying to partner up with him to get a bit of a better deal. Of course, you wouldn't be making your wife work too hard now, wouldn't you? From the Middle Republic onwards, unruly or unmanageable slaves on farms might be punished by confinement to an ergastulum, which was a work barracks where slaves subjected to chaining were kept. Columella suggested that every farm should have an ergastulum to maintain discipline among the slave workforce. That's right. If you got too out of line, you wouldn't be able to just go home and sleep at the end of the night. No, you would be chained up like some sort of hostage at a bandit camp. Not good. Not good at all. And good luck working on a poor night's sleep. In the Republican era, one of the punishments that slaves feared most was hard labor in chains at various operations such as mills, bakery, or work farms. An early example of this punishment occurred when escaped captives from the war with Hannibal were put in chains and sent to work in a quarry after they rebelled in 198 BC. That ought to teach 'em. In the imperial era, citizens convicted of crimes were not sentenced to prison terms, but were instead sentenced to hard labor and sent to these horrible camps where they would work in mines, quarries, or mills. Those condemned to the mines, known as metallici, by the way, lost their citizenship, forfeited their property to the state, and became slaves as a legal penalty. They were not able to buy their freedom, be sold, or set free. They were expected to live and die in the mines. In the later empire, their status was indicated by a tattoo, which was placed on their forehead. Hard to cover that one up. Tens of thousands of convicts were sentenced to harsh conditions in mines and quarries, with Christians feeling particularly targeted by this punishment. The practice of condemning free inhabitants of the empire to conditions of slavery degraded the citizenship status of the lower classes. Women could also be sentenced to lighter work in the mines, but generally they would be sentenced to other duties, unless it was a particularly strong woman. She wasn't too much use carrying around all of the heavy loads of ore. Don't want to get cancelled. That's just the reality. Convict labor was also utilized in public works, quarrying, mining, and possibly in salt works. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, free people began to be sentenced to hard labor in factories that produced clothing for the military and imperial household. The use of convict labor may have compensated for a declining supply of war captives and the cruelty of the punishment was meant to demonstrate the coercive power of the state. It all sounds pretty terrible, doesn't it? Well, my 46% of listeners who are from the United States, you may want to have a look at your own prison system. Perhaps it's not as bad as this, but I've seen some rather horrifying material. Anyway, and despite the common modern image of galley slaves, the Roman navy did not regularly employ them, except in times of war, where there was a shortage of free oarsmen. A galley slave is one of those poor souls who would be down below the decks of the boat, rowing and rowing and rowing. Difficult job. But think of the gains. While it's likely that merchants occasionally used enslaved oarsmen for shipping, the practice is once again not well documented. A servus publicus populi Romani was a slave owned not by a private individual, but by the Roman people collectively. Now these were public slaves, and they worked in various capacities in temples, public buildings, and especially in the public treasury. Their duties ranged from general tasks such as serving the college of pontiffs and magistrates to more specialized roles like messengers, revenue collection, archives management, waterworks maintenance, firefighting, and other public works. Some highly skilled public slaves even performed office work, such as accounting and secretarial services. Do you think that's interesting? Now, despite being slaves, public slaves were often entrusted with managerial roles and had the opportunity to earn money for their own use. They received a yearly stipend from the treasury for their services. Moreover, public slaves held testamentary rights that even informally manumitted freedmen did not themselves possess. They could write a will and bequeath up to half of their estate, and they could also receive bequests from others. Due to their opportunities to prove their merit, public slaves had higher chances of manumission, compared to private slaves at least. During the Roman Republic, a public slave could be freed by a magistrate's declaration, with the prior authorization of the Senate, of course. In the imperial era, freedom would be granted by the emperor. It's also worth noting that a public slave acquired their position independently, and it was not passed down to their children. While women did not serve in governmental positions, they were not themselves considered public slaves in the same privileged sense as a male servus publicus. However, women could temporarily come under the possession of the state as captives or confiscated property. If a woman was the quasi-marital partner of a public slave, she could share some of his privileges. Gladiators, entertainers like actors and dancers, and night walkers, as I call them, occupied a social limbo of infamia or disrepute in ancient Rome, regardless of whether they were enslaved or technically free. Like slaves, they lacked certain legal rights and protections, such as the ability to bring a case in court or hold public office. In a legal sense, infamia was an official loss of standing for a freeborn person as a result of their misconduct, which could be imposed by a censor or a praetor as a legal penalty. Individuals deemed infamies faced few legal protections, even if they were Roman citizens not subject to being traded as slaves. They were liable to corporal punishment, and often lived a life not much different from slaves within the same area of employment. However, they did have control over their income, and more freedom to make decisions about their living arrangements. The lack of legal standing for infames stemmed from the perceived morally suspect nature of their work, which involved catering to the desires of others for pleasure. Now, actors were considered subversive because their theaters were venues for free speech, and they could mock politicians from the stage. How dare they? Gladiators, on the other hand, were quite often slaves, although skilled free volunteers also participated. Freeborn gladiators erased the distinction between citizen and slave by taking an oath to subject their bodies to physical abuse, including branding and beatings. Now, women of the night had to be registered, and while it was legal throughout the Roman Empire, it was viewed as worse than slavery by many Romans. Selling a slave against their will to a training camp for gladiators was considered a punishment, and rather poor form. And there were bans on selling slaves to pimps or gladiator management without cause. Legislation under Christian emperors also forbade masters from employing slaves as stage actors against their will, or preventing actors from retiring from the theater. The Christianization of Rome in the later days played a significant role in the eventual decline, or full-on abolition of traditional spectacles and games like gladiator matches and public theatrical performances, as the church simply didn't like it. Well, the arbiters of all that is okay for us common folk to see have decided against the public spectacle. Thank you for guiding us. Well, I've reached the end of my talk for this evening. What a horrible, gruesome topic. Think about it, with how many slaves the Romans had. Perhaps one of your ancestors was a slave too. As I said, they were getting slaves from Gaul, Britannia, Germania. Now I assume that quite a few of you have roots from those areas. I certainly do have my roots from Britannia. A long, long line of roots. Thanks again for listening. That's enough for me. I'm tired. Good night, everybody. Take yourself back a few thousand years, and imagine you find yourself in that most unpleasant of situations. You've become a slave, and you're in the Roman Empire. Well, what was that like? Do you know? If you don't, you're about to find out. I'm about to tell you how exactly one would find themselves in that most horrible of positions. So if you'd like to join me, I'd invite you to get relaxed, and we can begin our topic on how to become a slave in ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, the path to slavery was multifaceted, reflecting the complexities of Roman society. One common route, of course, was capture in warfare, where individuals from conquered territories were enslaved and subsequently brought back to Rome. But it wasn't just that route. Debt bondage also played a significant role, with free-born citizens sometimes being forced into slavery, or even putting their own hand up to become a slave if they couldn't repay their debts. Children born to slave parents were automatically considered slaves themselves, while criminals could be sentenced to slavery as a kind of punishment. Additionally, illegal practices such as abduction and trafficking contributed to swelling the slave population. Surprisingly, some individuals even chose voluntary enslavement as a last resort to escape poverty. These are the kinds of things we're going to discuss today. This diverse array of circumstances that demonstrates the pervasive nature of slavery in ancient Rome, affecting individuals from various backgrounds and various situations. There was a saying in ancient Rome: slaves are either born or made. In the ancient Roman world, individuals could find themselves enslaved for any number of reasons. So let's start from the beginning. The fear of slavery was palpable and not merely rhetorical, as expressed in Roman literature. A significant portion of the enslaved populations was considered vernae, individuals born to slave mothers within households or on agricultural estates. Some scholars suggest that free individuals selling themselves into slavery may have actually been more common than many literary sources alone suggest. However, determining the relative populations of these causes of enslavement still remains a source of scholarly debate. During the Republican era, that's from around 509 to 27 BC, by the way, warfare stood as arguably the principal source of slaves, marking a notable surge in the Roman slave population during the Middle and Late Republic eras. Battles could yield captives ranging from hundreds all the way to tens of thousands, often being brought wholesale by slave dealers who accompanied Roman legions. Julius Caesar's siege of the walled town of the Aduatuci during the Gallic Wars serves as a stark example of this. Take a guess how many slaves they got from that one battle. Have you guessed? Well, I may as well tell you. Caesar reportedly sold the entire population of 53,000 to slave dealers the very same day. And I'm sure for a pretty nice profit as well. Not bad for a day's work. This trend persisted throughout the imperial period, albeit with war captives gradually becoming less pivotal as a source of slavery, especially after the major campaigns of Augustus concluded. Despite this, the so-called Pax Romana, the Roman peace of the 1st and 2nd centuries, continued to yield slaves in notable quantities. The impact of warfare on specific regions is exemplified by the province of Judea during the Jewish-Roman Wars, as from AD 66 to 135, which saw a significant influx of slaves. The Great Jewish Revolt of AD 66 to 70 alone led the enslavement of approximately 97,000 individuals, albeit this was over the course of those 4 to 5 years, with subsequent events such as the actions of the future Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus further contributing to the slave population. The aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 137 notably once again flooded the Roman market with over 100,000 slaves, resulting in a temporary oversupply and a significant drop in slave prices. This demonstrates how warfare not only fueled the Roman slave economy, but also influenced expansionist actions, with conquests like Britain, Britannia, and Dacia potentially pursued for their manpower resources. The term servus in Roman culture has an etymology linked to war captivity, suggesting that it originated from the practice of commanders selling captives to spare their lives. This association between enslavement and the preservation of defeated enemies is reflected in Roman mythology, where figures like Romulus were credited with integrating war captives into society through enslavement rather than execution. Julius Caesar's actions during the Gallic Wars provide a historical example of this practice, as survivors were sold sub corona, under the wreath, symbolizing their salvation from death. This cultural belief and connection between defeat in war and enslavement extended beyond the myth and the history, permeating Roman society and shaping many artistic representations. Imperial art often depicted captives, not only in official propaganda but also on household items, like pottery and figurines and lamps, reinforcing the notion that enslavement was a common consequence of military conquest and a symbol of power and triumph. Piracy has long been intertwined with the grim practice of human trafficking. The primary aim of kidnappers was not necessarily immediate enslavement, but rather the simple pursuit of profit. People just trying to make a living, scratch out some kind of work in a very difficult world. Captives were often held for ransom, with their relatives expected to pay hefty sums for their release. Those invested in securing the captive's freedom were often willing to pay more than what the captive might fetch at a slave auction, considering factors such as individual qualities and, of course, social status. However, there were instances where the ransom demands could unfortunately not be met. In such cases, the captive's fate hung in the balance, dependent on whether their owner deemed the ransom amount worthwhile. In scenarios where multiple individuals were taken from the same city, efforts to secure their release could extend to public funds, albeit once again with uncertain outcomes. Desperate captives sometimes resorted to borrowing ransom money from opportunistic lenders, effectively plunging themselves into debt bondage. Selling the kidnapped victim on the open market, well, that was seen as a last resort. You'd get better money from a private sale. The precariousness of travel during ancient times is exemplified by the story of Julius Caesar, who himself fell victims to Cilician pirates in his youth. That's right, he was captured. Recognizing his high value, however, the pirates demanded a substantial ransom of 20 talents. They knew what they had. Well, legend has it that Caesar, displaying his characteristic boldness, insisted that they raise the ransom to 50 talents. Enduring 38 days in captivity, he waited for the ransom to be delivered. Upon his eventual release, Caesar is said to have sought retribution against his captors, subjecting them to the same fate reserved for slaves: crucifixion. That's right. After the ransom was paid, well, he got some guys, went back, and taught them a lesson. It's a pretty Chad move, I will say. Now, within the Jewish community, the redemption of enslaved Jews was often encouraged by rabbis, reflecting a sense of communal responsibility and compassion. However, they also cautioned against paying inflated ransoms, advising that captives should not be redeemed for more than their asserted value. This perspective was rooted in the belief that excessive ransoms could inadvertently incentivize further enslavement by motivating Romans to capture more Jews. Similarly, in the early Christian church, the act of ransoming captives was considered more like an act of charity, with churches dedicating significant resources to redeem Christian prisoners following the empire's conversion to Christianity. During the 2nd century BC, systematic piracy for the purpose of human trafficking reached its zenith, with the city of Sid in Pamphylia, that's present-day Turkey, emerging as a notorious hub for this rather unpleasant trade. Pompey the Great was credited with quelling piracy in the Mediterranean in 67, although subsequent actions were taken against Illyrian pirates after the Battle of Actium in 31. Despite efforts to curb piracy during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius, it, well, just continued to remain a persistent concern. Still does, by the way. You never get rid of the pirates. While large-scale piracy was largely brought under control during the Pax Romana, that's the Roman peace, piratical kidnappings continued to contribute to the Roman slave supply well into the later imperial era, albeit to a lesser extent. Even in the early 5th century AD, figures like Augustine of Hippo lamented the prevalence of widespread kidnapping in regions like North Africa. Notably, the Christian missionary Patricius, later known as Saint Patrick, I'm sure you know him, was himself kidnapped by pirates around AD 400 from Roman Britain, and subsequently enslaved in Ireland, where he eventually achieved sainthood through his missionary work. And apparently he drove all of the snakes out as well. But that's a bit of a story. By the common law of nations, ius gentium, a child born to legally enslaved mother inherited the status of slavery from birth. Known as vernae in Latin, these were slaves born within the household, the domus, or agricultural estate, the villa, of their owners. Now the vernae held a unique position within Roman society, as there existed a stronger social obligation to care for them compared to slaves acquired through other means. Epitaphs often identified them as such, indicating a recognition of their status as being somewhat distinct. In many cases, vernae were the biological children of free males within the household, further complicating their social standing. They did receive preferential treatment, including opportunities for education alongside free-born children, cohabitation as couples, and even the opportunity to have their own children. The prominence of vernae in literary sources suggests their valued role within Roman households, with many serving as intellectual slaves or teachers to the household's children. The use of verna in the epitaphs of freed men implies a sense of pride in their birth within a familia, highlighting the complexity of social relationships within the Roman slave world. Birth as a verna could also have a bit more of an unfortunate and darker aspect, particularly depending on the circumstances of the household into which the child was born. For example, vernae born to enslaved brothel workers, for instance, were often advertised in graffiti from Pompeii, sometimes with details such as a price or the specific services they provided. Shockingly, a significant percentage of vernae attested epigraphically at Pompeii, around 71%, are linked to sexual slavery, suggesting that their upbringing in brothels has viewed as a notable selling point. The highlights a stark contrast in the experiences of Vernet based on the nature of the household in which they were raised. Scholarly opinions vary regarding the demographics of slaves during the imperial period, with some arguing that Vernet consisted the majority or that domestic reproduction was the primary source of slaves. However, modern estimates are subject to interpretation, as they rely on often ambiguous data, including the total number of slaves in Roman society. Children brought into a household for fostering, without formal adoption, were known as alumni, which translates to those who have been nurtured. Despite often being cared for quite lovingly, alumni frequently had an ambiguous legal status. This term encompasses a variety of foster children, including orphans, poor relations, and apprentices, typically between the ages of 9 to around 14, and predominantly found in prosperous urbanized areas. Now, of the documented alumni, only about a quarter can be definitively identified as slaves, suggesting a diverse composition within the household. The role of enslaved alumni within the household appears to mirror that of Vernet in terms of privileges and opportunities. The alumni often earned trust and became integral members of the familia, with those in servitude having a significant chance of eventual manumission. That's their freedom from slavery if you didn't watch the first video. Some were explicitly provided for in wills, such as one case where a trust was established for a young freedman alumnus to be managed by the fosterer's friend until he reached the age of 25. The presence of alumni and Vernet involved in crafts and arts indicates a talent served as a means for disadvantaged children to garner recognition and access more opportunities. In families, whether technically free or enslaved, children as young as 5 years old could begin acquiring work habits. As they became developmentally capable of carrying out small and easy tasks. The transitional period from early childhood to functional childhood among the Romans typically occurred between the ages of 5 and 7, with the upper classes, of course, experiencing a more prolonged and sheltered infancy and childhood. Generally, 10 years old was the age at which child slaves were deemed to be useful enough to be traded as such. For families of some means, a child slave could be viewed as an investment. For instance, there are instances recording the juristic digest of a metalsmith purchasing a child slave, teaching them the trade, and then selling them at double the original price they paid. Both free and slave children were apprenticed for skilled work, with training typically commencing between the ages of 12 to 14, and lasting anywhere from 6 months to 6 years. Of course, that would depend on the occupation. Children apprenticed for various jobs, including textile production, metalworking, shorthand, music, and construction techniques. In wealthy households of the imperial era, prepubescent children were often trained for serving food due to the belief that their purity conferred hygienic benefits. Citation needed on that one. Adolescents as young as 13 might be capably employed in accounting, office work, and various other roles such as heralds, messengers, and couriers. Child performers were also common, participating in performing arts troupes as dancers, singers, or gymnasts. In more rural settings, children born into slavery helped with tasks such as feeding poultry, weeding gardens, gathering fruits, and general tending to animals. There is evidence suggesting that children were employed in certain kinds of ancient Roman mining, especially in gold mines, where they retrieved ore from narrow shafts. Honestly, it's all a little bit horrifying to think of. While osteoarchaeology can identify adolescents and children working alongside adults, it is challenging to determine their status as free or enslaved, as verbal sources and art often don't provide any clear distinctions. Now, additionally, under Roman law, a father had the right to contract out all dependents of a household for labor, blurring the line between free and enslaved child workers. Scholarly perspectives vary on the extent to which child abandonment contributed to the pool of potential slaves in ancient Rome. Orphaned children of poor citizens were particularly vulnerable to enslavement, while those brought into households as fostered alumni often had uncertain legal statuses. Tradesmen might foster abandoned children as alumni, providing them with the apprenticeships and potentially passing on their business with an expectation of care in their old age. Early Christians also expanded their community by taking in abandoned and orphaned children, creating safe havens where children of various statuses mingled. However, slave traffickers targeted neglected children who roamed unsupervised, and we even have sources of these slave traffickers luring them with sweets, cakes, and even toys. Children obtained in this manner were at heightened risk of being raised as gladiators, beggars, or even more unpleasant professions, often subjected to maiming to evoke sympathy from passers-by. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it just gets worse. Child abandonment, whether due to family death or intentional actions, is distinct from infant exposure, a practice widely observed in ancient Rome and rooted in the myth of Romulus and Remus. Families unable to care for a child would often expose the infant, typically leaving it in outdoor conditions, that were likely fatal, effectively constituting a form of infanticide. Even among the upper classes, serious birth defects, and sometimes even minor birth defects, were considered grounds for exposure. Surviving infants might be enslaved, potentially becoming a significant source of slaves. However, healthy exposed infants could also be taken in for fosterage or adoption, although this practice often treated the child as an investment, with birth families required to reimburse expenses if they later wished to reclaim the child. Traffickers could also collect surviving infants for slave training, though the profitability of investing in their nurturing for 5 years before they could provide valuable labor remains quite unclear. Predictable sites for infant exposure, such as urban environments and religious sites, facilitated the trafficking of exposed infants. The first Christian emperor, Constantine, formalized the buying and selling of newborns during their first hours of life. Now, this all sounds a little bit horrible, but he did this to aim to curb the exposure practices or to protect the property rights of unwitting slave owners. Certainly not an ideal situation for anybody. Over time, infant exposure evolved into a legal fiction, allowing parents to transfer control of the newborn to another family before it was ritually accepted into its birth family. The ancient right of patria potestas granted fathers the authority to dispose of their dependents as they seemed fit, including the ability to sell their own children, similar to selling a slave off to the highest bidder. We'll be giving out a few Father of the Year awards in this section. However, don't judge too harshly. Fathers who resorted to selling their children were often doing so out of pure desperation, and they were completely impoverished. Owning slaves themselves was, of course, beyond their means. Not making excuses for them, but this was not an exercise in greed. By selling their child, the father relinquished his power over them, and the child entered the possession of a master. A law dating back to the 12 Tables, that's the old Roman codes of laws from the Republic, limited the number of times a father could sell his own children, allowing only 1 sale for daughters, but up to 3 sales for sons, hinting at the existence of nexum, a temporary obligation stemming from debt. To circumvent the free-born status of the child, some parents leased their child's labor up to a certain age, granting the holder of the lease full-time use without ownership. Roman law grappled with the conflict between the sanctity of free birth and the harsh realities of poverty or debt driving parents to sell their children. While there was no legal penalty for children, or parents rather, who sold their children, the sales contracts were technically void due to the child's free status. In better times, parents could redeem their children by reimbursing the original sales price plus an additional fee, of course. Most parents would only resort to selling their own children under extreme duress, such as during periods of heavy taxation or perhaps general economic hardship. The Christianization of the later empire brought about shifts in priorities, with efforts to address hunger and poverty and the eventual abolition of the paternal power of life and death by Constantine, the first Christian emperor. Nexum, originating in the early Roman Republic, was a form of debt bondage contract within the Roman legal system, categorized as a type of mancipatio. In this agreement, a free man would pledge himself as a bond slave or nexus as collateral for a loan. Sometimes a debtor would even offer his son as additional security. While the terms of the contract could vary, the bondsman, despite facing potential humiliation and mistreatment, was theoretically protected from physical punishment as a citizen under law. However, the practice of nexum was abolished by the Lex Potalia Papiria in 326 BC, though it didn't last very long. The abolition of nexum was often accompanied by a traditional tale, albeit with varying details. Generally, it goes like this. It featured a nexus who, despite being a respectable and attractive individual, endured harassment from the creditor. This cautionary narrative underscored the contradictions inherent in subjecting one free citizen to another's control. The legal response aimed to assert the citizen's right to liberty, distinguishing themselves from slaves and infamis, those social outcasts. Even after the abolition of nexum, a form of debt bondage might still arise if a debtor defaulted on their obligations. However, enslaving a free person for debt or pledging a minor as collateral for a parent's debt remained very illegal. In such cases, the legal penalties were imposed on the creditor rather than the debtor. The concept of self-sales in ancient Rome, whereby a free-born individual would voluntarily sell themselves into slavery, was also theoretically illegal, as Roman law upheld the inviolability of a citizen's liberty. However, in practice, instances of self-enslavement could occur and might be overlooked unless directly challenged on a legal basis. While self-sales are not extensively documented in Roman literature, imperial legal sources indicate that they were recognized as a legitimate pathway to enslavement, alongside being captured in war or born to an enslaved mother. Instances of self-sales typically surfaced in court cases involving allegations of fraud. Fraud could be alleged if either the seller or the buyer knew that the individual being sold was free-born at the time of the transaction, especially if the person sold was under the age of 20. In such cases, if proven, of course, the enslaved person's liberty could be reclaimed. However, determining who had knowledge of the individual's freeborn status was often quite challenging. Solid evidence for voluntary enslavement often revolved around whether the individual received a share of the proceeds from the sale, indicating their consent to surrender their rights as a Roman citizen. Those who willingly relinquished their citizenship were considered unworthy of holding it, and permanent enslavement was seen as a fitting consequence. For instance, self-sale by a Roman soldier would be viewed as desertion, and the penalty for desertion is death. Cases of self-sale that reached the level of imperial appeal typically resulted in voiding the contract, even if the individual had consented to it originally. This was because private contracts could not supersede the state's interest in regulating citizenship, which of course carried tax obligations. Thus, the legality and consequences of self-sale were quite complex, with legal and societal implications that varied depending on the circumstances and outcomes of the individual case. Well, there you have it. Some of the more gruesome details. But there are plenty more gruesome details to come when we talk about things like slavery. Indeed, the topic itself does start from a gruesome point. Well, thank you very much for joining me again. It's once again been a pleasure to have you here. And if you've liked what you've heard, then hit that subscribe button. And leave your thoughts in the comments down below, if not only for the algorithm. I've been your host for this evening, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. The Third Servile War, known also as the Gladiator War, or the War of Spartacus according to Plutarch, marked the final uprising in a series of slave rebellions against the Roman Republic, referred to collectively as the Servile Wars. This particular rebellion stood out as it directly threatened Rome's heartland in Italy and posed a significant challenge to the Roman military. Commencing in 73 BC, the rebellion originated with the escape of approximately 70 slave gladiators from a school in Capua. These fugitives swiftly overwhelmed the Roman forces dispatched to apprehend them, and within a span of 2 years, their numbers swelled to include roughly 120,000 individuals, encompassing men, women, and children. Surprisingly, the able-bodied adults among them formed a highly effective armed force that repeatedly demonstrated its capability to resist or even defeat Roman military units, ranging from local patrols to trained legions led by consuls. This formidable slave army roamed across Italy, raiding estates and towns with relative impunity, sometimes splitting into separate but interconnected bands under various leaders, among whom was the renowned former gladiator known as Spartacus. Before we continue, I'd like to invite you, if you enjoy this content, to leave your comments down below for the algorithm, and subscribe to the channel. Well, back to the video, thanks in advance. As the slave army's depredations and military successes escalated, the Roman Senate grew increasingly alarmed, as of course they would. Ultimately, Rome responded by assembling an army comprising 8 legions, placed under the command of Marcus Licinius Crassus. After a protracted and arduous fighting retreat before Crassus's legions, and in the light of the encircling legions of Pompey and Lucius Varro, the rebels launched a final, full-scale assault against Crassus's forces. How did all of it end? Well, we'll have to get to that at the end of the video. Plutarch's account suggests that the slaves' primary aim was to escape to freedom and depart Roman territory by way of Cisalpine Gaul. However, other sources, such as Appian and Florus, characterize the revolt as a civil war with the intention of capturing the city of Rome itself. Well, whichever way it was, the Third Servile War wielded significant and enduring ramifications for Rome's broader historical trajectory. Pompey and Crassus capitalized on their victories to advance their political ambitions, utilizing their public acclaim and the implied threat of their legions to sway the consular elections of 70 BC in their favor. A little bit of corruption going on, it would seem. Well, their subsequent actions as consuls contributed substantially to the erosion of Roman political institutions and facilitated the transition from the Republic to the Empire. All of this we will explain in detail later. But first, we have to look at the situation before the revolt. So we'll come back to Crassus and Varro later. Okay, so let's get into that situation before the gladiators and the slaves went crazy. Throughout Roman history, the presence of a readily available and inexpensive labor force in the form of slaves played a crucial role in the economy. Now, these slaves were acquired through various means, such as purchase from foreign merchants or enslavement of populations during military conquests. Especially during the Second and first centuries BC, by the way, Rome's extensive involvement in conquests led to the importation of tens to hundreds of thousands of slaves from European and Mediterranean regions. Of course, when you had that many slaves, the economy around slavery was matching up with the numbers. The rules of supply and demand, of course, would reflect the pricing structures of the slaves, and the more slaves, well, the cheaper it got. You'd be surprised the class of people who could afford to get one. While some slaves served as household servants or craftsmen, a significant portion toiled in harsh conditions in mines and on agricultural estates, particularly in regions like Sicily and southern Italy. During the Roman Republican era, slaves were generally treated quite harshly and were considered property rather than individuals under the law. Owners had virtually unchecked authority over them, with the power to mistreat or even kill them without any legal repercussions. The lowest grades of slaves, predominantly engaged in agriculture and mining labor, endured lives of grueling physical work. Now, just a quick note. As we had just mentioned, you could get away with treating your slave poorly, or even killing your own slaves. Now, this of course leads one to believe, well, I would rather go to a owner who was perhaps not of the best economic status. Perhaps my living conditions would be a lot simpler, but if he could only afford a single slave, then perhaps there is less chance that he would dispose of you in a cruel manner. After all, he would want a return on investment. The oppressive treatment and sheer magnitude of the slave population, of course, fueled occasional rebellions, and the Third Servile War was not the first, and definitely not the last. In Sicily, for instance, the First and Second Servile Wars erupted in 135 and 104 BC. In these conflicts, small bands of rebels found widespread support among fellow slaves eager to escape their oppressive conditions. While these uprisings posed significant challenges to Roman authority and required substantial military intervention to suppress, they were not perceived as existential threats to the Republic. After all, they're just slaves. How hard could they fight? Well, foreshadowing. They are about to find out how hard slaves can fight for their freedom. Spoiler alert. It's pretty damn hard. So the dynamics had completely shifted with this Third Servile War. The First and Second Servile War were confined to the outlying regions like Sicily, and they were generally stopped before they could get in the sight of anybody in the main province. But this uprising brought the specter of the slave revolt right to the heartland of Rome itself. So, let's get to the beginning. In the Roman Republic of the 1st century BC, gladiatorial spectacles held significant popularity as a form of entertainment. To meet the demand for combatants in these games, numerous training schools, known as ludi, were established across Italy. Not just in Rome either, all over the place. Where there was Roman citizens rather, there needed to be entertainment. And you know exactly what kind of entertainment the Romans enjoyed. These schools primarily trained prisoners of war and condemned criminals, regarded as slaves, to fight in the arena. In 73 BC, a daring escape plot unfolded at the Capuan school owned by Lentulus Batiatus, involving approximately 200 gladiators. Though their plan was betrayed, around 70 men managed to seize kitchen tools and fight their way out of captivity. They also commandeered several wagons carrying gladiatorial weapons and armor. I can imagine a gladiator charging at a Roman soldier with a frying pan, and another with a whisk. Upon gaining their freedom, the escaped gladiators elected leaders from among their ranks, choosing 2 Gallic slaves, Crixus and Oenamos, along with a figure named Spartacus. The origins of Spartacus remain somewhat unclear, while some sources suggest that he may have been a Thracian auxiliary in the Roman legions who later fell into slavery. Others speculate he could have been a captive taken by the legions. Well, we don't know. Perhaps one day we will find some more evidence surrounding his origins. Now, following their escape, this band of slaves clashed with a small contingent of troops who were dispatched from Capua, and the slaves emerged victorious. Of course, they had to loot the enemy, which meant they had brand new outfits. That's right, proper Roman armor, and proper Roman swords, all the rest, everything that they needed. While the exact sequence of events immediately following their escape is not entirely consistent across sources, it is generally agreed that the group pillaged the surrounding region. While they were doing this, every slave they encountered more or less joined up with them. They recruited many slaves and eventually retreated to a more defensible position, right at the bottom of Mount Vesuvius. As the revolt and raids unfolded in Campania, a region frequented by the affluent and influential of Rome, Roman authorities swiftly took notice. They regarded the uprising as a significant wave of criminal activity rather than a full-fledged armed rebellion. However, later that same year, Rome mobilized a military force under Praetorian authority to suppress what they now realized was a rebellion. The praetor Gaius Claudius Glaber assembled a force of 3,000 men, hastily gathered militia rather than regular legions, as the Romans perceived the situation as more of a raid than a declared war. Of course, you wouldn't send out your best soldiers to fight a group of slaves, wouldn't you? I mean, how tough could they be? Well, Glaber was about to find out. His forces laid siege to the slaves on Mount Vesuvius, cutting off the only known descent from the mountain. Expecting starvation to compel the slaves to surrender, Glaber opted for a waiting strategy. Despite lacking formal military training, the forces of Spartacus demonstrated remarkable resourcefulness, utilizing local tools and employing clever, albeit unconventional tactics against the disciplined Roman infantry. In response to Glaber's blockade, the slaves fashioned ropes and ladders from vines and trees on Vesuvius's slopes, enabling them to descend the cliffs opposite Glaber's position. They maneuvered around the mountain's base, outflanked Glaber's army, and dealt a decisive blow, annihilating his forces. Subsequently, word got back to Rome, and a second expedition, led by the praetor Publius Varinius, was dispatched to deal with Spartacus and the rebels. However, Varinius appears to have divided his forces among his subordinates, Furius and Cosinius. Though specific details regarding the strength of Varinius's forces are unclear, both contingents suffered defeat at the hands of the rebel slaves. Cosinius even fell in battle, while Varinius, well, he narrowly escaped capture, and the slaves once again seized the equipment of the defeated Roman army. Of course, back in Rome, news was spreading, and the senators and upper-class people were beginning to feel more than a little nervous. These victories, of course, had the other effect of drawing more slaves and even local herdsmen and shepherds to Spartacans' forces, swelling their ranks to approximately 70,000. The winter came, and during the years of 73 to 72 BC, the rebel forces used this respite to train, arm, and equip their new recruits, extending their raiding territory to include towns like Nola, Thurii, Nuceria, and Metapontum. However, things were not all perfect. Amidst these triumphs, the rebel forces also began to face losses. You can't win them all, after all. One of their leaders, who was elected first, Oenomus, presumably perished in the battle during this period and is not mentioned in further historical accounts. By the conclusion of 73, Spartacus and Crixus found themselves at the helm of a formidable armed force, fully capable of challenging Roman armies. However, discerning their ultimate intentions poses a challenge for modern historians, due to the lack of first-hand accounts detailing the slaves' motives and objectives during the war. Consequently, historians offer conflicting theories when interpreting the events of the rebellion. One prevailing modern interpretation suggests a factional divide among the escaped slaves, with Spartacus aiming to lead his followers over the Alps to freedom, while Crixus sought to remain in southern Italy to continue raiding and plundering. This hypothesis draws support from the geographic scope of the slave raids, as regions like Thurii and Metapontum, distant from Nola and Nuceria, were also targeted. Lucius Gellius's attack on Crixus and his faction, numbering around 30,000, further underscores this perceived division. Plutarch also mentioned the inclination of some slaves to plunder Italy rather than seek escape. While this factional split aligns with the available evidence, direct proof is lacking, so let's not make up our mind about it yet. In fictional betrayals, the rebel slaves are often depicted as Roman freedom fighters, battling against a corrupt society and the institution of slavery. While this interpretation is not refuted by classical historians, no historical records explicitly state that the rebels aimed to abolish slavery in the Republic. Moreover, the actions of rebel leaders, which included numerous atrocities, do not appear expressly geared towards ending the practice. Even classical historians, writing shortly after the events, offer conflicting perspectives on Spartacus' motives. Some, like Appian and Florus, suggest he intended to march on Rome itself, though this may have reflected Roman anxieties rather than Spartacus's actual plans. Plutarch, however, does suggest that Spartacus primarily sought to flee northward into Cisalpine Gaul, and once there, disband his forces, seeking a quiet life in the countryside. The historical evidence does not conclusively support the notion of a homogeneous slave group under Spartacus's leadership. Other slave leaders, such as Crixus, Oenomus, Gannicus, and Cassus, are mentioned, but their exact roles and relationships with Spartacus remain unclear. They could have been aides, subordinates, or even independent leaders, traveling alongside Spartacus's contingent. In the spring of 72, the rebel slaves embarked on a northward journey towards Cisalpine Gaul, departing from their winter encampments. Concerned by the magnitude of the uprising and the defeat suffered by the Praetorian armies led by Glaber and Berenius, the Senate decided to dispatch 2 consular legions, under Lucius Gellius and Claudianus. Initially, the consular forces achieved success. Gellius confronted a contingent of approximately 30,000 slaves, commanded by Crixus, near Mount Garganus, and managed to vanquish 2/3 of the rebels, including Crixus himself. From this juncture, the classical sources diverge in their accounts of subsequent events until the involvement of Marcus Licinius Crassus in the conflict. The extant histories of the war provided by Appian and Plutarch present distinct narratives. While neither version directly contradicts the other, they each focus on different events, with one account omitting certain occurrences mentioned in the other and introducing unique events exclusive to its own narrative. Appian recounts a series of strategic maneuvers following the victory of Gellius's legions over Crixus's forces near Mount Garganus. Spartacus's army, which at this time numbered around 120,000, pressed northwards towards Cisalpine Gaul, with Gellius and Lentulus seeking to block their path. In a subsequent engagement, Spartacus' forces routed Lentulus' legion and then turned to defeat Gellius' army, compelling the Roman legions to retreat. Allegedly, and it's only allegedly, Spartacus executed approximately 300 captured Roman soldiers, forcing them to fight as gladiators to avenge Crixus's death. Have a taste of your own medicine, Romans. Subsequently, Spartacus led his followers northward, and with haste, shedding unnecessary supplies and animals to expedite their movement. After further engagements with the consular armies in Picenum, Spartacus purportedly changed his intention of marching on Rome due to his insufficiently armed force, opting instead to withdraw into southern Italy. Plutarch's narrative diverges here from Appian's account. According to Plutarch, Spartacus's forces defeated Lentulus's legion after the engagement near Mount Garganus, and then proceeded into northern Italy, where they confronted a Roman army under Gaius Cassius Longinus around Mutina, which, by the way, is modern-day Modena. This resulted in another victory for Spartacus. Plutarch omits the engagements described by Appian, and does not mention Spartacus facing the combined consular legions in Picenum. Instead, Plutarch describes Spartacus retreating southwards from Picenum, following confrontations with Crassus, suggesting a different sequence of events and motivations for Spartacus's movements. In early 71 BC, Spartacus and his followers found themselves in the southern part of Italy, prompting the Senate to appoint Crassus to suppress the rebellion completely. Crassus, known for his harsh discipline, was granted praetorship and assigned a substantial force of 6 brand new trained legions, bolstering his army to an estimated 32 to 48,000 troops. Employing brutal tactics, including unit decimation, Crassus instilled fear in his men, ensuring their utmost obedience and determination in battle. As Spartacus's forces moved northward once more, Crassus positioned his legions on the border of the region to interrupt their march. Plutarch suggests the initial clash occurred near the Picenum region, while Appian claims it took place near Samnium. Crassus dispatched 2 legions under his legate Mummius to flank Spartacus, but instructed them not to engage. Disobeying orders, Mummius attacked prematurely and suffered a defeat. See, that's what happens when you don't listen. However, Crassus himself, much more experienced and somewhat more alive than Mummius, emerged victorious. He confronted Spartacus and inflicted heavy casualties on the rebels. Following this setback, Spartacus's forces faced further defeats, as Crassus's legions proved superior in subsequent engagements. He retreated southward through Lucana towards the straits near Messina. Plutarch recounts Spartacus's failed attempt to secure passage to Sicily with Cilician pirates, who ultimately betrayed him, leaving the rebel slaves stranded. Yes, indeed, the pirates just took the money and said, "We're not helping you." Possibly should not have trusted the pirates to begin with. While the rebels attempted makeshift rafts and ships, Crassus prevented their escape to Sicily. This forced them to retreat to Rhegium. Upon arriving at Rhegium, Crassus constructed fortifications across the isthmus, effectively besieging the rebel forces and cutting them off from all supplies, despite continued raids from Spartacus's followers. As Pompey's legions returned to Italy after quelling the rebellion in Hispania, the Senate, whether at Crassus's request or seizing an opportunity, directed Pompey to bypass Rome and head south to reinforce Crassus. Concurrently, reinforcements under the command of Lucullus, likely Marcus Terentius Varro Lucullus, were dispatched to aid Crassus. Aware that credit for ending the conflict would go to the arriving general, Crassus pushed his legions to swiftly suppress the rebellion. Learning of Pompey's approach, Spartacus attempted negotiations with Crassus to end the conflict before Roman reinforcements arrived. When Crassus declined this request, Spartacus and his forces breached Roman fortifications and retreated up the Bruttium Peninsula, all the while pursued by Crassus's legions. During this pursuit, a portion of the rebels, led by Gannicus and Castus, were caught and annihilated. Despite suffering significant losses, both sides endured heavy casualties. Roman forces under Lucius Quincius were decimated when confronting a faction of rebel slaves who chose to fight to the death rather than flee. With discipline faltering among the rebels and groups breaking away to attack independently, Spartacus redirected his entire force against Crassus's legions in a final confrontation at the Battle of the Salarius River. The rebels were decisively defeated, with the majority slain on the battlefield, including Spartacus himself, although the body of Spartacus was never recovered. Creepy. The rebels of the Third Servile War were crushed by Crassus, with Pompey's forces capturing and slaying 5,000 fleeing rebels that they encountered along the way. Pompey claimed a significant portion of credit for ending the conflict. This, of course, made Crassus a little bit angry with him and caused quite a lot of attention. While most rebels perished on the battlefield, 6,000 survivors were captured. What did the Romans do with them? Well, they decided to crucify all of them. All 6,000 of them, along the roadside leading to Rome, as a grim reminder of what happens when you don't do as you're told. Both Pompey and Crassus, of course, benefited politically from their roles in quelling the rebellion, leveraging their legions to secure consulship in 70 BC. The war's impact on attitudes towards Roman slavery is, of course, difficult to quantify, but it did coincide with a shift in attitude on the treatment of slaves, as fear among Romans led to slightly improved conditions for slaves, albeit slightly. Additionally, the wealthy began reducing their reliance on agricultural slaves in favor of employing freed men for sharecropping arrangements. The legal status of Roman slaves continued to evolve over time, with Emperor Claudius enacting laws recognizing mistreatment of slaves as murder and granting freedom to abandoned, old, or infirm slaves. Under Antoninus Pius, further laws extended the rights of slaves, including the ability to appeal mistreatment. While these were not direct outcomes of the Third Servile War, they do reflect the changing attitudes in society towards slavery that were definitely afoot at the time. The Third Servile War marked the end of large-scale slave uprisings in Rome, and subsequent eras saw a decline in the prominence of slavery, with those legal reforms giving a light at the end of the tunnel. We may not be at the end of the tunnel, but we're certainly at the end of this video. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope that none of you out there listening are slaves. If so, I hope that the spirit of Spartacus lives within you. Thank you very much for listening. I'm the ASMR historian. It's been a pleasure. Whatever trouble you're facing in your life, whatever perplexity you're having right now, know that you can conquer it. Perhaps the odds are stacked against you. Perhaps, like Spartacus, you are facing an impossible task. Well, in the spirit of the video, if you have no other choice, the best thing you can do is fight, even if it is fighting to the death. I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. Gladiators, derived from the Latin word gladiator meaning swordsman, were armed combatants who entertained audiences in the Roman Republic and Empire. They engaged in violent clashes with other gladiators, wild animals, and condemned criminals, creating a spectacle for the onlookers. While some gladiators volunteered, risking their lives for social standing, the majority of these people were despised slaves, subject to harsh training, social marginalization, and even segregation in death. Regardless of their origin, gladiators embodied Rome's martial ethics, offering spectators examples of valor and skill. Their ability to fight or die with dignity could earn them admiration and popularity. Therefore, they were celebrated in both high and low art, and their role as entertainers was commemorated in various objects throughout the Roman world. The origins of gladiatorial combat are debated, with evidence dating back to funeral rites during the Punic Wars in the 3rd century BC. This practice quickly became integral to Roman politics and social life, evolving into increasingly elaborate and costly games. These gladiator games endured for nearly a millennia and reached their zenith between the 1st and 2nd century AD. As Christianity emerged, the disapproval of the games grew due to their association with pagan rituals. Not due to their association of cruel and harsh death, though. That was okay. Eventually, in the 5th century, the popularity of the contests waned, leading to their eventual disappearance. So, let's go all the way back and try to first trace the origins of these gladiatorial games. How did they come about? Well, the origin of gladiators remained debated among early literary sources. In the late 1st century BC, Nicolaus of Damascus suggested an Etruscan origin. Etruscan means Italian, but not Roman. While Livy, a generation later, attributed their inception to the Campanians in 310 BC after their victory over the Samnites. Later, in the 7th century AD, Isidore of Seville connected gladiator terms to Etruscan roots. Despite this, modern scholars reassessing pictorial evidence propose a Campanian origin or influence on the games. Campania, hosting the earliest gladiator schools, is depicted in tomb frescoes from the Paestum around 4th century BC, showing paired fighters in rituals resembling Roman gladiator games. While evidence on the Etruscan side is less conclusive, the Paestum frescoes may represent an older tradition influenced by Greek colonists. Livy credits the first gladiator games, 264 BC, to Decimus Junius Brutus Scaeva, who staged a munus, a commemorative duty, in Rome's Forum Boarium to honor his deceased father. The development of gladiator munera and types, heavily influenced by Rome's conflicts with Samnium, is evident in Livy's account. The Samnite, a frequently mentioned and popular gladiator type, emerged from this very war. The captured splendid armor of Samnite armies was used in Roman triumphs, while Campanians, in disdain of the Samnites, equipped their gladiators in a similar fashion, coining the term Samnites for them. Livy's narrative reflects the latter theatrical nature of the gladiator shows, portraying armed barbarians as treacherous and degenerate, conquered by Roman iron and courage. The gladiator munus evolved into a morally instructive enactment, emphasizing the gladiators' honorable choices in combat. And of course, the Romans always win. In 216 BC, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus received a 3-day gladiator munera in the Forum Romanum, featuring 22 pairs of gladiators. Scipio Africanus, 10 years later, organized a commemorative munus in Iberia for his father and uncle, attracting high-status non-Romans as volunteers. These events were linked to the overall context of the Punic Wars, celebrating military victories and expiating disasters, serving as a morale-boosting purpose. The next recorded munus, in 183 BC, for Publius Licinius, surpassed previous extravagance, lasting 3 days with 120 gladiators. Also, they had free meals for everybody, which certainly helps to draw the crowds. The popularity of gladiatoria munera extended far beyond Rome, evident in Rome's Iberian allies adopting the culture of gladiator games themselves. By 184 BC, smaller Roman munera became so commonplace that they went unremarked, with larger events like Titus Flaminius's 4-day games with 74 gladiators in 174 BC being slightly more notable. In 105 BC, Rome experienced state-sponsored barbarian combat, with gladiators from Capua offered by the ruling consuls as part of military training. This marked a shift as gladiator contests transitioned from private munera to inclusion in state games during major religious festivals. While traditional ludi were dedicated to deities, ludi is how we refer to as state games, munera could be dedicated to the divine or heroic ancestors of aristocratic sponsors. Gladiatorial games in Rome served as a powerful tool for self-promotion, particularly among politicians. Sponsors found these events, which combined extravagance with entertainment, also as effective ways to gain popularity without significant personal cost. And so, the gladiatorial contests became a significant business, benefiting trainers, owners, and even political figures. Ambitious individuals strategically timed gladiator shows to coincide with election seasons and used the lavish spectacles to secure votes. The old bread and circus strategy. In the late Republic, gladiator ownership equated to political influence. In 65 BC, Julius Caesar organized an unprecedented spectacle with 320 gladiatorial pairs, despite heavy opposition from the Senate. The spread of gladiatorial games throughout the Republic prompted anti-corruption laws that attempted but failed to curb their political exploitation. After the assassination of Caesar, Augustus assumed control over the games, regulating their provision as a civic and religious duty. Imperial authority limited private and public expenditure on munera, linking the greatest games with the state-sponsored imperial cult. Despite attempts to control all of the costs, the extravagance of gladiator games continued to persist. All the way up to 109 AD, Trajan celebrated his Dacian victories with 10,000 gladiators and 11,000 animals, holding these events over the course of 123 days. Legislation by Marcus Aurelius in 177 AD later on had very little impact in stemming these contests, and his son, Commodus, who I have also made a video about, continued the trend of escalating expenses associated with gladiatorial events. He even went into gladiatorial events himself, our boy Commodus. But that is a story for the Commodus video, which you can find in my Ancient Rome playlist. The decline of gladiatorial contests was a complex process. The crisis of the 3rd century placed a growing financial burden on the Roman Empire due to military demands and lesser magistrates found providing various obligatory contests increasingly unrewarding in exchange for uncertain privileges. Despite this, emperors continued to subsidize the games due to sustained public interest. And in the early 3rd century AD, the Christian writer Tertullian condemned Christians attending gladiatorial games, considering the combats as murder and the witnessing spiritually and morally harmful, viewing the gladiator as an instrument of pagan human sacrifice. Now, one historian, Carolyn Osiek, has some comments on the violence itself, which I'll fill you in on. And I quote, "The reason, we would suppose, would be the primarily bloodthirsty violence. But his is different. The extent of religious ritual and meaning in them which constitutes idolatry. Although Tertullian states that these events are forbidden to believers, the fact that he writes a whole treatise to convince Christians that they should not attend the shows, that apparently not everyone agreed to stay away from them." In the subsequent century, Augustine of Hippo criticized the youthful fascination of his friend Alypius of Thagaste, who later became a fellow convert and bishop, with the Monera spectacle, considering it detrimental to Christian life and salvation. Amphitheaters continued to be venues for the dramatic administration of imperial justice. For example, in 315, Constantine the Great condemned child snatchers to be thrown to wild beasts in the arena. Fair enough, I say. Good job, Constantine. A decade later, he prohibited criminals from being compelled to fight to death as gladiators, stating, "Bloody spectacles do not please us in civil ease and domestic quiet. For that reason, we forbid those people to be gladiators who, by some reason of some criminal act, were accustomed to deserve this condition and sentence. You shall rather sentence them to serve in the mines, so that they may acknowledge the penalties of their crimes with blood." This action has been construed with a prohibition on gladiatorial combat. However, in the final year of his life, Constantine wrote a letter to the citizens of Hispelum, granting them the right to celebrate his rule with gladiatorial games. In 365, Valentinian threatened to impose fines on a judge who sentenced Christians to the arena, and in 384, like most of his predecessors, attempted to restrict the expenses of gladiatorial games. You see, they were just way too expensive. Always had been, and the emperors in later times were dealing with other issues, especially around the time of Valentinian. Well, the empire wasn't as prosperous as it used to be. In 393, Theodosius I embraced Nicene Christianity as the state religion. And you know what that means. It means that all pagan festivals were cancelled. Sorry to break it to you, kid, but the party's over. The Ludi, however, persisted, gradually shedding their pagan elements little by little. Honorius officially ended the gladiator games completely in 399, and then again in 404 when he found out people were doing it behind his back in the Western Roman Empire. Remember, at that time, the Roman Empire had already split in half, by the way. So, the reason why he did this was because of the martyrdom of Saint Telemachus by spectators. And that's a whole other story on its own. But it was a scandal at the time, certainly. So by this time, the gladiatorial contests had more or less faded in popularity. The Romans had changed. It was a different world, and this relic of the old world pagan past had to go. Well, let's talk less about the games and more about the people, the gladiators themselves. Do you want to learn about them? I'm sure you do. Well, let's learn more about how they were divided and what they did. The earliest gladiator types, as we had said before, were named after Rome's enemies. Now, along with the Samnites, you also had the Thracians and the Gauls. Now, as Rome conquered these places, the Samnite became secutor, and the Gaul became murmillo, the most popular type, especially after Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul and his triumph. Fighting Gauls became quite a popular pastime of the Romans. In mid-republican Minera, similar types typically fought. Later, fantasy types were introduced, set against complementary counterparts. For example, the nimble Retiarius faced the heavily armored Secutor. Depictions usually show common types, but literary references allow tentative reconstruction of others. Even novelty fighters included those on chariots, mounted gladiators, and even fighters with boxing gloves, called cestus fighters, and they were likely from Greece. The gladiator trade spanned the empire and was under official supervision. It wasn't just a touch-and-go thing, it was properly organized. Rome's military successes provided soldier prisoners, redistributed for state mines, amphitheaters, and open market sales. After the Jewish revolt, Jewish prisoners, rejected for training, entered arenas as other jobs. The strongest were sent to Rome, where surrendered enemy soldiers could redeem honor through gladiator training. So you imagine, you go out to Gaul, and you pick out the biggest, tallest guy with the scruffiest mustache you can find, and you say to your soldiers, do not kill that guy. Just capture him, because he is going to be awesome at fighting lions. During the Principate and the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, two additional gladiator sources emerged. First, the condemned slaves, damnati, or sent to gladiator schools, games, the ad ludum gladiatorium for crimes. So you would either get there completely forced into it, or if you committed a crime, your punishment was to become a warrior in the Colosseum. Second, paid volunteers called octorati, constituting about half, and possibly the more skilled half, were around by the late Republic. Now as for the poor and non-citizens, meaning non-Roman citizens, joining a gladiator school offered a trade, meals, housing, and even a chance for fame. Mark Antony even chose gladiators as his personal bodyguard. And here's something else. Gladiators retained prize money and gifts, with examples like Tiberius enticing retired gladiators back, and Nero granting spiculous property equal to triumph celebrators. Starting in the 60s AD, female gladiators emerged as rare and exotic markers of exceptionally lavish spectacle. Nero in 66 AD arranged a munus featuring Ethiopian women, men, and children to impress King Tiridates of Armenia. Now, Romans found the concept of a female gladiator either novel and entertaining, or just outright absurd. Juvenal and Petronius offered satirical portrayals of female gladiators, portraying them as hunting or fighting in unconventional ways. Some things never change, don't they? A munus during Domitian's reign in 89 AD included a battle between female gladiators described as Amazons. A 2nd century AD relief from Halicarnassus depicted combatants named Amazon and Aquilia. In the same century, an epigraph praised a member of Ostia's local elite as the first to arm women in the history of its games. Female gladiators likely underwent similar regulations and training as their male counterparts. Roman morality dictated that all gladiators be from the lowest of the social classes, and emperors who deviated from this norm faced quite a lot of criticism. Some viewed female gladiators, regardless of their type or class, as indicative of corrupted Roman appetites, morals, and concepts of womanhood. Septimus Severus, before becoming emperor, attempted to introduce dignified displays of female athletics in Rome. However, the crowd's negative reaction led him to ban female gladiators completely in 200 AD. And that's not fair. Come on, just let them fight. I'm sure it'll be okay. Now, in terms of the higher-ups of Roman society, we're talking all the way up to emperors, there were some that were involved in the arena performances, either publicly or privately. Now, some names that we can put across is Geta, Caracalla, Caligula, Commodus, Hadrian, Titus, many of them. However, they were involved with very minimal risks to themselves. They didn't put themselves in real harm's way. Claudius, described as morbidly cruel and boorish, engaged in a spectacle where he fought a whale trapped in the harbour. This did not make him very popular, and earned him much disapproval from the commentators. Now, Commodus stood out as a fanatical participant. He compelled Rome's elite to attend his performances as a gladiator, and despite most of his gladiatorial performance being bloodless and fought with wooden swords, he consistently emerged victorious. Commodus claimed remarkable feats such as restyling Nero's statue as Hercules reborn, dedicated to himself, boasting of titles like Champion of Secutores. Well, his extravagant performances once included him killing 100 lions in a single day, likely from an elevated platform for safety, of course, and decapitating a running ostrich with a specially designed dart, theatrically gesturing towards the senatorial seats afterwards. In return for these displays, he received a substantial stipend from the public purse. But enough about Commodus. Now, the games were meticulously advertised in advance, with advertisements providing details such as the purpose of the event, the organizer, the venue, the date, and the number of paired gladiators, ordinarii, to participate. Additional attractions like executions, music, and amenities for spectators, such as sun awnings, water sprinklers, food, drinks, sweets, and occasionally door prizes, believe it or not, were also highlighted. Enthusiasts and gamblers received a detailed program, libellus, on the day of the competition, containing names, types, and match records of gladiator pairs, along with their scheduled appearances. The night before the fight, gladiators enjoyed a banquet, a time to address personal matters. This event resembled a ritualistic or sacramental last meal, serving as both a family and public occasion. Notably, even the condemned, including those set to die the next day, and those aforementioned damnati with a slim chance of survival, likely participated in all of this. This pre-game gathering may have also served as a means to generate additional publicity for the upcoming event. Official Munera during the early imperial era adhered to a standard form known as munus legitimum. The proceedings typically commenced with a procession entering the arena, led by lictors carrying faces symbolizing the magistrate editor's authority over life and death. Following them, trumpeters played a fanfare, and images of gods were brought in to witness the events. A scribe recorded the outcomes usually, and a man carried a palm branch to honor the victors. The magistrate editor, accompanied by a retinue carrying the arms and honor to be used, entered, with the gladiators presumably coming in last. The entertainments often kicked off with venations, or beast hunts, and bestiari, beast fighters. Subsequently, the ludi meridiani took place, featuring variable content that usually included the execution of condemned criminals. Some were condemned to fatal reenactments based on Greek or Roman myths, possibly involving gladiators as executioners. However, the preference of both the audience and the gladiators was for even contests, eschewing the dignity of fatal performances. Comedy fights, some potentially lethal, were also part of the program. Lightly armed fighters, like the retiarius, could endure longer in the arena compared to their heavily armed counterparts, and these were both brought out in even numbers. Sometimes the lightly armed opponents would face the heavily armed opponents, and each used their strengths and weaknesses of each other. Most bouts typically lasted between 10 to 15 minutes, with some stretching to a maximum of 20. In the Republican Minera, one could witness between 10 and 13 matches a day, assuming one match at a time during the afternoon. Spectators favored highly skilled, even matched with complementary fighting styles, although they were more expensive to train and hire. Of course, your proper gladiators, who had it as a career, had to be paid, and those condemned slaves usually went down pretty easily, a little too easily for the crowd's liking. General melees involving several lower skilled gladiators were less costly, but they were less popular. Even among ordinarii, winners might face a new, well-rested opponent, either a prearranged third-choice gladiator called a tertiarius, or an unadvertised extra called a substitute gladiator at the magistrate editor's whim. The arrangement allowed for 2 combats for the cost of 3 gladiators instead of 4, resulting in prolonged and sometimes bloodier contests, albeit of potentially lower quality. Experienced gladiators demonstrated a considerable degree of stagecraft, valuing bravado and skill more than they valued bloodshed. Some gladiators built their careers and reputation on bloodless victories. Trained gladiators adhered to professional rules of combat overseen by a senior referee and an assistant. Referees, who were often retired gladiators, held significant authority and could stop or pause bouts as needed, ensuring rest, refreshment, and a rub down for the combatants. Now, believe it or not, during many of the gladiatorial contests, you had a band playing. That's right, musical accompaniment during the Ludi and Munera played a crucial role, serving as interludes or even building to a frenzied crescendo during the high points of the combats. The Zliten mosaic from Libya, which was done around 80 to 100 AD, depicts musicians accompanying provincial games with various instruments, including the ancient forms of a long straight trumpet, a large curved horn called a cornu, and a water organ called a hydraulis. Similar scenes of musicians, gladiators, and bestiari are found in several Pompeian tomb reliefs. Now, how did a gladiator claim victory? Well, a gladiator claimed victory by overcoming or killing his opponent, earning the palm branch and an award from the editor. Exceptional fighters might receive additional recognition, such as a laurel crown and money from the crowd. However, the most significant reward for those initially condemned to ludus was manumission, symbolized by the gift of a wooden training sword from the magistrate editor. In some cases, victorious gladiators could receive these gifts multiple times, as exemplified by Flamma's 4 awards, although some would choose to remain a gladiator. Matches were concluded either by the defeat of one gladiator or the death of the other. But a defeated gladiator could signal surrender by raising a finger, prompting the referee to stop the combat and refer to the magistrate editor's decision. In the earliest Munera, death was often considered the penalty for defeat. However, during the imperial era, the practice of sparing defeated gladiators' lives became more common, especially in matches advertised as sin missione, or without reprieve for the defeated. Now do remember that this decision was up to the magistrate, and a gladiator who was denied the privilege of living faced dispatch by his opponent, and to die well he should neither ask for mercy or cry out. Seneca described a good death as one where the gladiator offered his throat to the opponent, directing the blade to the vital spot. Some mosaics depict defeated gladiators kneeling in preparation for the moment of their death, with Seneca's reference to the vital spot likely indicating the neck, as confirmed by gladiator remains from Ephesus. The body of a gladiator who died honorably was placed on a couch of libitina and then removed to the arena morgue, where it would be stripped of armor and its throat probably cut as confirmation of death. Tertullian, a Christian author, described a more humiliating removal method during Ludi Meridiani in Roman Carthage. Arena officials, often dressed as Dis Pater, god of the underworld, and Mercury, used a mallet and a heated wand to strike and confirm the death of a gladiator respectively. The body was then unceremoniously dragged from the arena. The bodies of the Noxii, and possibly some damnati, were disposed of in rivers or simply left unburied. Denial of funeral rites condemned the deceased to restless wandering upon the earth as a larva or a lemur. Ordinary citizens were usually buried outside town or city limits to avoid ritual and physical pollution, while professional gladiators had their own separate ceremonies. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I'm sure we learned a lot about gladiators tonight, didn't we? If you've enjoyed this content, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving your comments down below. I always respond to them. But until then, allow me to wish you good night. I'll see you next time, everybody.